Announcements.
Honourable members, I have an announcement to make. Honourable members, I'm pleased to inform the House that Mrs. Bibi Safina Luton has been appointed Clerk of the National Assembly on contract with effect from Friday, 6th June 2025. Mrs. Luton served as Clerk of this National Assembly as from the 3rd of March 2014. After 22 years of committed and valuable service to the National Assembly, Mrs. Luton chose for personal reasons to conclude her career on the 1st of May 2023, earlier than expected, leaving behind a legacy of dedication and professionalism. She was recently appointed as my advisor on 30th January 2025 and has helped me immensely at the beginning of my speakership. I'm sure that I will be able to count on her again in her new post as clerk. On behalf of all honourable members and the staff of the National Assembly, and in my own name, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Mrs. Luton on her appointment as clerk of the National Assembly, and I wish her every success in her new responsibilities. I thank you. Obituary, yes? All right.
Madam Speaker.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have learned with sadness of the demise of Mr. Sivunarayan Hoja Ramlogan, commonly known as Krishna Ramlogan, former Member of Parliament, on Monday, the 28th of May of this year, at the age of 88. Born on 20th of December 1936 in New Grove, Mr. Ramlogan completed his primary schooling at Rosebell Government School, and he then attended Mauritius College at QPIP for his secondary education. Mr. Ramlogan started his professional career as an English teacher, and he adhered to the PMSD in 1966. He then contested the 1967 general election for the Legislative Assembly under the banner of the Parti Mauritian Social Democrat for constituency number 17, QPIP Midlands, and was returned as third elected member of the said constituency. In 1969, he was appointed Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of External Affairs, Tourism and Immigration, a post which he held until 1973. He was then appointed the first Chief of Protocol of the Government of Mauritius, responsible in overseeing diplomatic, state and official visits. He was appointed as Public Relations Officer at Air Mauritius later on. Mr. Ramlogan was elected Municipal Councillor for the town of QPIP in the year 1968. In 1983, he was appointed as a member of the Board of Commissioners for the Municipality of QPIP, a position he held until 1985. Mr. Ramlogan was also a social worker and former member of the Swastika Association and was involved with the fundraising as well as the erection of the Swastika Temple at Pasteur Street, Guipip. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family. Thank you.
Yes. The Honourable DPM also associates himself. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, I associate myself with the tribute paid by Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister to late Mr. Ramlogan Siunaren Woja, also known as Krishna Ramlogan. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to convey our deep condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, I associate myself with a tribute paid to the memory of late Mr. Siunaren Hoja Ramlogan, former Member of Parliament, by the Honourable the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and direct the Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family.
Papers have been laid. Question.
Yes. Honourable, give me 1 minute. Honourable Venkatasamy, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B529.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to Parliamentary Question B529, 530, B530 and B538 together as they relate to the same subject. I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that all police stations, including that of Moka, Saint-Pierre and Quartier Militaire, are equipped with essential IT equipment such as personal computers for the use of the crime occurrence tracking system and terminals for the access of the criminal attribute database and footages of Safe City and CCTV systems. With regards to personal computers, they are replaced and upgraded as and when required. An average of 200 new PC units are procured each year to support and replace hardware across the police service. The crime occurrence tracking system, which is a digital platform connecting all police stations to the main server at the police headquarters, is used for the management and tracking of complaints and declarations from initial reporting to final case disposal. It has been operational since 2011. Madam Speaker, I am informed that while the system has been announced, it has never been upgraded. The police have initiated action to replace the COTS entirely with a modern, high-performance case management system, and it is expected that this system will be compatible with the latest technologies of faster processing, user-friendliness, and higher storage capacity. The Central Informatics Bureau is working closely with the police on this project and has advised that the services of a special consultant be retained. This process is underway. As regards to the access to the criminal attribute database in the police stations, I'm informed that it has not been upgraded since its implementation in 1999. An amount of 43 million rupees has been provided in the budget for this financial year for a fully integrated modernized system, which will include a new version of the CADB that can handle criminal records and identify verification using biometric data. The tenders will be launched by the end of August of this year and is expected to be operational within the next 2 years. Madam Speaker, with regard to the IT infrastructure for CCTV and the Safe City systems, both are on lease agreement with Brinks Limited and Mauritius Telecom respectively, which caters for the maintenance and software and hardware upgrade as well. The technological upgrade for the CCTV cameras are presently being undertaken by Brinks Limited. As for the Safe City camera systems, according to the lease agreement, a technology refresh is due in December 2025. Madam Speaker, this is the legacy left by the previous government. Outdated systems, under-equipped stations, and a police force left behind in the digital age. We are now moving from a decade of neglect to an era of progress and reform. As clearly stated in the government program 2025-2029, digital transformation of Mauritius will be one of the major reforms to be undertaken. In this respect, as announced in the budget speech, we are coming shortly with a Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act, which will be aligned with international standards. A Cybersecurity Operations Center will be set up based on the UK model. Madam Speaker, government will continue to invest in a police force that is digitally enabled, secure, and ready for the future. This is the kind of bold, forward-looking reform that the police has long needed and my government has pledged to deliver.
Thank you. Honourable members, PQ B531, we've been advised that that PQ has been withdrawn. So I will now call on the Honourable Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or. Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B532.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the Grand Gobe Police Station covers an area of 11 square kilometers and some 20,000 inhabitants. The surrounding areas of Sans-Souci, Anse-Larrey, Petit-Paquet, Saint-François, Caledine, Petit-Camp, Melville, and Camp-la-Serpe, amongst others, fall under the jurisdiction of Grand Gobe Police Station. In regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that 51 police officers in the following ranks are posted at Grand Gobe Police Station: 1 Chief Inspector, 2 Inspectors, 1 Sub-Inspector, 15 Police Sergeants, 2 Women Police Sergeants, 20 Police Constables, and 10 Women Police Constables. Furthermore, the Grand Gobe Police Station is supported in the exercise of its functions by other units and branches of the police, such as the Goodland Central Investigation Division, the Northern Division Supporting Unit, the Field Intelligence Unit, the Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit based at Poudre d'Or, the Emergency Response Service, the National Coast Guard at Grand Gobe, the Police de l'Environnement of Troubiche, and the Traffic Police. In regards to Part B1 of the question, I'm informed that 2 police vans are allocated to Grand Gobe Police Station. In regards to Part B2, the 454 contraventions have been established in the year 2024 and 332 during the period from January 2025 to 11th of June 2025. All the contraventions were related to road traffic offences except one established in 2024 was the offence of noise pollution causing nuisance.
Thank you. Yes, all right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to mention that many repeated concerns.
Question, not statements.
Okay.
Question.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I have been made aware that can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether additional measures will be planned to address issues of law and order in regions of Grand Gobe? Thank you.
Yes, in fact, we are doing, the Commissioner of Police is looking at all the police stations across the island to see what can be done. And I should have added that he's also doing a special crackdown operation to be carried out because of the noise pollution caused by motorcycles with inefficient silencers and drivers operating motor vehicles under the influence of alcohol or illicit drugs, and music from bungalows and guest houses on the public beaches.
That's all right. Yes, the Honourable First Member for Port-Louis North and Mortain Long.
Thank you, Madam. B533, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on 27th of August 2024, at 1600 hours, the then Ministry of Arts and Cultural Heritage had organized a ceremony at Côte d'Or for the handing over of lease agreements of plots of state land to the Hindi-speaking Union, the Urdu-speaking Union, and the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Center Trust. It should be recalled that the ceremony was taking place at a time of high tension in the wake of the unilateral decision of the then government to retrieve the land that was originally leased to the Mauritius Tamil Cultural Center Trust, located at Rodrigues Triangle. This was done with the deliberate purpose of transferring the said land in favor of a company belonging to Mr. Nandan Gopi Group to enable it to expand its business at Rodrigues Triangle for the setting up of a luxury retirement village. This was interpreted as a supreme insult by the Tamil community. On the 27th of August, at around 1550 hours, 7 persons, in total conformity with the legislation pertaining to public gathering, were demonstrating at some distance from that location where the ceremony was taking place. Police arrested 4 of the 7 demonstrators for the offense of rogue and vagabond. 3 of the demonstrators, namely Mr. MG, Mr. DK, and Mr. DJ, were brutally pulled from where they were standing and were brought to the Mocha Central CID office. 1, Mr. HN, was dragged by force and brutalized by police in civil clothes. He was hurt and he was thrust on the ground. He was thereafter pushed violently into a police vehicle, and while with the police taking no consideration at all of his protest to the fact that he had already been hurt. Mr. HN got a malaise and had to be conveyed to Welkin Fortis Clinic as the result of this. Madam Speaker, the inquiry into the case of rogue and vagabond is ongoing. On the 29th of August 2024, Mr. RS was provisionally charged with the offense of assault against agent of civil authority before Mocha District Court. He was allowed bail after furnishing a surety of 8,000 rupees and a recognizance of 30,000 rupees. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the police officers had recourse to the use of force against the demonstrators, as according to them, the demonstrators were resisting the arrest. This was not the case. You could see it on the video. Even though the matter was videotaped and went viral on the social media, the brutal acts committed by the police were not inquired into by the Independent Police Complaints Commission. In regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that as per records, no private bouncers were present during the protest at Côte d'Or on the 27th of August 2024.
Yes, Happy? Yes, all right. The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you. B534.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that in September 2007, the then Independent Commission Against Corruption opened a sub-office in Rodrigues for a more efficient implementation of its mandate in relation to education, prevention, and investigation. I'm also informed, Madam Speaker, that at present 27 cases are being investigated by the Financial Crimes Commission sub-office in Rodrigues, and the number of officials who have been facing or are facing investigation in Rodrigues is 29. In regards to service providers and contractors who have been or are facing investigations, 9 service providers are currently undergoing investigations in connection with the award of contract of government projects.
Yes, Mr. François.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his answer. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, from the officials, the 29 officials, whether there is involved any high-profile person, not to say serving politician, for conflict of interest, bribery, influence on decision of procurement, allocation of state lands, fraud by abusing their position, for a direct or indirect interest for himself or any close relatives.
I'm not able to say that, Madam Speaker, because the investigation is ongoing.
Of course. Second.
Second one, Madam Speaker, following a letter from the Rodrigues Public Service Unions, Platform Syndical Rodrigues, addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister, I'm in a copy, may I ask the Prime Minister whether he is agreeable to use his good office to request the Commission, in line with the principle of good governance, to liaise with the unions and the Regional Assembly for the setting up of anti-financial crime practices in Rodrigues to eliminate financial crimes.
Can't really give instructions to the FCC, but I can pass on the message.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Second Member for, I'm sorry, Honourable Second Member, yes, for Rivière des Anguilles, Chouillac.
Thank you, Madam. Question 535, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that no officer in the public service based in Mauritius is being paid salary or benefits in foreign currency except for foreign nationals whose services have been enlisted in view of their technical expertise and in line with the terms of their contracts. However, ambassadors and officers of the diplomatic cadre who are posted in Mauritius missions abroad are paid salary in foreign currency in accordance with the recommendations of the PRB. They also pay the foreign service and other allowances in foreign currency. Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the Honourable Member to my reply to Parliamentary Question B410 for the sitting of the 6th of May of this year in relation to the salary and fringe benefits drawn by Mr. Bikari, former Director General of the Financial Crimes Commission. I wish to reiterate that when Mr. Bikari assumed duty as Director General of the now defunct ICAC, he was drawing a salary of 375,000 rupees monthly, however, payable 50% in Mauritian rupees and 50% in US dollars. When his appointment was renewed for a further period of 5 years in 2021, his monthly salary was revised to 420,000 rupees, payable again 50% in Mauritian rupees, 50% in US dollars. However, following the establishment of the Financial Crimes Commission in March 2023, Mr. Bikari was drawing a monthly salary of 525,000 rupees as Director General of the Commission. That is an increase of 105,000 rupees.
Yes, you're all right with that? Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port-Rossebel, Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's question 5 stroke. Is question B stroke 536, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the government has injected funds in the form of equity into Mobank Limited through the Mobank Holdings Limited, where government is the sole shareholder. Mobank Limited is a subsidiary owned by Mobank Holdings Limited. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, that over the period of from September 2015 to November 2024, government has injected funds amounting to 3.69 billion rupees. As follows: 1.5 billion rupees on the 17th of September 2015 for the acquisition of shares in ex-Mauritius Post and Cooperative Bank Limited and ex-National Commercial Bank Limited. B, 300 million rupees on the 29th of October 2015 to enable Mobank to meet its regulatory capital requirements. C, 1.3 billion rupees on the 13th of January 2016 to enable Mobank Limited to meet its regulatory capital requirements. As I said before, again, same thing. D, 500 million rupees on the 1st of April 2024 for the growth and expansion of the bank. Government, I must say, Madam Speaker, has not yet received any return on the investment from Mobank Holdings Limited since its incorporation in September 2015.
Thank you. Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you very much. B537.
Madam Speaker, concerning Part A of the question, I have been informed that the projects and programs relating to Rodrigues Island have been included in the total amount of public sector investment program of 2025-2026 to 2029 to 2030. In this regard, for the financial year 2025-2026, a total provision of 785 million rupees has been made in the performance-based budget estimates of 2025-2026 under the program 0205 Rodrigues and Outer Islands as capital grant to Rodrigues Regional Assembly for appropriation by the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that in its budget for financial year 2025-2026, the RRA made a provision, that is the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, made a provision of 990 million rupees for the implementation of capital projects. However, taking into account the implementation capacity as well as the state of preparedness of the projects, government has provided 785 million rupees. In fact, for the current financial year, that is 2024-2025, a total sum of 1.285 billion rupees was voted by the National Assembly as capital grant to the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. However, as at date, the latter has only spent 479 million, that is 37% of the allocated budget. As regards to Part B of the question, following discussions at technical level, a total sum of 5,605 million rupees was initially agreed between the Minister of Finance and the RRA for the financial year of 2025-2026 as follows: 4.82 billion for recurrent expenditure and 785 million for capital expenditure. However, on the 10th of April of 2025, the Rodrigues Regional Assembly presented a budget of 6 billion 86 million rupees in the Regional Assembly, of which 5 billion and 96 million rupees was for the recurrent expenditure and 990 million for capital expenditure. On the 18th of April of this year, government considered the proposals and has agreed to increase the provision for recurrent expenditure by 180 million to 5 billion rupees, while the sum for capital expenditure has been maintained at 785 million rupees. The Rodrigues Regional Assembly has already been informed of the budget allocation agreement by government for financial year 2025-2026, and the Rodrigues Regional Assembly will amend its budget accordingly. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that in addition to the 785 million rupees provided as capital grant for the financial year 2025-2026, an amount of around 1.6 billion has also been included in budget for the various other projects. These include 1 billion rupees for the construction of the new runway at Plankorai and 340 million for water-related projects, as well as 60 million for drain projects in Rodrigues.
I'm sure you can come back on all this during the debate. I will proceed with the next question, therefore. We don't have much time left. The Honourable third member, no, I'm sorry. The Honourable, I think we've done 538 already. So the Honourable second member for Rivière-des-Anguilles, Souillac.
Merci, Madame. Question B539, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for asking this question. In fact, NG & Company Limited is owned by Nandan Gopi and Vinash Gopi, who were very, very close to the previous Prime Minister. On the basis of information gathered, NG & Company Limited was awarded the following contracts. One, a contract awarded by the NSDC Limited on the 29th of April 2015 for the construction of 73 low-cost housing units and associated infrastructural works and 13 service plots at Petit Belair. The initial amount of the contract was estimated at 88 million rupees. However, a final payment of 110 million rupees was made to NG & Company Limited to cater for variation works estimated at 22 million rupees. I wish to inform the House that NG & Company Limited had subcontracted the entire work to Big Construction Limited for an amount of 76 million rupees. Hence, NG & Company Limited pocketed the difference, that is an amount of 34 million rupees, for a project it acted only as a middleman. This is clearly in violation of the condition of the contract. Two, another contract awarded by NSDC Limited on the 29th of September 2016 for the construction of 50 housing units and associated infrastructural works at Souillac for a sum of 82 million rupees. On the 29th of December 2017, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, after an international bidding exercise, awarded the contract for the construction of the new ENT hospital at Vakwa to a joint venture led by Rama Civil, India Corporation, PVT Limited, and NG & Company Limited for a sum of 926.2 million rupees. 4, NG & Company Limited was awarded on the 22nd of May 2023 through direct procurement a contract for the design and construction of 800 housing units for a total amount of 2.2 billion rupees by the National Social Living Development Limited. However, on the 3rd of July 2023, NSLD terminated the contract due to failure by the latter to comply with the terms of the letter of acceptance and the conditions of contract. I'm informed that NG & Company Limited, in fact, wanted to subcontract the work again to other companies as it did in the previous projects. In addition, Madam Speaker, I must point out that NG & Company Limited has benefited from various other largesse. These include a sum of 550 million rupees from the MIC for the construction of the luxury retirement village known as Royal Green. It is worth pointing out that MIC was supposed to support systemically large, important, and viable corporations or companies incorporated in Mauritius which are financially distressed as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Second, a 3-acre plot of land in Eben through Landscope, following which it contracted a loan of 600 million rupees from the SBM for a building project on a plot of land retrieved from Mauritius Post Limited, which was the lessee. 3, at its 7 Exchange Square building in Eben, SBM, the very bank that lent money to NG & Company Limited, acquired several floors and 50 attached parking slots for 283.5 million rupees. Fourth, there was the same building, 7 Exchange Square. The EDB signed a lease agreement on the 9th of August 2019 for 5,000 square meters of office space and 130 parking slots. On the 30th of May 2024, the EDB signed a second lease agreement for an additional office space of 170 square meters at the ground floor at the same building and also 2 additional parking slots. ADB currently pays 4,068,000 rupees per month for this rented space. So far, the EDB has paid a total rental amount of 104 million rupees and 900,000 from December 2022 to date, and a syndic fees of 7.2 million rupees. FSC pays 5,174,460 rupees per month to NG Company Limited for the rental of 5 floors and 135 parking slots at X7 Exchange Square. 6, a contract between Mauritius Telecom and Royal Green for the provision of medical services by the Royal Green Hospital to employees of MT for an estimated amount of 13,038,749 rupees for over 3 years. 7th, financial support from Industrial Finance Corporation Limited to the tune of 64 million rupees to Royal Green Healthcare Limited. 8th, Mauritius Post Authority granted a lease of 25 years of a plot of 1 hectare of land in the port area of NG Marine Services, which is part of the NG Group of companies. 9th, NG & Company Limited also benefited from a lease of state land for its luxury villa project, Asmara at Rivière-Noire, from which it pocketed hundreds of millions of rupees from the sale of the villas. Madam Speaker, the House may also wish to know that on the 15th of April 2024, a decision was taken by the then government to relocate the office of the Financial Crimes Commission on the flimsy excuse of infrastructural defects in the building. This was but a ploy to lease the land to NG & Company Limited, which had already benefited from the land retrieved forcibly from the Tamil Cultural Center. This formed part of the strategy of NG & Company Limited to expand its domain of the entire Rajwi Triangle with the blessings of the former government. Madam Speaker, let me also add a few words about the land scam initiated by the management of Landscope Limited in 2019, a few months, that is, before the general elections. This related to a decision of the board to allocate 550 acres of prime land in a strategically located area at the heart of Côte d'Or City project under the Landscope Development Scheme. This project was estimated at more than 25 billion rupees. Despite the fact that following an expression of interest exercise, 32 developers were deemed eligible to receive plots, the board, under the leverage of the cabinet and then the then Prime Minister personally, decided to allocate the land to only 2 companies, out of which 250 acres were to be given to NG & Company Limited. Madam Speaker, Mr. Gérard Sampeur, the then chairperson of Landscope, vehemently opposed the decision, raising serious concerns about the lack of transparency, fairness, and procedural irregularities. He stood firm despite thinly veiled threats for resisting a recommendation of the Cabinet. He insisted that the matter be referred to the State Law Office. Following the advice of the State Law Office, the board had to rescind the contract, the decision, thus aborting what was going to be another scam, probably the scam of the century. Shortly after that, Mr. Sampeur resigned as chairperson of the board and as principal advisor to the then Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the House will recall that just before the general election last year, a strategic plot of land in the area of Anse-Larrey Beach was allocated to Luxury Suisse Limited, another entity owned by Engine Company Limited. In view of the major public outcry that followed, he had no choice but to abandon the project. Madam Speaker, if we compute the total figures Engine Company Limited has so far benefited, it is around 2 billion rupees for various projects, around 205 million rupees for rental of office space to government entities, and around 1.25 billion rupees as direct financial support from SBM Limited, the MIC, and the Industrial Finance Corporation Limited. It should be pointed out, Madam Speaker, that Mr. Vinesh Gopi chaired several bodies, including the Tourism Authority, the Mauritius Multi-Sports Infrastructure, the Drains Infrastructure Construction, among others. Madam Speaker, all the information I've given to the House show clearly that the MSM government has systematically, since 2015, weaved a cobweb of corruption, malfeasance, nepotism, and cronyism to bleed the country of important resources for their personal advantage. This is but one example how they fleeced the economy and left the country in the mess that find ourselves today.
No, I'm sorry. Okay. And the time is up? I'm sorry, time is up. Time is up, Honourable Member. So, next time. Okay, Honourable Members, the table has been advised that PQB 540, which was coming just after, has been withdrawn. So we now move to questions addressed to Honourable Ministers. I'm sorry, Honourable Jaman, but I have to respect. Time is up. You will come back. You're still young.
I just wanted to know an inquiry, full inquiry will be in the table.
You don't have the floor. Yes, all right. Now, the Honourable Second Member for Belrose Quatre-Bornes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B542.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that following the COVID-19 pandemic, a state trading corporation sold the services of its then service provider, namely Mauritius Limited, to disinfect its premises in view of resumption of work and other economic activities in May 2020. However, the latter was not operational during this period. I am further informed that the STC then launched a tender for the decontamination of its head office at Eben, its 2 warehouses in Mer Rouge and Rochebois, and for its fleet of vehicles to 7 potential bidders. Of these 7 companies, 6 submitted their quotations, which were as follows: Services 2000 Limited for 68,000, Alpha Pest Management for 99,215, Niti Select Limited for 91,000 during normal hours, and 121,000 for odd hours. Pagelo Cleaning Services Limited for 176,525. Final Cleaning Limited for 565,539. Aqua Science and Technology Limited for 61,399 and 11 cents. Based on the evaluation exercise carried out by the STC, the contract was awarded to Niti Select Limited, which was found by the STC to be the lowest substantially responsive bidder for the price of 121,000 rupees. Madam Speaker, I am also informed that in June 2020, the STC carried out a second decontamination exercise in one of its warehouses and its vehicles. The STC availed itself of the services of Niti Select directly on the same terms and conditions as the first contract for a total value of 85,000 rupees. I am further informed by the STC that based on the certification of the Health and Safety Officer of the STC that the decontamination exercise were successfully carried out in his presence, the total cost of 206,000 for the disinfection carried out by Niti Select Limited at the STC post-COVID was paid to the contractor.
Yes. Supplementary.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Can the Minister inform the House whether he is aware that the manual workers of the STC are claiming that they did the cleaning and they were promised to get paid, and unfortunately they did not get any remuneration for the cleaning which they did at the STC head office building at Eben, STC warehouse at Mer Rouge, and STC warehouse at Rochebois. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have also heard the same version. However, the management of the STC is insisting that the disinfection was carried out by the employees of Niti Select. On the other hand, the manual workers at the STC are claiming that they did the job without any remuneration which was promised by the then management of the STC. The STC, however, confirmed that the maintenance section and a few handy workers actually carried out the following: internal and external cleanings at the STC head office, internal and external cleanings at Shed A and Rochebois warehouses. Madam Speaker, I will request the board of the STC to do an investigation, and the matter will be referred to the FCC if need be.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I know from the Honourable Minister the date of incorporation of the company, nature of business, and also the date contract was awarded?
Madam Speaker, I have the information from the Registrar of Companies. The date incorporated was 21st of April 2020. The name of the company, Niti Select Limited. The category is domestic. The status is live and the winding up process. And the contract was awarded on the next month, which was in May 2020.
After incorporation, you mean? Next month after incorporation? Yes. Yes?
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Can the Minister inform the House who is the General Manager and the shareholders of Niti Select Limited? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as per the Registrar of Companies, Mrs. Keshwari Punit is the GM, and the sole shareholder is Miss Nita Nurchet.
Yes, last one. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the Minister inform the House if the contractor is specialized or accredited in biohazard or pandemic-related sanitation? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I don't think so. As per the Registrar of Companies, it is written domestic and nature private. I am also informed from the STC that no due diligence was carried out. I am informed that the National Audit Office even raised concerns that the STC did not do so.
All right. Honourable members, the table has been informed that PQB 543 has been withdrawn. So now we move to the second member for Quartier Militaire and Moka, Dr. Tanou.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai été informé que la Central Electricity Board étudie un projet d'installation de 2 turbines à gaz de 40 MW chacune, possiblement à Fort George, à proximité de la centrale électrique existante. Le projet comprendrait la conception, la fourniture, l'installation et les essais et la mise en service de 2 turbines à gaz en configuration à cycle ouvert. Ces turbines pourront être ultérieurement converties en turbines à gaz à cycle combiné, offrant un rendement accru. Madame la Présidente, cette proposition a été évoquée suite aux défis auxquels la CEB a dû faire face au cours des mois d'été de 2024-2025 en raison d'une augmentation significative de la demande d'électricité et des pannes fréquentes des moteurs des producteurs d'électricité indépendants et de la CEB en raison de l'entretien et des réparations. Les éventuelles turbines à gaz proposées seraient utilisées par la CEB pour répondre à la demande de pointe du soir et servir de secours d'urgence pour les projets d'énergie renouvelable. Mon ministère, Madame la Présidente, et mon ministère, le CEB, travaillent actuellement sur des mesures à court, moyen et long terme pour assurer surtout la sécurité énergétique et la transition énergétique verte. La CEB se concentre actuellement sur la mise en œuvre des mesures urgentes pour répondre à la demande d'électricité pour la prochaine saison estivale. Parallèlement, les travaux sont menés sur le lancement des nouveaux programmes et projets visant à dynamiser le secteur des énergies renouvelables, tout en développant des projets durables à long terme pour assurer une plus grande résilience du secteur énergétique.
Merci. Yes. Yes. Ms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we have an indication of the time framework for the implementation of the project, please?
Je voudrais préciser que ce genre de projet prenne 2 ans à 3 ans pour se matérialiser. Nous sommes au stade de réflexion en ce qui concerne le court terme, le moyen terme et le long terme. Dans le court terme, ce sera la sécurité énergétique du pays. Dans le moyen terme, des projets tels que 2 ans, 2 ans et demi, et dans le très long terme, 4 ans, 5 ans pour la vision énergétique du pays.
Yes, all right. So now we move to second member for Belrose Catterbonne.
B545. Merci.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, according to information available, works related to the greening and embellishment of Hillcrest Avenue, Sudnaki classified road, were implemented in the year 2022 at a cost of around 3 million rupees. Consultations were then held by the Ministry with relevant authorities, namely the then Ministry of National Infrastructure and Community Development, the RDA, the Energy Services Division, the Municipal Council of Catterbonne, including the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit. Madam Speaker, the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit had submitted its recommendations for the project, namely with regard to proper visibility at each junction, height of trees and bushes, as well as flower pots, so that they do not constitute a road safety hazard. All the recommendations were taken on board by the Ministry then. Madam Speaker, I received many representations from inhabitants of the region and also the MPs of the region with regard to road safety and the removal of the flower pots. My ministry therefore intends to convene a stakeholders meeting to reassess the project. My colleague of the constituency number 18 will be consulted accordingly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Are you all right? Yes, one question.
Yes, one question. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. 3 millions. 3 millions dépensés pour des pots de fleurs qui nuisent à la visibilité et mettent en danger les usagers de l'avenue Hillcrest. C'est inacceptable. Will the Minister inform the House whether he intends to meet with all relevant stakeholders to reassess the situation and take the appropriate corrective measures in the interest of the public safety? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I've said so. Myself, I'm not satisfied, but we are maintaining what has been done, which I can't say it's a mess, but it's creating a lot of problems, and all who reside and use the Hillcrest Avenue, which is a cluster road. I'm sure my colleague, Honourable Ganesh, has also received response. So we'll be looking into the project and liaise with you and other colleagues to see what can be done to remedy the situation and do something better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, PQB 546 and also PQB 561, we have been advised that they have been withdrawn. So now I move to Honourable First Member for Port Louis North and Montagne Longue.
Thank you, Madam. B547.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that children with disabilities, including 69 children with autism, are already being accommodated in 10 integrated units set up in 12 primary schools. These 12 10 integrated units are headed by trained educators to cater for learners with autism and have dedicated classrooms with the following facilities: 1, therapy services; 2, hot meals; 3, use of tablets; 4, transport facilities. Free transport facilities by bus is provided to the learners, and a refund system for bus fare for accompanying parents is provided by the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity. And 5th, support of teacher assistants and carers. Activities such as Music Day, Sports Day, educational outings are also organized for these learners. Moreover, there are also around 30 learners with autism who are accommodated in the inclusive setup in the mainstream primary schools. These learners are also provided with the support of teacher assistants and carers and benefit from all extracurricular activities at the level of the schools. In addition, all learners with autism in both SEN integrated units and in the mainstream primary schools attend therapy services at the 7 special education needs resource development centers and the 3 special education needs resource development units, as scheduled by the allied professionals. Transport facilities are provided to them accordingly. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that in Budget 2025-2026, my ministry has been allocated funds to a tune of 8 million rupees for the upgrading of existing 7 special education needs resource development centers and the setting up of 5 additional special education needs resource development units and 10 integrated units in primary schools. All necessary facilities will be extended to these units. My ministry will start the necessary procedures for the setting up and upgrading of these new units. Thank you.
You happy, Ms. Sababati? Yes. Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's question B/548, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I wish to apprise the House that according to the MCI Act, a small planter is defined as a planter cultivating cane of an extent of less than 10 hectares. With regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Sugar Insurance Fund Board that in 2014, there were 14,807 small sugarcane planters registered, and they harvested 863,113 tons of sugarcane, which produced 65,759 tons of sugar. With regards to Part B of the question, I'm informed that there were 8,037 small planters registered in 2024, and they harvested 396,405 tons of sugarcane, which produced 30,273 tons of sugar. It is evident from the above-mentioned figures that 6,770 small sugarcane planters have abandoned their fields. That is a decrease of 46%, which has resulted in a decrease of 54% in the sugarcane harvested and sugar produced. Madam Speaker, the production of sugar has drastically fallen during these 10 years, not only due to natural calamities and loss of market share, but also to the fall in the price of sugar that have driven many small planters to abandon the land. The rise in the cost of mechanization, the decrease in local labor force in the sugar industry, and the increase in transfer of prime agricultural land in favor of infrastructure has largely contributed to the fall in sugar production. There was a clear lack of commitment from the non-authorities also to restructure the sugarcane industry. The government has made it a priority to revamp the sugarcane industry, to drive small planters as well as the corporate sector to move again in a more structured manner in the plantation of sugarcane and to make the sugar industry attractive again. As announced in the budget 25-26, the total revenue per ton of sugar will be increased to 35,000 rupees so as to encourage small planters towards replantation. Funding under the cane replantation scheme and cane replantation revolving fund have been enhanced in the budget to stimulate further production. These measures are expected to attract around 20,000 ARPA under cultivation. The targeted 5-year objective for sugarcane production has been set at 300,000 tons. Small sugarcane planters are important for this strategic initiative, and therefore the Ministry will ensure that they get full access to all support and schemes being made available. These measures will address and will tackle the cost of cane production issue and boost profitability to alleviate the difficulties presently being faced by small sugarcane planters.
Thank you. Yes, you're all right. Yes, the Honourable Third Member for Port-Louis North and Montagne Longue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 549. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Local Government Service Commission, that is the LGSC, that since December 2014 to date, 10 chief executives and 11 deputy chief executives have been appointed. The list of the chief executive and deputy chief executive who have been appointed are being tabled. As to Part B, subsection 1 of the question, there are 2 vacancies in the grade of chief executive, namely at Municipal Council of Kirpip and District Council of Saban. And there are 4 vacancies in the grade of deputy chief executive, namely at Municipal Council of Katebol, Municipal Council of Bakwa Phoenix, District Council of Boca, and District Council of Black River. Madam Speaker, arrangement has been made for the assignment of duties at the level of chief executive and deputy chief executive on the basis of administrative convenience, pending recruitment in the respective grades by the Local Government Service Commission. The vacancies in the above grades have already been reported to the Local Government Service Commission on 11 December 2023, 13 May 2025, and 10 June 2025. Madam Speaker, I shall now answer to Part B, subsection 2 of the question, post of Chief Executive. Following the appointment of Mr. R.K. Nursing and Mr. D. Rikai to the post of Chief Executive in a temporary capacity, Mrs. T. Norsingen lodged an application for leave to apply for judicial review against the decision and decision-making process of the Local Government Service Commission. She lodged the case before the Supreme Court in view of the fact that the Local Government Service Commission did not issue a notification for appointment as the recruitment exercise was made through both limited and open competition. As such, Mrs. Narsingen could not appeal to the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. She sought redress from the Supreme Court by way of judicial review. However, the Supreme Court refused to grant leave to apply for judicial review and set aside the application on 10 October 2023. The Supreme Court was of the view that Mrs. Narsingen circumvented her right of appeal before the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal and resorted directly to judicial review, which is a discretionary remedy of last resort. Following the judgment of the Supreme Court, Mrs. Narsingen then made an appeal before the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. The case was fixed for argument before the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal on 10 May 2024. Mr. Nursing and Mr. Rodrigues objected to the appeal of Mrs. Narsingen on account that her application was time-barred. The Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal ruled, and I quote, "The date of the aforesaid Supreme Court judgment should be considered as the date of appellant was duly notified, and that the 21 days should start running as from the date of judgment was delivered. The judgment was delivered on the 10th October 2023, and the appeal was lodged on the 27th October 2023. That is, within the statutory delay." Unquote. In view thereof, the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal decided to set aside the ground of objection of Mr. Nursing and Mr. Rodrigues and decided to hear the appeal, and a ruling was delivered on the 10 May 2024, and the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal has the jurisdiction to hear the appeal. Following the decision of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal, both temporary chief executives apply for judicial review against this ruling of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. Both cases are before the Supreme Court. Also, the Local Government Service Commission lodged an application for judicial review of on the advice of the State Law Office against the ruling of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal on 21st April 2025. It withdrew its application on a point of merit. Post of Deputy Chief Executive, Madam Speaker, during the first selection exercise on 7 September 2021, the Local Government Service Commission appointed Mrs. Uzia as Deputy Chief Executive. Mr. Basawan, Assistant Chief Executive, on 4th October 2021, lodged an appeal at the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal against the decision of the Commission to appoint Mrs. Uzia to the post of Deputy Chief Executive in a temporary capacity as the District Council of Rivière-du-Remport with effect from 15 September 2021. In its determination dated on 10 March 2023, the Tribunal had quashed the decision of the Commission in appointing the correspondent to the post of Deputy Chief Executive and remitted back the matter to this office in accordance with Section 8, Part 4, Subsection B of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal Act 2008. In a letter dated 13 March 2023, Mrs. Uzia informed that she would not apply for judicial review regarding the decision of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. In the meantime, another vacancy occurred in the grade. The post of Deputy Chief Executive was re-advertised on 23rd March 2023, and the closing date was 5th April 2023. The Commission had, on 4th May 2023, appointed Mrs. Uzia and Mrs. Dial as Deputy Chief Executive in a temporary capacity at the District Council of Grand-Port and District Council of Rivière-du-Remport, respectively, as from the date of the assumption of duty. The appointees assumed duties on 5th May 2023. Mr. Basawan lodged an appeal against the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal on 13 May 2023 against the decision of the Commission to appoint Mrs. Uzia and Mrs. Dial to the post of Deputy Chief Executive in a temporary capacity in the District Council of Grand-Port and Rivière-du-Remport, respectively, with effect from 5th May 2023. The matter was heard before the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal on 12 September 2023. In its determination number D18 of 2023, dated 24 October 2023, the Tribunal quashed the decision of the Local Government Service Commission. On 9 November 2023, the Local Government Service Commission made an application for judicial review against this decision of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. Mrs. Uzia and Mrs. Dial also applied for judicial review regarding the determination of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. The matter was fixed for argument on 19 July 2024 before the Supreme Court on the motion for a stay of the decision of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. In a ruling on 13 June 2025, the Supreme Court quashed the decision of the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal and ruled that the Mrs. Uzia and Mrs. Dial should be maintained in their post of Deputy Chief Executive. Following the decision of the Supreme Court, the Local Government Service Commission has advised that the procedures are being initiated to maintain Mrs. Uzia and Mrs. Dial in their post of Deputy Chief Executive in a temporary capacity.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kazel. All right. The Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire and Moka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B550, please.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai été informé par la Central Water Authority que, conformément à sa politique établie, la CWA n'est pas en mesure de traiter des demandes de raccordement à l'eau dans des cas de morcellement illégaux, en particulier en absence d'infrastructures hydrauliques adéquates. Madame la Présidente, les morcellements illégaux sont des parcelles de terrain subdivisées et vendues par des promoteurs sans scrupules en violation de la loi sur le morcellement et du règlement sur l'urbanisme et l'aménagement, et sans les permis et autorisations nécessaires. Les victimes, malheureusement, de ces promoteurs sont induites en erreur et l'acheteur croyant que le développement est conforme aux règles. Dans certains cas, on m'informe que même des faux permis de morcellement ont été délivrés. Le ministère du Logement et de l'Aménagement du Territoire m'informe que des mesures ont été prises pour remédier à la situation qui a touché malheureusement environ 300 propriétaires fonciers en mars dernier. Les formalités nécessaires sont effectuées par l'unité des morcellements du ministère du Logement. Cette mesure facilitera la mise en place d'infrastructures et des services publics adéquats, tels que l'approvisionnement en eau pour ces lotissements. Madame la Présidente, une fois le développement régularisé, la CWA peut envisager de traiter les demandes de raccordement l'eau sous réserve que les infrastructures d'eau requises soient mises en place.
Merci. Yes, Dr. Tanek, you're all right? The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousse and Triolet.
Madam Speaker, question B551.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, from information obtained from Statistics Mauritius, the importation of vegetables over the past few years has increased from 25,000 tons, 25,280 tons in 2023 to 34,644 tons in 2024, representing an increase by 37% within a single year. However, the rising trend can be attributed to adverse climate conditions that the country has had to face, such Cyclone Bilal in 2024. The largest share of these imports comprise potatoes, onions, garlics, which are strategic crops. The biggest suppliers of imported produce are from Egypt, India, Netherlands, and China. Imported vegetables serve niche markets such as the hospitality sector, and also to palliate to shortages which occur when cultivations are affected by adverse climatic conditions, namely cyclone, flash floods, and droughts. Additionally, potatoes and onions are imported as they cannot be cultivated year-round due to our agro-climatic condition. For the year 2025, Madam Speaker, despite a low start due to the prolonged dry spell, the forecasted local production of vegetables is estimated at 179,210 tons. This will be sufficient to meet local demand, except for strategic crops like potatoes and onions, for which Agricultural Marketing Board is expecting to import some 13,000 tons, each to cater for unseasoned shortages. Madam Speaker, to make Mauritius a food circulation, the measures are now enunciated in the budget for consolidation of agricultural sector speak for themselves, and action is being taken accordingly. There is a host of incentives that I will circulate to the Honourable
Thank you.
Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes? Yes, Mr. Rompney?
Madam Speaker, can the Minister, taking into consideration the current retail prices of carrots and tomatoes, which are presently standing at approximately 200 rupees per kilo and 320 rupees per kilo, respectively, advise whether his ministry will consider the liberalization of the importation of vegetables with a view to better match supply with demand and thereby help bring down the price of vegetable on the local market.
I am for liberalization, subject where there is regularity and predictability. But you know as well as I do that some growers do, I won't say that they're unscrupulous, but they're involved in price fixing. And I make it a point to go to the market on Saturday together with my colleague MPs from constituency number 18. We go to market fair in Cattleball, and as and when I have time, I have available time, I also go to the central market in Port Louis. Now, I'm not saying that the prices as high as the figures you've cited and given, but certainly, if ever there are unscrupulous growers, taking advantage and fleecing consumers, the matter also can be referred to the minister responsible for consumer.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Yes, I think it's Honourable Tanu, second member for Karachi Militaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B552, please.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that the Cleaning Enterprises Employees Remuneration Regulation 2029, made under Section 93 of the Employment Relations Act of 2008, do not contain any provision prescribing minimum qualification for the post of cleaners. Presently, each cleaning company is free to set its own minimum qualification when recruiting cleaners. I'm also informed that during the last comprehensive review of the cleaning sector conducted in 2011-2012 by the National Remuneration Board, no representations were received from stakeholders pertaining to a minimum qualification requirement for cleaners. As regards the public sector, the qualification requirements for employees engaged in cleaning activities are as follows. General workers should be literate. Handy workers should hold a certificate of primary education, now Primary School Achievement Certificate, PESAC, and office auxiliaries should possess the Cambridge School Certificate or equivalent. Should a representation be made for the provision of a minimum requirement for cleaners in the Cleaning Enterprises Employees Remuneration Regulation 2019, consideration will be given thereto.
That's fine. Now I'm advised. Okay. The next one is first member for Port Louis North.
Merci. B553.
Madam Speaker, the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund, SILF, is responsible for community centres. Social welfare centres fall under the purview of the Social Welfare Division of my ministry. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would provide my reply in connection with community centres. I am informed that there is a total number of 138 community centres across the island. With regard to Part B of the question, the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund Act does not provide for committees to manage the community centres. However, in a spirit of good governance, community development associations, CDAs, are established in community centres and are aligned with the provision of Section 4 of the Government Social Welfare Centres Act of 1961, which regulates the establishment of social welfare committees. Madam Speaker, accordingly, community development associations are established and comprise 1. A community development officer who serves as ex-officio member, and 2. Members who are appointed by the Minister on the recommendation of the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund. The Minister also appoints a chairperson from among the association.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre peut-elle expliquer à la Chambre comment se fait les appels à candidature à ce sujet? Est-ce que les membres de l'Assemblée nationale sont consultés à cet effet? Et quelle autorité supervise ces élections? Merci.
Madame la Speaker, il n'y a pas d'élection as such. No. Consultations are carried out with community leaders of the region falling in the vicinity of the region, of the center.
Yes. Yes. The next question, B554, has been withdrawn. B555 now. Third member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Rosbel, Mr. Ramdas.
Madam Speaker, B555 indeed, yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, social welfare centers fall, social welfare centers fall under the purview of the Social Welfare Division of my ministry. As regards the existing vacancies at the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund, information is being compiled and a copy will be placed in the library of the National Assembly. Once the Finance Bill 2025 is adopted by the National Assembly and subject to the availability of funds, necessary arrangements will be made by the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund to consider filling any existing vacancies.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable First Member for Port Reitz North and Montaillon.
B556.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that as at date, for a population of 1.2 million people in Mauritius, there are about 7,400,000 casualty cards and some 2,897,000 patient files in health record departments. These documents are spread across 109 community health centers, 18 area health centers, 12 mediclinics, 2 community hospitals, 5 regional hospitals, 2 district hospitals, and 6 specialized hospitals. Among the 7,400,000 casualty cards, around 1,078,000 are active. And for the 2,897,000 patient files, some 1,712,000 are active. Some 80,300 active patient files are handled at the level of hospitals every day, and the proper recording of these casualty cards and patient files is carried out by 197 officers of the health record cadre. Madam Speaker, as regard Part B of the question, I'm informed that from November 2024 till date, 19 patient files were found missing, of which 2 have been reported lost to the police. In the meantime, 4 of them have been recovered, while the search is still ongoing for the remaining ones. On the other hand, 24 casualty cards and 349 patient files were unavailable when required, as they were in use in other departments within the hospitals. These medical records are ultimately recovered by the Health Records Department. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A1 of the question, I wish to inform the House that all patients whose original file is presently unavailable are provided with appropriate care and treatment on the same day within the least possible delay by resorting to available reports, prescriptions, and temporary files until such time that the main file is found. Despite the huge number of medical records and movement of files within various departments in hospitals and other medical facilities, officers are doing their best to ensure that these files are properly tracked and kept and the percentage of human error is almost zero. Madam Speaker, concerning Part A2 of the question, the attention of responsible officers is always drawn to be more cautious while manipulating patient medical records. Senior health record officers are required to ensure that their officers are familiar with and strictly adhere to medical records procedures with a view to ensuring that medical records do not go missing. Madam Speaker, as regards Part B of the question, health record staffs are required to report all cases of missing patient files immediately to the supervisors. These are recorded in the register of missing patient file. All hospitals have dedicated experienced officers who deal with missing files until they are available. If ever, after thorough search, a file is not available, those officers are required to report all cases of missing files to the police and to inform headquarters accordingly. Madam Speaker, I am glad to inform the House that Phase 1 of the e-health project will soon be launched at the new hospital at Flag. In the first phase of the rollout of the project, a patient administration system, PAS, would be implemented as well as a patient portal. The project will subsequently be extended to other regional, district and specialized hospitals and primary health care centers, including mediclinics. Madam Speaker, the implementation of e-health project will further consolidate one patient, one record concept and will ensure availability of medical patient data in real time. This technological advancement is expected to eliminate challenges associated with lost or misplaced medical files, offering instant access to crucial patient data with a simple click. The adoption of e-health system brings a multitude of transformational change as to how healthcare will be delivered and managed. One of the most immediate and impactful advantages is the elimination of issues related to lost or misplaced medical files. With the e-health system, all medical information will be recorded digitally in a centralized and secure database. This will ensure instant and reliable access to crucial patient data for authorized healthcare providers, regardless of their location or time of the day. This immediate accessibility is vital in emergencies, during consultations, or when the patient moves between different healthcare centers. Madam Speaker, what the previous government had not been able to do in 10 years' time is being accomplished by this government in 8 months. This is what we call real change.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. On parle ici du cœur du mal dans les institutions de santé publique. En attendant le e-health, le ministre a-t-il envisagé une formation du personnel pour éviter ce genre de désagrément? Merci.
Madam Speaker,
Training.
I have already explained that repeatedly they are undergoing training regularly, and I'm repeatedly drawing the attention. But being given that there is a lack of medical officers, I have been mentioning since the very beginning, 1,500 nurses are missing. Record officers we don't have. One record officer on average is dealing with about 50 to 60 files per day. That becomes extremely impossible, and that is the reason why, instead of warning them, threatening them, I'm trying to encourage them, I'm trying to get them all together, because within months we are going to move from one system to a modern system.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Dr. Umia, the expert.
So-called. As part of the question to curb the recurrence of pending lost files or missing files, can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he will consider having a dedicated desk at all outpatients department in regional hospital in a temporary basis to assist relatives and patients to retrieve notes until and so forth the e-system become fully available? Thank you.
You have already taken words from my mouth. In fact, in my budget speech, this is the proposition I am going to make.
Fantastic. You will all get a chance to have a bite at this issue, which is very important. I've got 5 minutes left. You insist on another question? Yes, all right.
Madame la Présidente, le ministre peut-il s'assurer que le personnel médical ait une approche humaine et ne refuse pas des soins aux patients, même si on ne retrouve pas son dossier? Merci. J'insiste.
Madam Speaker, it's almost all human. All of us are human beings. At times when they get overloaded, this happens to all of us. So at times it do happens, and in such a case, we can't do otherwise because we are human beings.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. I've got 4 minutes left. So I will try a last question. That would be for third member for Port-Louis North and Montagnard.
B557. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that the maintenance and embellishment of roundabouts located along motorways and classified roads are undertaken either by private companies, government entities, or local authorities. Roundabout sponsorship is allocated on a first-come, first-served basis for an initial period of 3 years with renewal possibilities subject to the satisfaction of the RDA. Presently, there is a total of 158 roundabouts located on motorways and classified roads, details regarding sponsorship of which are as follows. Out of the 40 roundabouts situated along motorways, 34 are being embellished and maintained through sponsorship by private companies. And second, out of 118 roundabouts located on classified roads, 61 are sponsored by private companies. With regard to Part A1 and 2 of the question, with your permission, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling the information as requested by the Honourable Member in respect of the list of roundabouts sponsored by private companies. I'm also tabling information as requested in Part B of the question regarding the remaining roundabouts not embellished and maintained by private companies, namely 6 on motorways and 57 on classified roads.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Maybe I have a last one. The Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B558.
Madame la Présidente, la Central Water Authority m'a informé qu'environ 1,7 km de tuyaux en amiante ciment ont été remplacés dans la région de Lowerville, le long de Bamboo Road, à Gowan Street, Farid Lane et Sitana Road. Cependant, les travaux de réfection de la route n'ont pas été réalisés. Madame la Présidente, comme je l'ai expliqué en réponse aux questions précédentes, PQ 152, 219 et 308, la raison du retard de la remise en état de la route dans le cadre de ce projet était due à des irrégularités de procédure dans la gestion du projet. La situation a maintenant été réglée et les autorisations nécessaires ont été obtenues pour procéder aux travaux en cours dans le cadre de ce projet. Je tiens à souligner, Madame la Présidente, que plusieurs kilomètres de route dans différentes régions de l'île sont en mauvais état et nécessitent une réfection suite aux travaux de pose de tuyaux effectués par la CWA. En plus d'avoir volé les tuyaux, bien sûr. Mon ministère examinera les travaux de remise en priorité. Des fonds ont été prévus à cet effet dans ce budget, donc là, la réflexion des travaux seront faites.
Yes. Just one question. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For answer as well.
Thank you. Can the Honourable Minister confirm to this House whether the inaction by the former government contributed to an excessive amount to repair similar road problems around the island so that the whole population can understand this?
Oui,
Thank you.
l'honorable membre a parfaitement raison, Madame la Présidente. Si on recommence à parler du 700 millions de roupies du projet Pipe Replacement Programme, avec le projet d'autres projets à 1 milliard de roupies qui a dépassé largement les 1,2 milliard de roupies. Ceci dit, nos routes n'ont pas pu être réasphaltées justement à cause les fonds ont été dilapidés par l'ancien gouvernement, donc enfin volés pour ne pas dire coquins, et cela sera fait dans les semaines à venir.
Okay, I have one supplement. Okay.
Madame la Présidente, est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut considérer la possibilité d'avoir un seul contracteur pour la pose des tuyaux et le réasphaltage, parce que souvent il y a un grand décalage entre le remplacement des tuyaux et le réasphaltage, puisqu'il y a 2 contracteurs qui sont concernés et que ça prend beaucoup de temps et que ça cause beaucoup d'inconvénients aux automobilistes.
Madame la Présidente, j'apprécie la question de l'honorable. Bon, nous sommes en train de revoir tout ce département de procurement, mais bien sûr, il faudra respecter le procurement.
Thank you, everybody. I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours. We're back at 2:30.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, B/559.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that type 1 diabetes mellitus is insulin-dependent diabetes where the patients are administered insulin. At present, 1,114 patients living with type 1 diabetes are following treatment in our public institutions in the Republic of Mauritius, with none in Agaliga, 32 in Rodrigues, and 1,082 in Mauritius. I am further informed that insulin pump is a device containing insulin which is attached to the body of the patient on a 24-hour basis and tracks the glucose levels in real time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the proposal to introduce insulin pumps and continuous glucose monitoring systems was made by the former government in 2023 without proper consultation with the technical staff of my ministry. When our government took over, we had this measure examined by a group of technical experts, and it was subsequently based on the technical advice that the introduction of insulin pumps was found not feasible in the local context due to a lack of personnel to support insulin pump use and continuous glucose monitoring, who will monitor the use by children who are type 1 diabetes in schools. B, lack of support to cater for emergencies arising from faulty insulin pump. C, high costs involved as the insulin pump has several costs associated to it, and moreover, an insulin pump has to be replaced on an average after 4 years of use. And D, insulin pumps provide a modest reduction in HbA1c blood tests conducted for evaluating blood sugar level for the last 3 months. Moreover, Professor D. Owens, the eminent diabetologist from United Kingdom, has also not recommended the use of those insulin pumps. As such, the insulin pump and continuous glucose monitoring were found to be impracticable in the public health services, thus not recommended at this point in time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am further informed that at present my ministry is already ensuring all services for the required treatment of type 1 diabetes patients as per international standards, including dedicated specialized type 1 diabetes clinic in each health region with a multidisciplinary team of anthropologists, pediatricians, diabetes specialized nurses, and dietitians. The services offered include access to insulin supply and pinprick blood glucose monitoring devices. Diabetic children aged 0 to 16 years old are managed by pediatricians. All type 1 diabetic patients, including children, have regular foot care and dental checkup and are provided with glucose meters and glucose strips free of charge. Adults are referred to retinal screening unit once yearly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry has set up 7 retinal screening units all over the island for early detection of retinopathic diabetes and 11 foot care units for prevention of amputations. This government is prioritizing the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, including diabetes, which remains a major public health challenge in Mauritius. Following a policy decision in 1987, under the Labour Party, a dedicated prevention unit was created within the ministry after the first national NCD survey. This unit now forms part of the NCD Health Promotion and Research Unit and is actively engaged in a wide range of screening and prevention activities across the island. These include the screening in the community and at workplace, as well as screening of students of secondary schools of grade 7, grade 9, and grade 12, aged between 13 and 17, for the early detection of NCDs, including diabetes. Students with diabetes are referred to pediatricians in regional hospitals, and those with pre-diabetes are referred to nearest Mediclinic, area health center, and community health center for further investigation and treatment. This government has taken the bold measures as enunciated in the very first budget presented by the Prime Minister to discourage the high consumption of sugar by the population by increasing excise duty on sugar content in sugar sweetened products from 6 cents to 12 cents per gram as from 6 June 2025, and the increase in excise duty will be extended to chocolates and ice cream as from 1st October 2025.
You want supplementary?
Just one supplementary. Not being a medical technician, from what the Honourable Minister said, are there any other alternatives for those requiring daily testing at homes?
I think that is a bit difficult for the time being because of lack of pediatricians.
Honourable Dr. Ogia.
I heard the Honourable Minister's answer. With review to the technical report by Professor Owen, who is an eminent endocrinologist and diabetologist, did the team also said that continuous glucose monitoring should not be part of a national policy for juvenile diabetes type 1?
No, he didn't say that. It was in reference to whatever the new system that was proposed by the previous government, but he didn't speak about it.
Okay. Second member for Grand Bay, Putudo.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Question B, 560. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the NLTA that the village of Melville, Krongop, is served by 6 buses owned by individual bus operators. These buses, which ply along Route 178, Melville, Madame Azor via Goodlands, are registered with the Bus Owners Cooperative Society North. I am further informed that repeated complaints regarding the unsatisfactory level of service resulting from non-observance of established timetable were received at the level of the NLTA. Furthermore, with the extension of Route 178 to Bois d'Oiseau, Poutreau, since 13th July 2024, the service has faced significant delays, resulting in increased inconvenience to residents of Melville and Madame Azor. As apprised the House on 17 December 2024, a day on which the Honourable Member had first questioned me on the same locality, with a view to mitigating the low level of public bus transport service along Route 178, while addressing the complaints received thereto, 2 temporary RSLs were granted to operators thereat, and these buses start plying since February 2023 and December 2024. While this remedial measure initially led to some improvements and fewer complaints, I am made to understand that the service reliability has once again declined, and the main reason being due to aging fleet. According to the NLTA, several buses, particularly those over 14 years of age, are prone to frequent breakdowns, resulting therefore in poor level of service. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to enlighten the House that out of 6 buses plying along Route 178, there are 2 are above 14 years, that is 15 and 17, while the other one has reached 12 years, implying that 50% of the current operational fleet thereat is prone to frequent breakdowns. Furthermore, in light of recent checks undertaken by the NLTA Inspectorate, it has been observed that only 5 buses are in active operation along Route 178, as 1 bus is off-road since September 2024 and still has not been replaced. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the light of this situation, the NLTA has had several meetings with the operators of the Cooperative Society to discuss about the various complaints regarding non-compliance with the established timetable. The operators were cautioned by the regulator, that is the NLTA, that they were warned that failure to maintain service levels may result in disciplinary measures. The operator, whose bus is not operating since September 2024, has reassured the NLTA that arrangements are ongoing for the replacement of this bus in the next 3 months. Furthermore, the other operators were encouraged to consider the timely renewal of their buses while awaiting from support from the bus modernization scheme, which is being voted in this budget. Concurrently, enforcement has been stepped up and fixed penalty notices are being issued to drivers for timetable breaches. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish, however, to highlight to the House that the NLTA reported that redeployment of buses from other routes to routes 178, which were being contemplated, remains challenging and is in fact not advisable since the route there cannot accommodate larger buses because the roads are small. The specificity of the road is suitable for only 30 to 40-seater buses. Consequently, the NLTA is exploring the possibility of licensing one additional bus on Route 178, which is with the aim of reinforcing operation, improving frequency, and easing the difficulties faced by residents and students, those at Melville and Congo. As a last note, I will follow with the NLTA to ensure that a sustainable solution at the earliest be found. I'm confident that with the introduction of a fleet management system, things will improve going forward.
Yes, supplementary.
The Honourable Minister informs the House that surprise visits at regular intervals by officers of the NLTA can be carried out to ensure that they adhere to the scheduled time for the buses.
There is, since about 2 weeks now, a new management at the NLTA, and I've had meetings with them with a view to taking on board the propositions made by the Honourable Member.
Okay. The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Rosebel.
Thank you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker. Sir, is question B/562, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Municipal Council of Kepip that in 2015, it undertook 15 renovation works as follows. First, renovation of the fencing of the basketball, volleyball pitch and lighting at Lee. Second, lighting at Le Cazen football ground. Third, upgrading of fencing works at football ground at Sir Winston Churchill Stadium. Fourth, leveling and turfing of L'Oiseau football ground. Fifth, leveling and turfing of the Cazen football ground development project 2024. Sixth, maintenance of building at the cemetery. 7, construction of temporary metal structure for fairs at Le Forum Market Fair. 8, extension of existing metal structure for temporary fair at Le Forum Market Fair. 9, fencing of volleyball pitch at L'Oiseau. 10, lighting works at volleyball pitch at L'Oiseau Phase 1. 11, lighting works at volleyball pitch at L'Oiseau Phase 2. 12, turfing of the existing football ground at La Pérouse Street, Kepip. 13, lighting works at Le Cazen football ground. 14, extension of existing metal structure for Forum Fair. And 16, construction of a spiral metal staircase at Kepip Market. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am advised that no consultancy services were retained for these projects. I am tabling the details with cost estimate and final contract value as requested in the first question.
The question was about the town hall of Cupid.
Yeah. However, I am informed that in March 2014, the Municipal Council of Kepip took a decision to restore and repair the town hall of Kepip, and in October 2015, it proceeded with a request for proposal to appoint a consultant for the restoration and repairs of the town hall. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the town hall of Kepip was closed since 2013. In March 2014, the Council took a decision to restore and renovate the town hall based on a collaboration between the Municipal Council of Kepip and the Split Limited consultant of SOS Patron 1. The latter had estimated the cost for restoration and repairs of the town hall at 38 million rupees. It is worth noting that the material constituting the town hall of Kepip are mainly made of wood. Hence, in the extremely humid climate of Kepip, this material is bound to be affected and prone to decay. For more than a year and a half, had elapsed, and by then the town hall had fallen into more despair. The approval of the then project and plan committee was obtained in September 2014. The Municipal Council of Kirpip then proceeded with a request for proposal in October 2015 to appoint a consultant, still on the same estimate of 38 million rupees, and with a closing date on 9 November 2015. The Bid Evaluation Committee recommended that the contract for consultancy be awarded to Desai & Associates Limited for an amount of 1,840,000 rupees, exclusive of VAT. The contract was awarded, and the consultancy contract agreement was signed on 8 July 2016. Desai & Associates was selected on the basis of having achieved the highest combined technical and financial scores. The consultancy service was for a duration of 30 months. However, the total cost of the repairs and refurbishment were assessed by the consultant Desai & Associates Limited in 2016 at 134 million rupees. That is 134,987,000 rupees inclusive of VAT. That is before proceeding with the invitation of bids for renovation works. The increase in cost estimate was due to inclusion of new items such as replacement of majority of internal timber claddings, strengthening works to timber floor structure, refurbishment of kitchen, luminaire, and other accessories, including revised estimate for replacement of roof structure given that there was further deterioration in the structure. A comparative exercise was effected by the Council regarding the updated cost. The Council had highlighted that the town hall is experiencing a continuous deterioration with time and had sought the approval of the project plan committee regarding the increase in the cost of the project since, as per the investment project process manual, any project whose pre-tender cost estimate exceeded the approved cost estimate by 15% at project design phase had to obtain the clearance of the aforesaid mentioned committee. By then, the project involved in the renovation of the town hall of Kirpip instead of just restoration and repairs. On 8 February 2017, the project plan committee had requested the ministry to ask the municipal council to seek a second opinion on the estimate cost proposed by the consultant and to try to revise same downwards. The municipal council of Kirpip requested that campus could be used as an alternative material for the roof shingle instead of thick shingle, which would cause a significant decrease of around 16 million rupees. The use of alternate materials at the basement level was also recommended, following which the cost was revised to 117,380,000 rupees exclusive of VAT. On 6 April 2018, the Municipal Council of Kirpip informed that the cost estimate had been revised from 117,380,000 rupees exclusive of VAT to 126,198,000 exclusive of VAT, that is 145,127,700 VAT inclusive. The then head Public Infrastructure Department of the Council informed on 9 April 2018 that the increase in cost is due to the further deterioration of the public infrastructure resulting from heavy rainfall during the period 2017 to 2018. On 17 April 2018, the then Ministry of Local Government and Outer Islands conveyed its approval for the increase in project value for the renovation of the Town Hall building of Kirpip from 117,380,000 exclusive of VAT to 196,198,000 exclusive of VAT, that is 145,177,700 VAT inclusive. Consequently, the consultant submitted on 6 August 2018 a revised consultancy fees, 6,615,000, excluding VAT, based on the new estimate cost and increase in the scope of works. A bid evaluation committee was set up at the level of the council to assess the revised consultancy fee. That committee recommended that an amount of 6,033,000 rupees be paid to the consultant. The approval of the then Ministry of Local Government and Outer Islands was sought, following which the advice of the Procurement Policy Office was requested, following which a meeting was held at the level of the Procurement Policy Office on 10 January 2019, where it was noted that the Municipal Council of KPIP had erroneously interpreted Section 46, subsection 4 of the Public Procurement Act 2006 to justify the increase in consultancy fees with no limit, when it should have referred to Section 46, subsection 3 of the Public Procurement Act 2006, which caps the amount the Council was just requested to reassess the revised fees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a new bid evaluation committee was set up which recommended...
Sorry, you are going too long. The question is simple. As to the initial cost...
It's already finished.
And the consultancy fees and the final cost.
Yeah, the final. It's coming on the final.
Just please inform us about these three items.
Yeah. The consultant was not agreeable to this revised fees and went arbitration given that the Municipal Council of KPIP could not go against the provision of the Public Procurement Act 2006 and the Public Procurement Regulation 2008. Following the arbitration, an award of 13 million rupees was made to Design and Associate, including consultation fees, arbitration costs, legal fees, and interests.
I'm sure the question is very clear. Answerable. Okay, Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes, B5.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, la 13e édition des Jeux de la Commission de la Jeunesse et des Sports de l'Océan Indien will be held on the 2nd to 10th August 2025 in Seychelles. Since its inception, our country has always participated in the CGSOE Games. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part A1 of the question, I'm informed that this year's edition will feature 11 sports disciplines and a concours culturel. The sport disciplines are athletics, para-athletics, badminton, basketball, beach soccer, boxing, football, judo, swimming, volleyball, weightlifting, and yachting. Mr. Speaker, with regard to part A2 of the question, I'm informed that the 7 member countries have confirmed their participation, namely Comoros, Djibouti, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mayotte, Réunion Island, and Seychelles. Mr. Deputy Speaker, concerning part A3 of the question, I'm informed that 165 participants, including 27 from Rodrigues, will represent the Republic of Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in order to ensure an optimal preparation for the Games, my ministry is providing the following facilities and support: access to the High Performance Center at Côte d'Or National Sport Complex for physical preparation, participation in local and regional competition, a light meet after training session, sport facilities, intensive training camps tailored to each sport, provision of specific equipment, and medical and paramedical facilities, such as massage, vitamins and supplement, blood tests, and dental care. A committee de suivi chaired by the Director of Sports of our ministry has been set up to ensure the effective implementation of these measures. Accordingly, officers of my ministry conduct regular site visits and hold regular meetings with the national sport federations. These allowed for close monitoring and timely feedback on the ongoing preparation. Further, I'm informed by the Commission of Youth and Sport in Rodrigues that athletes are provided with transport facilities for training purposes in Rodrigues. The Commission also met the travel costs for the athletes who came to Mauritius to participate in qualifying rounds in the case of athletics, boxing, and volleyball. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I go to part B of the question, as I have already indicated, the CGSOE Games also features a concours culturel, which includes an assemblée de jeunes, where our youth, one boy and one girl, will intervene on this year's theme, which is les enjeux climatiques et l'éco-responsabilité des jeunes. An exchange cultural dance and theatre, where there are Mauritian boys and girls will present a dance item specific to our country. A salon de jeunes entrepreneurs, where 2 Mauritians, 1 male and 1 female, will have an opportunity to showcase their entrepreneurship talent. E-sports, where 1 boy and 1 girl will get to compete in a video games against participants from other countries. And a forum de la jeunesse, where all young people from the 7 countries of the CGSOE and who are partaking in the concours culturel can participate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm confident that with these facilities and support, our athletes will surely make our country proud and bring a maximum medals.
You have a supplementary? Yes, please. If I have just missed some of the numbers, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether there will be parity in the national delegation for coaches, encadreurs, and the youth participants from Rodrigues for the initiative of Concours Culturel, Salon des Jeunes, as you mentioned, for this game?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House and my honourable colleague from Rodrigues in particular that I have ensured that our youth from Rodrigues are adequately represented in the games. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, 6 young Rodriguans are participating in the concours culturel in parity with their counterpart from mainland Mauritius. This arrangement also applied to the encadreur. In the last edition of the CGSOE Games in 2022, in Mauritius, 2 young from Rodrigues had participated therein. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to point out that the Commission for Youth and Sport in Rodrigues was entrusted with the responsibility of selecting the Rodriguan participant in respect of the concours culturel.
Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Kachamiti Amoka.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question B564, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to assessment of the Division of Veterinary Services, formerly known as Livestock and Veterinary Division, I wish to inform the House that an assessment was conducted by the World Organization for Animal Health from April 29th to 10th of May 2024, and a final report is still awaited. However, a draft report has been submitted to my ministry, and some of the key recommendations made by the World Organization for Animal Health are as follows. 1, develop dedicated livestock animal health policy and strategy, which includes veterinary public health, adopting one health approach. 2, develop formal guidelines for accurate documentation of inspection functions and to strengthen capacity to allow Division of the Veterinary Services to perform its core function more effectively and in line with the World Organization for Animal Health standards. 3, develop a code of ethics and rules of practice and prepare work ethics guidelines to ensure the quality of veterinary service provision and review and revise all legislation covering the veterinary domain to comply with the World Organization Animal Health Terrestrial Animal Health Code. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a debriefing session was held at the level of my ministry to discuss the key recommendation of the World Organization for Animal Health, and an action plan is being formulated by the Division of Veterinary Services to guide implementation. I'm informed that over the past 10 years, livestock breeders have consistently raised concern about quality of service and have been calling for improved veterinary support from the Division of Veterinary Services. In the light of concern raised by livestock breeders, my ministry is taking the following measures to enhance the efficacy and efficiency of vet services. A, increasing the number of mobile veterinary clinics from 1 to 3. B, recruitment of veterinary officers. And C, improved drug supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry remains fully committed to strengthening veterinary service delivery through concrete and targeted action. The measures which have been mentioned aim at addressing the concern of breeders and ensure a more responsive, efficient, and effective veterinary service nationwide.
The Honourable Third Member for Montagne Blanche, Grande Rivière South.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir, B565.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in regard to the newly announced implementation of specialty services in ophthalmology, cardiology, and neurosurgery, I wish to inform the House that several measures are being taken by my ministry to strengthen the healthcare services at the New Flag Hospital. Ophthalmology and cardiology services are being enhanced and made more accessible to the population in the eastern region. Insofar as neurosurgery is concerned, a new neurosurgery outpatient department has been operational in the New Flag Hospital. Since January 2025, an ophthalmology unit has been set up at New Flag Hospital. Cataract surgeries are being conducted on a daily basis, and ophthalmology outpatient consultation is held every Monday at the hospital. In addition, retinal screening is also conducted at Lady Sushil Ramgoolam Mediclinic, which falls under the purview of the New Flag Hospital. This decentralization of ophthalmology services has improved access to eye care and also significantly reduced waiting times for surgical procedures. It is to be noted that ophthalmology services are already being offered at Mocha Eye Hospital and Suyak Hospital, contributing to a broader and more efficient regional network. The establishment of ophthalmology unit at the Flag Hospital has further bolstered these services and deliver much needed care to residents of the eastern and northern regions. In line with our commitment to continually enhance specialized care, my ministry is presently working on the establishment of a state-of-the-art coronary angiography unit at the New Flag Hospital. Once operational, this unit will allow for the performance of diagnostic angiography and interventional procedures such as angioplasty, thus providing critical life-saving services locally and reducing the need for patient transfers to other major hospitals. As far as neurosurgery is concerned, my ministry is actively engaged in the setting up of a specialized neuroscience trauma and rehabilitation center by early 2026. This initiative forms part of the broader strategy to decentralize tertiary care and to improve access to advanced neurosurgical services in the region. The unit will be equipped to handle neurosurgical cases and will include a dedicated neuro outpatient department for consultations, follow-up, and non-invasive assessments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the implementation of these specialty services coupled with comprehensive ENT unit at the New Flag Hospital reflects this government's unwavering commitment to equitable, decentralized, and highly quality health care delivery, which has the objective of providing timely and accessible care for all our citizens.
Yes, sir. The Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Cadbo.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. B566.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to Part A of the question, I am informed by Metro Express Limited that since I took office in November last, a total of 5 incidents have been reported at various metro stations, including those of Tribunal and Belrose in the constituency of the Honourable Member. the total loss suffered by MEL amounts to 5.2 million rupees. That is 102,170 as stolen money and 5.1 million rupees, I am informed, as damages to assets. I am tabling the reports from MEL with regards to these incidents, which is here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, regarding Part B of the question, insofar as security measures are concerned, I am informed that security services are provided to all Metro Express Limited premises, including the light rail corridor, station, and ticket vending machines, which is part of your question, and this is done in toto, by a company called Edmund Security Services Limited, in short, ESSL. The contract for this company has been renewed on several occasions since the beginning of the project, I've been further informed, and on 29 May 2024, an annual amount of 23,339,940 was the contract which was awarded for 2 years. As per the contract, security deployment for night duty operations for ensuring security comprises of the following. Yes, 2 security guards posted at Richelieu Depot, gate post, 1 security guard assigned to the CCTV monitoring room located at Richelieu Depot, 4 patrol vehicles, each with 2 security guards, deployed to cover designated stretches of the mainline network, and 2 security guards conducting foot patrolling along vulnerable sections of the corridor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard Part C of the question, I am informed that following the incidents, MEL took a series of immediate actions as follows. Number 1, cash collection by MEL at all stations daily, so as to limit the overnight amount of cash in the ticket vending machines. Number 2, on 19 May, an ambush operation was organized by MEL, supported by police, which led to the arrest of one of the 2 perpetrators. Number 3, a meeting was held on 23 May 2025 with the divisional commander of the Western Division of the Police and MEL, which confirmed that actions were underway to locate and apprehend the second suspect involved in the 19 May 2025 incident, who still remains at large so far. Number 4, CC footage for all incidents have been handed over to CID, SOCO, and FIU to facilitate ongoing investigations. Number 5, in parallel, MEL reinforced its internal surveillance with response to protocol through its operational control center. And lastly, number 6, the police has been requested to reinforce security along the metro corridor. I am further informed, as a last note, that in a special board meeting held last week, the board took cognizance of the whole matter. I am further informed that the termination of the contract will be on the agenda on the forthcoming board, which is scheduled on 21st of June 2025. Thank you.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Would the Honourable Minister inform the House whether the company involved is the same one that was at the center of the moustache links scandal prior to the last general elections? Thank you.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. My attention has been drawn to these 2 videos, allegedly mentioning that company in particular, and one, again, allegedly, during the very sensitive period, which is the tender process.
Last one.
Another one? Another moustache?
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the light of the above, will the Honourable Minister consider referring the matter to the FCC? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is of the remit of the Board of Metro Express Limited. I can certainly convey this, especially the more so there is a board meeting forthcoming, that this be taken on the agenda as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poutou.
Thank you. B567.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that the State Trading Corporation had launched an open international bid for the current supply of white oils on the government e-procurement portal on 16th of April 2024 for the supply of white oils, namely Mogas gas oil, Jet A1 and Marine gas oil. 7 bids had been received and further to an evaluation exercise by the STC. The contract for the supply of white oil was awarded to Sahara Energy Resource Limited, the substantially lowest technically responsive bidder with respect to the premium, which comprises the supplier's margin, freight costs, insurance, and other ancillary costs at loading and unloading ports, including port charges, deviation, bunkers, tank cleaning and preparation, and security team fees if necessary, and contamination risks. The total price paid by the STC for each consignment is the premium plus the reference Platts price for the product, which varies daily. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with respect to Part A of the question, I am informed that the duration of the contract is for the period 1st of August 2024 to 31st of July 2025. With respect to Part B of the question, the annual contract for the premium was estimated at $57.17 million, equivalent to 2.66 billion rupees, and the total contract amount was estimated at $598.91 million, equivalent to 27.87 billion rupees, which comprise the reference Platts price plus the premium.
Yes, you have a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether the STC has launched a new tender exercise recently?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that on 11th of April 2025, the STC launched an open international bidding exercise for the supply of white oils for the period of 1st August 2025 to 31st of July 2026. At the opening of bids on 16th of May 2025, 14 bids were received. I understand that the new contract is costing around 1 billion rupees less than the present contract.
Okay. Last one.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what is the premium price and the total contract amount of the new contract starting from the 1st August 2025 till 31st July 2026, and also of the situation of the price stabilization account? Thank you.
Concerning the price stabilization account, I am informed that as at 17th June 2025, the PSA, which is normally used to stabilize the retail prices of Mogas and gas oil, currently has a deficit of 2.8 billion rupees for gas oil, while there is a slightly positive balance of 400 million rupees for Mogas. We must also understand that at a certain time, the deficit was around 5.2 billion rupees when the previous government was in power.
Okay. Honourable Third Member for Parliamentary Theory.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, B568.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the State Insurance Company Limited, SICOM, that with regard to Part A of the question, 4 officers at clerical level were recruited in the year 2024 to replace 3 officers who had retired and 1 who had resigned. And with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that the SICOM administers 3 pooled pension funds under different legislations, Firstly, the statutory bodies pension funds set up under the Statutory Bodies Pension Funds Act and relevant regulations. Secondly, the SICOM Pool Private Pension Fund set up under the Private Pension Schemes Act. And thirdly, the Public Sector Defined Contribution Pension Fund, Public DC, set up under the Statutory Body Pension Funds Act and the Pensions Act. The revenue of the three pension funds amounted to 8.6 billion rupees for the year 30th June 2024, and the expenditure amounted to 5.2 billion rupees.
The Honourable Second Member for Belrose Cadbon.
B569, merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to the provision of duty-free facilities for the purchase of motor vehicles by priests, religious federations, and religious associations, I wish to inform the House that this measure was announced in the budget speech 2024-2025 by the previous government. The measure was intended to provide duty-free facilities for the purchase of motor cars every 7 years to those eligible. The eligibility criteria are as follows. First, a priest registered with or employed by a religious federation receiving a government subsidy. Second, a priest registered with or employed by a religious association. Third, a priest registered with the Ministry of Arts and Culture. Or fourth, a religious federation employing priests and receiving a government subsidy. This measure is supported by amendments to the Excise Act via the Finance Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2024 and the Excise Amendment of Schedule Number 4, Regulation 2024, with effect from 1st October 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, while my ministry was designated to implement this measure in collaboration with the Mauritius Revenue Authority, it is crucial to place this decision in its proper political and economic context. The timing of this measure raises serious questions. It was promulgated on the 1st October 2024, just 3 days before the issue of the writ of election on 4th October 2024, and barely 5 weeks before the general elections on 10th November 2024. It is evident that this scheme was rushed through at the 11th hour by the outgoing government in a clear attempt to secure political favor and votes from specific segments of the population. This last-minute measure was introduced without any proper consultation, impact assessment, and consideration of its fiscal implications at a time when the economic fundamentals were already under strain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A1 of the question, I am informed that as at date, 38 applications have been received, out of which only 31 applicants have submitted all the required documentations. With regard to Part A2, no beneficiary has yet been granted the facility. This is mainly due to delays by applicants in submitting the complete set of required documents. In fact, 7 applicants have still not done so. Moreover, by the time most documents were received, we were on the eve of the budget 2025-2026. In light of the major reforms introduced in the budget speech 2025-2026, particularly with regard to vehicle taxation, traffic congestion, and our foreign currency reserves, my ministry has been advised by the Ministry of Finance to seek a policy decision before any further action is taken. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that a technical committee has been constituted at the level of my ministry to evaluate all applications and make recommendations for approval of non-approval. The committee is chaired by the Director of Culture and includes representatives from the Prime Minister's Office, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Local Government, the Registry of Association, and the Mauritius Revenue Authority. I am further informed that only one meeting has been held so far on 23rd January 2025, during which it was found that the majority of applications were incomplete and lacked key documents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this government remains firmly committed to promoting religious and socio-cultural harmony, but we will do so with fiscal discipline, equity, and transparency. We believe public funds must be managed responsibly and fairly. The previous government's approach of introducing last-minute electoral incentive without due process is not in keeping with good governance. As such, the scheme is currently under consideration and a final decision will be taken shortly. Thank you.
Okay, you have one supplement?
Two supplements, please, Mr. Speaker.
Let's proceed one by one.
Yes, one by one. A delay of 7 months is considerable, especially when it concerns priests and religious federations and associations. Would the Honourable Minister inform the House the reason behind such a delay? Thank you.
I think I just explained the delay was because of the documents which have not been given to the ministry.
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would the Minister inform the House when can the duty-free licenses be expected to be issued? Thank you.
Again, I already replied. I said that it is under consideration and a final decision will be taken shortly.
Okay, one question for
Mr.
The Speaker, sir, I was following the reply of the Minister. Is it an established practice to have religious workers registered at the level of the Ministry of Arts and Culture?
I don't think so.
Okay, can we proceed with the next question? The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousse-Triolet.
So, Deputy Speaker, question B570.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the State Insurance Company Limited with regard to Part A of the question that the incumbent holds a school certificate, a higher school certificate, and is a fellow member of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries of the UK. I am also informed by the SECOM that the officer was a senior actuarial analyst since March 2008. In February 2018, the officer was promoted as Deputy Manager of Risk Department. In February 2020, the incumbent was laterally transferred to the Group Pensions Department. Then in March 2021, with the impending retirement of the Senior Executive Officer Group Pensions, the Group Pension Department was restructured and the incumbent was called upon to shoulder additional responsibilities. The incumbent was granted a monthly responsibility allowance with the normal conditions of service. I'm also informed by the SECOM that following the retirement of the Senior Executive Officer Group Pensions in August 2021, the officer was appointed to the position of Manager, Group Pensions, on 21st September 2021. In regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that in light of the foregoing, the post Manager, Group Pensions Technical was not advertised internally or externally. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as mentioned earlier, I was informed that a restructuring had been undertaken in the department, but given that there seems to be more questions than answers, I am going to ask the board to undertake an independent investigation regarding this restructuring and the promotion of this officer. Thank you.
Question? Yes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister if it is a normal practice in a financial services regulated company, and the more so a state-owned company, if it is a normal practice for promotions to be given without advertisement internally or externally.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in normal circumstances, there should have been a process. As I said, I've got more questions than answers, and so I will ask the board to undertake an independent review and investigation of the matter.
Honourable Third Member for Portwis North and Mount Island. Last question for today.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard to Part A of the question, 7 appointments have been made in the grade of Financial Controller since December 2014 to date. I am tabling the list.
Thank you.
As to Part B of the question, there is only 1 permanent funded vacancy in the grade of Financial Controller or at the Municipal Town Council of Bourg-Saint-Rosil following the retirement of Mr. James Daniel Lam Hing on 11 October 2024. I am informed that the vacancy for the post of Financial Controller has been advertised on 15 May 2025 among serving qualified officers, principal accountant in the service with closing date set at 28 May 2025.
Okay, question time is, we have exhausted all the questions, so the next item. Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Motion is seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that all the business of today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'm making a statement to the House. In the budget speech, we have announced a major reform of the basic retirement pension. It is abundantly clear that the old age pension system in Mauritius has become fiscally unsustainable and financially unbearable by the reckless policies of the previous government. In our country, the present working generation shoulders the responsibility of funding the BRP expenses for the elderly generation. When present workers retire, it will be their turn to benefit from pensions, and the future working generation will fund it. When the number of workers is much higher than the number of older retirees, the system is relatively sustainable. But when the number of workers shrinks and the number of old age pensioners soars, the system becomes financially unsustainable and financially unbearable. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is extremely rare for a country to provide old age pension, one, to all persons who are 60 years old. Second, those who have not contributed for the old age pension, as the BRP is, it's a non-contributory pension. And thirdly, everybody who attains the age of 60, irrespective of his income and assets. Mauritius, it seems, is the only case where we do this. Even in rich and advanced countries, the old age pension is paid much later than 60 years, often 65 years. In France, just now, they're proposing to increase the age to 67 years. In Germany, they're proposing to increase it to 70 years. It is sometimes contributory, and it mostly means tested. Precisely to ensure its fiscal sustainability, and its fairness and equity across generations. As a result of these three combined features in our old age pension, the BOP has become fiscally unsustainable and, as I said, financially unbearable. As a result of these three combined features in our old age pension, the BOP has become financially totally unsustainable. The following facts and figures demonstrate, beyond any reasonable doubt, about the fiscal unsustainability of the BOP. First, the share of BOP in GDP has increased from 1.9% in 2010 to 3% in 2015-2016 to 6.1% in 2020-2021, and it currently stands at 7.8% of GDP. Without reform, its share of GDP will continue to rise. Second, the proportion of BOP in government recurrent expenditure has escalated from 9.6% in 2010 to 14.2% in 2015-2016. It then rose to 20.1% in 2020-2021 and has reached 24.5% in 2024-2025. Again, without reform, it will continue to absorb a higher share of the recurrent expenditure. Third, BOP as a percentage of government revenue, recurrent revenue, has surged from 9.7% in 2010 to 15.2% in 2015-2016. It reached 21.4% in 2020-2021 and rose to a further 30.6% by 2024-2025. Again, without reform, its share of current expenditure will inexorably increase. Fourth, in absolute terms, the BOP has increased from 5.97 billion in 2010 to 13.1 billion in 2015-2016, and then to 27.9 billion in 2020 to 2021, and further to 55.4 billion in 2024 to 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 14 years, between 2010 and 2024-2025, spending on pension has ballooned by a staggering 828%. In only 4 years, between 2021 and 2024-2025, it has almost doubled from 27.9 billion to 55.4 billion. It will reach 100 billion in 2035. Now, how can anybody say this is sustainable? Without reform, the expenditure on BOP will sharply rise. The population aged 60 and over has grown substantially from 186,400 in 2015 to 250,600 in 2024. It will continue to grow as the population ages and will reach around 315,000 in 2038. Equally, the ratio of older persons will rise considerably with the aging population, from around 20% today to 30% in 2051. Without reform, our pension system will run out of money if the current demographic trajectory persists. 6, the fertility rate. Fertility rate has dropped sharply over the years, from 5.9 in 1960 to 2.8 in 1980 to 1.57 in 2010 and 1.34 in 2024. It is now well below the replacement rate of 2.1. This indicates a declining population, and this trend will accelerate in the future. Without reform, there will be far fewer workers to support 4 more pensioners. 7th, the number of workers will continue to decline while the dependency ratio will rise, thus decreasing the ratio of working individuals to pensioners. The ratio of workers to pensioners has declined from 3.9 in 2015 to 2.7 now, and is expected to further fall to 2 in 2035. Without reform, the smaller working population will have to bear a growing burden of contributions to finance the pension of the many more retired. 8th, life expectancy at 60 years has increased for both men and women. Life expectancy of men at 60 has risen from 13.4 in 1962 to almost 17.92 in 2022. For women, it has gone up from 16.3 years in 1962 to 21.75 in 2022. It means that the government has to fund non-contributory pension for a much longer period for both men and women. Without reform, it will be very challenging to fund pension for more people with higher number of pensioners yearly. 9th, to give the House a sense of the financial burden, BRP payments in the last fiscal year exceeded the total government spending on education, on health, and housing combined. Without reform, expenditure on pension will crowd out critical investment in education, health, and housing. 10th, to finance this increasingly rising expenditure, government has to borrow massively, thus raising the public sector debt to an alarming level of 90% of GDP. Without reform, the debt will continue to rise as a share of GDP. 11th, debt servicing has risen sharply and is second most important expenditure after pension today. It is amounted to a staggering 21.8 billion rupees in fiscal year 2024-2025. Without reform, the country will spend a rising share of its expenditure on debt servicing and thus crowding out key priorities. As early as 2015, the IMF, in an expert report, projected that by 2050, expenditure on BRP would be at an unsustainable level of 8% of GDP. Because of the irresponsible decisions taken by the previous government, believe it or not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are already at 7.8% now. That is around 25 years ahead of what the IMF had projected. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no politician likes to make unpopular decisions. However, unchecked and unreformed, rising expenditures on BRP will significantly penalize our children and grandchildren. This is about intergenerational fairness and equity. We have no choice, Mr. Deputy Speaker, than to act responsibly. I fully understand that pension reform can be an unpopular choice for today's voters, presenting a dilemma for politicians sensitive to public opinion and also those engaged in reckless populism and unbridled demagogy. For all the reasons mentioned above, pension reforms are vital to rebalancing the burdens across present and future generations in a fair and equitable manner. This may entail short-term costs, but for long-term sustainability. It is why it is imperative that the general public is aware of the pension reform and the challenges we face in the future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is an utter confusion in the mind of many people between a contributory and a non-contributory pension. A contributory pension requires the beneficiary to pay into the plan from his salary, like occupation pensions. In a non-contributory pension, the beneficiary does not contribute anything at all for the benefit he receives. The BRP is a non-contributory pension. There is no contribution from the beneficiaries. It is funded from the consolidated fund. As such, all increases in the BRP can only be financed through higher debt or higher taxes. Under a contributory pension system, an employee can choose to retire earlier than the prescribed retirement and benefit from a reduced pension. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, does not apply to the BRP, which is, as I said, non-contributory. Eligibility to BRP is typically not based on employment history or prior contribution, but rather on factors such as age and residency. In other countries, it also depends on income and asset of beneficiaries. Let me make another confusion, clear another confusion about the retirement age. The budget has not changed the retirement age. We have not changed it. The retirement age was 65 and it remains at 65. Flexibility for early retirement for those in specific sectors have not changed for contributory pension. We only align the entitlement to BRP with the retirement age in order again to ensure fiscal sustainability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the dire financial predicament we have inherited demands immediate and decisive fiscal consolidation. Without prompt corrective measures, we risk to follow the trajectory of countries such as Sri Lanka or Greece, nations that delayed essential reforms and ultimately faced severe financial crises, forcing them to accept tough, externally imposed bailout conditions. The previous government's legacy bears troubling similarities to these examples. Their pattern of unchecked and reckless spending has placed our public finances in dire straits. As a result, our national debt is projected to rise to 642 billion rupees by the end of June of this year, equivalent to 90% of GDP, highlighting the urgent need to restore fiscal discipline and rebuild economic resilience. There is a very, very high risk of the country being downgraded if there is no fiscal consolidation, and I wish to remind the House that a downgrade to adjunct status would have very, very serious implications on the cost of borrowing, on our financial services sector, on the value of the rupee, investments, foreign direct investments, and the economy as a whole. No one, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would invest in a country which has the status of junk. We simply cannot afford a downgrade from investment status to junk status. As a responsible government, we could not ignore the risks posed by our unsustainable pension system, not only to public finances, but also to the well-being of our elderly population. We have no choice than to reform our shockingly unsustainable pension system. Unreformed, there would be no financial resources to pay for future pensions, even for those above 65 years. There is hardly any country that has the rare combination of providing old-age pension to all those above 60 without any contribution and without a means test. In fact, several developed countries have embraced two of the following free measures. One, extension of the retirement age to 65 and beyond. I just mentioned France and Germany. Second, introduction of a contributory element in the system with exceptions for low-income earners. And third, adoption of a means-tested system for old-age pension so as to allocate public resources more efficiently and equitably and target support to those who are in need. In these systems, eligibility for a pension or the amount received is based on household income and assets. Countries such as Australia, Canada, Japan, South Korea, and Chile use means test as an eligibility criteria for old-age pension. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the light of the devastating legacy left by the previous administration, we had no choice but to confront the urgent need for pension reform head-on. However, we remain deeply mindful of the challenges the most vulnerable may face under the proposed changes, and we are committed to addressing their concerns with compassion and empathy. As a democratic government, we have heard these concerns. As a compassionate government that is committed to stand by the most vulnerable at all times, we have decided to establish two interministerial committees to examine matters related to the basic retirement pension. The first committee will explore potential income support for individuals aged between 60 and 65 who become ineligible as a result of the reform and whose main or sole source of income is the BRP. This will cover a range of beneficiaries such as housewives, retirees, and workers with low occupation pension, who all rely mainly or solely on the BRP. This committee will be chaired by myself and will comprise the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning, the Minister of Energy and Public Utilities, the Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations, the Minister of Industry, SMEs and Cooperatives, the Junior Minister for Finance, Junior Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity. The second committee will examine potential support for individuals who are unable to work due to health-related disabilities. This committee will be chaired by the Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity and comprise the Minister of Housing and Lands, the Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, the Minister of National Infrastructure, the Minister of Health and Wellness, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the escalating financial burden on future generations from an aging society is the challenge faced by most countries. If the current demographic trajectory of Mauritius persists, then our pension system will simply run out of money. Let me be very candid. The BRP system is a time bomb. It is a time bomb that is fast ticking away. However, it is unfortunate that many do not seem to really care or worry, or they will no longer be around when the bomb will explode. Worse, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a highly respected professional actuary has stated that this time bomb has already exploded, that we now face the urgent and uphill task of containing the damage. Consequently, pension reform is absolutely critical. It aims at enhancing financial sustainability, and at the heart of this reform is the imperative to establish parity between what each generation pays and receives, thereby promoting fairness in intergenerational burden sharing. Thank you.
Public bills for first reading.
The Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the Revenue Tribunal Bill number 12 of 2025 be read a first time.
Your mic.
I thought I spoke loud enough. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the Revenue Tribunal Bill number 12 of 2025 be read a first time.
Seconded. The motion needs to be seconded by the delegate.
I move that the Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Bill number 13 of 2025 be read a first time.
Seconded. Seconded.
Public bill second reading.
Madam Speaker will take the chair.
You may be seated, members.
Big bill second reading.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make the following statement by way of personal explanation under Standing Order 28.
Yes.
With a view to dispelling any doubt about the interpretation of paragraph 272 of the budget speech 2025-2026 relating to fair share contribution of 15%, I would like to inform the House that it relates to a high income earner earning annual net income exceeding 12 million rupees, inclusive of dividend income received during the year from domestic companies, who will be required to pay a fair share contribution at the rate of 15% of his chargeable income in excess of 12 million rupees. Consequently, paragraph 275 and 276, as they appear in the printed version of the budget speech, should be disregarded.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, debate.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I think we should be able to agree on two things. One, that this budget is a budget de rupture à la FMI, and that this budget de rupture à la FMI est le contraire of the electoral platform on which the Labour Party was elected. When I'm saying that, I'm not making a value judgment. I will explain why I believe that it is a statement of fact. I said budget de rupture à la FMI. Now bear in mind, Madam Speaker, that those are not my words. I have merely quoted Honourable Paul Béranger as leader of the opposition during his intervention on the budget 2006-2007. And this statement, Madam Speaker, summarizes also the 2025-2026 budget, that is, the abolition of the pension for those between 60 to 65, the review of subsidies, and the abolition of various social and educational allocations, un budget à la FMI. Madame la Présidente, nous débutons aujourd'hui les débats sur l'Appropriation Bill 2025-2026, le premier budget proposé par l'Alliance du changement, et c'est un budget qui trahit la confiance de la population, qui a cru en vos promesses pendant la campagne électorale. Dans chaque budget, il y a du bon, il y a du moins bon, et parfois, il y a du pas bon du tout. Malheureusement et tristement pour ce peuple, ce budget a très peu de bonnes mesures et beaucoup de pas bon du tout, Madame la Présidente. Pour qualifier ce budget 2025-2026, je me suis permis au tout début de mon intervention d'emprunter les mots utilisés par un des membres les plus influents de l'actuel gouvernement en 22 juin 2006, presque 19 ans de cela, budget de rupture à la FMI. L'histoire se répète, Madame la Présidente. En 2005, le gouvernement travailliste d'alors avait affirmé vouloir changer la vie des gens en 100 jours. Malheureusement, la vie de chaque Mauricien était devenue amère après ces 100 jours. Et à cette époque, il y régnait la même situation, une rupture totale entre la population et le gouvernement. C'est le même sentiment avec ce budget de rupture où on étouffe toute une population avec ce budget austère. Le constat, Madame la Présidente, c'est, je le répète parce que c'est important, rupture il y a eu, elle est réelle, mais elle est entre le gouvernement et toute une population, incluant aussi les habitants de Rodrigues et d'Agaliga. Une grande majorité de la population sera au fond des abîmes avec la mise en place des mesures antisociales annoncées dans le présent budget, Madame la Présidente, c'est le démantèlement de l'État-providence. Ce sera un drame humain pour des milliers de familles mauriciennes. 3 ans de souffrance pour le peuple et attendre peut-être à la veille des élections de 2029 pour récolter des miettes. Madame la Présidente, quand on sait ce que l'Alliance du changement avait promis à la population et ce qui a été annoncé dans le budget, et sans aucun doute, je l'ai dit quand je suis intervenu juste après la présentation du budget, c'est la plus grande trahison électorale de notre histoire. Madame la Présidente, par exemple, en Corée du Sud, l'article 250 de la loi électorale condamne les fausses promesses faites pendant une campagne électorale. Peut-être qu'il est temps de légiférer sur les promesses électorales. La Constitutional Commission, qui sera mise sur pied à Maurice, pourrait peut-être se penser sur une telle législation. Madame la Présidente, je suis tenté à poser cette question. Sommes-nous devenus, avec ce gouvernement, les cobayes des institutions internationales? Laissez-moi remonter le temps. Sir Rodrigues, en tant que Premier ministre, n'a jamais cédé face à des institutions, même pendant les périodes les plus difficiles de notre pays, c'est-à-dire les années 80. Madame la Présidente, il y a eu du changement depuis la prise de pouvoir de ce gouvernement. Le premier, et cela je ne mets pas en doute la capacité du Junior Minister, l'honorable Damri, mais de mémoire, c'est la première fois qu'un Junior Minister préside les consultations avec les stakeholders pour la préparation du budget. Je comprends que l'honorable membre est considéré par beaucoup au sein de l'Alliance du changement, je ne dirais pas comme the preferred one, mais comme the next one, Madame la Présidente. Mais de là à lui donner un tel pouvoir et de telles responsabilités seulement 7 mois après les élections, cela doit nous interpeller, Madame la Présidente. Au sein de la majorité, on fait de l'honorable membre maintenant le bouc émissaire de l'impopularité de ce gouvernement. Mais nous savons tous que c'est le Premier ministre et le cabinet ministériel qui sont responsables de l'abolition de la pension pour les 60 à 65 ans et toutes ces taxes imposées sur la population. Madame la Présidente, ce qui nous interpelle aujourd'hui, c'est le manque de cohésion et définitivement l'amateurisme dans la préparation du budget. C'est le résultat de la mauvaise cohabitation entre les rouges, les mauves et les papillons, Madame la Présidente. Depuis sa prise de pouvoir, l'establishment politique, longtemps dans l'opposition, s'adapte difficilement avec l'administration publique. Par exemple, le musical chair presque hebdomadaire des fonctionnaires, le recrutement des officiers retraités sur contrat en sont les preuves. Un chapelet de promesses électorales et après la victoire, ce gouvernement vient nous parler de l'état de l'économie comme prétexte pour ne pas tenir leurs promesses. Il y a eu, depuis novembre 2024, ce que je qualifierais, Madame la Présidente, un management of public opinion très précis, avec comme motif la caisse vide. Un rapport sur l'état de l'économie très douteux. Un rapport sur l'état de l'économie. I need your protection, Madame. To speak.
Honourable members. Oh, Madam Sabapati, yes, I'm on my feet. Honourable members, I would rather that the leader of the opposition, also given the fact that there are just two of them, that he be allowed to make his speech. It is his right. Don't interrupt him too much. No, I can't. Even you are laughing. No, I don't. I can't stop you laughing, reacting subtly, but be subtle. Be subtle. Let him speak. He will speak for quite. He has the right to speak for quite some time. Honourable Jaman, I'm speaking and I'm on my feet. He has the right to speak for quite some time. Let him speak. You will get the chance to reply. Please, Honourable Leader.
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Un rapport sur l'état de l'économie très douteux et non signé, mais préparé par des consultants, en croire le Junior Minister. La caisse vide, mais en même temps, plusieurs des ministres ont voyagé aux frais de l'État. Apparemment, 33 voyages en 8 mois. Achat de voitures neuves par les ministres, incluant le Premier ministre. Is this a budget that will go down in history? Well, yes, but if it does, Madam Speaker, it will be for all the wrong reasons. And in particular, it might go down in history as the budget that started the dismantling of the welfare state in our country and the disappearance of the safety net for the working class and the more vulnerable of our society, Madam Speaker. There is no doubt that this government won on the back of promises and pledges to alleviate the cost of living crisis and restore people's purchasing power. But instead, this government in its first budget has stripped our social security system to the bones. It provides neither security nor enough support to those who receive it. Unsurprisingly, Madam Speaker, this budget will play into the sense that politicians will say anything to win votes. Mais Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, grâce à l'Internet, les paroles ne s'envolent plus. Les belles paroles, les fausses promesses et les engagements pris pendant la campagne électorale sont toujours présents dans la mémoire de la population. Qui ne se rappelle pas de ces fameuses expressions? L'essence pour baisser par plus que 20 roupies. Comme je suis ministre de l'énergie, je baisse prix courant. Witabix monte au galba. Doud monte au galba. Lanchi monte au galba. Paisa ke mol naiba. Aj kabalbar beti. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de faire quelques commentaires sur les mesures annoncées pour différents secteurs. En premier, l'économie.
I suppose you think that everybody will have understood you.
Of course, Madam. Of course.
No,
if they voted for this government, everybody has understood what was said at that time.
It's a very popular saying.
Yes.
Widely regarded.
Ma première... No, Madam. The standing order is clear. He has to withdraw what he said.
Yes, you have to withdraw. That is a personal attack. You have to withdraw nicely. Nicely.
I didn't mention any
No,
name.
you did. You did. Come on. Be nice.
Okay, I withdraw.
And you are a gentleman. Ma première interrogation concerne l'utilisation des revenus pour la location de Diego Garcia pour éponger une partie de la dette publique. Est-ce raisonnable d'inclure cette somme s'il n'y a aucune garantie de recevoir ces fonds cette année? Je constate aussi qu'il n'y a rien dans ce budget pour le développement des Chagos, ni même une étude pour le développement potentiel des Chagos. Now, Madam Speaker, let me come to the anonymous state of the economic document. C'est indéniable aujourd'hui qu'avec ce document, il y a eu une tentative de la part du gouvernement de créer un chaos économique et social dans le pays juste après les élections. Ce document non signé a entravé la confiance des investisseurs et a réussi à établir une psychose au sein de la population. Un document qui est anonyme et biaisé. Le junior ministre, l'honorable Damri, lors d'une émission à la radio, a affirmé que des consultants ont travaillé sur ce rapport, mais il ne donne pas le nom de ces consultants. Et c'est la première fois, si je ne me trompe pas, Madame la Présidente, que des consultants produisent un rapport pour le gouvernement, déposé au Parlement, et ils ne déclinent pas leurs identités. Maintenant, c'est le privé qui va vérifier et déterminer le travail des hauts cadres du gouvernement. Je le redis, l'objectif de ce document était d'instaurer la peur parmi la population en prélude du budget, en faisant croire que les finances de l'État sont faibles, que les dettes publiques sont insoutenables et que le gouvernement ne peut plus continuer à soutenir les différentes couches de la population avec l'aide financière sociale introduite par l'ancien gouvernement. En effet, ce n'était qu'un stratagème politique pour justifier la politique économique de Serre Saint-Cyr. Les membres du gouvernement, les députés se sont appuyés sur les épaules de Moody's. Ils parlent de chaos économique et même de junk status. Après la présentation de ce budget, le gouvernement est KO face à la colère du peuple. La note émise par Moody's jeudi dernier vient jeter les doutes sur les mesures annoncées par ce gouvernement. Ils veulent plaire en imposant des taxes exorbitantes, en réduisant les allocations sociales, mais ces mêmes instances vous disent que vos mesures vont appauvrir la population. It is a fact, Madam Speaker, that some key economic indicators as published by this government itself show that our economy was resilient and robust in 2024. For example, the gross official international reserves of the country stood at 8.5 billion USD as at end December 2024, against 7.3 billion USD a year earlier. The employment rate, Madam Speaker, dropped to 6% in 2024. Total investment in the country has increased by 8.3%, and Mauritius attracted 33 billion rupees in FDI in 2024, and tourism arrivals have been surpassed pre-COVID figures in 2024 to reach 1.38 million. In addition, Madam Speaker, another report, the IMF in its Article 4 report in 2024 has lauded Mauritius for its income inequality reduction philosophy. The IMF has commended Mauritius for fostering inclusive growth by protecting households impacted by the rising cost of living since 2022, broadening social benefits to the most vulnerable and fostering entrepreneurship. Madam Speaker, the World Bank Country Outlook on Mauritius, published in 2025, stated that our economy has proven resilient to other global economic shocks, including those stemming from the war in Ukraine, which have affected revenues from tourism arrivals. Madam Speaker, with regard now to public debt, in November 2024, when this government took over from us, total public sector debt was at 546 billion rupees. This public sector debt has spiked to 642 billion rupees, an increase of 96 billion rupees in the last 7 months. The government has contracted loans for 96 billion rupees during the first 7 months, Madam Speaker. Is this what we call fiscal discipline and fiscal responsibility? Now, with regard to GDP projections, we were all taken aback to witness the downsizing of the growth in the last 6 months of the financial year 2024-2025. That is from January 2025 to June 2025 under this new government. It is evidently clear, Madam Speaker, that the government has been dormant in the first 7 months of its mandate, or purposely, let me put it this way, purposely doing so to retard the growth process by hindering strategic institutional functions like the EDB, the FSC, and the NSLD, to name a few, Madam Speaker. Je vais maintenant aborder l'une des mesures les plus controversables de ce quart de siècle dans ce budget, la pension de vieillesse gouvernementale pour ceux âgés de 60 à 65 ans. Madame la Présidente, 2 comités seront mis sur pied pour revoir la pension, cela a été dit. Une annonce qui intervient seulement 11 jours après le premier budget de ce gouvernement. C'est ça le changement. Annoncer des mesures et ensuite mettre des comités ministériels pour revoir si la mesure peut être applicable ou pas. À travers les 2 comités mis sur pied, l'intention du gouvernement est claire, et le Premier ministre l'a annoncé tout à l'heure là, c'est le ciblage. Alors, on va déshabiller Michael maintenant pour habiller Jackson. 10 jours de cela, le Premier ministre, lors d'un interview, il trouvait le ciblage comme une injustice. Hier, le cabinet ministériel sous la présidence du Premier ministre de mettre en place ces 2 comités pour travailler sur le ciblage. Effectivement, lors d'un interview à la MBC, le Premier ministre avait dit qu'il trouvait le ciblage injuste. Tout comme la grande majorité de la population, Madame la Présidente, je suis contre le ciblage. Avec ces propositions, vous essayez d'apaiser la colère, mais ce n'est pas le cas. La politique de diviser la population sur ce sujet ne marchera pas cette fois-ci. Maintenant, il y a des questions qu'on doit se poser. Doit-on passer par un test médical pour être éligible à la pension quand on sait comment fonctionnent ces boards médicales à la sécurité sociale? Et je m'adresse aux membres de cette auguste assemblée pour get figure, pour gagner pension, si ou agent tel parti politique, les là pour gagner pension, la suppression de la pension de vieillesse gouvernementale pour ceux âgés de 60 à 65 ans est une des mesures des plus injustes envers nos travailleurs et les femmes au foyer. L'histoire, Madame la Présidente, retiendra que c'est un gouvernement qui comprend 3 partis politiques qui ont pris naissance dans la lutte des travailleurs de notre pays, qui se disent socialistes, le PTR, le MMM et Résistance et Alternative, qui ont pris cette décision. Dans ma toute première déclaration à la presse, après le budget, j'ai déploré l'absence de consultation avant l'introduction de cette mesure. Le gouvernement a agi unilatéralement pour détériorer la vie de toute la société civile de notre pays. Je ne suis pas le seul à l'avoir évoqué. Tous les syndicats ont reproché au gouvernement l'absence de consultation. Et hier, le ministre de la Sécurité sociale a publiquement critiqué le Premier ministre sur une radio pour manque de consultation. Résistance et Alternative, qui fait partie du gouvernement, a émis un communiqué pour dire la même chose, c'est-à-dire le manque de consultation. Et permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, de faire quelques observations pertinentes sur les déclarations faites et le contenu de ce communiqué en date du 14 juin. Est-ce que les membres de Résistance et Alternative ne savent pas si ce parti a un ministre au sein de ce gouvernement et qu'il a droit à la parole au sein du Conseil des ministres? Mais comme disait Madame la Présidente, Jean-Pierre Chevènement, ancien ministre français, un ministre, ça ferme sa gueule, si ça veut l'ouvrir, ça démissionne. Je pose cette fameuse expression, Madame la Présidente, à l'appréciation de la population. Autre remarque sur ce même communiqué. Est-ce normal que le président du conseil d'administration du musée de l'esclavage, il est co-signataire de ce communiqué politique? Je pense qu'il faut répondre à ces questions-là. Ce gouvernement est entouré des conseillers de grande expérience. Mais malgré cela, ce gouvernement a commis une des plus grandes gaffes politiques depuis notre indépendance avec la mesure sur la pension des 60 à 65 ans. Madame la Présidente, au paragraphe 240 du discours du budget, et je cite, « In order to address this burning issue, we are setting up a commission of experts to make recommendations to reform the various pillars of our pension system, including revamping the National Pension Fund to replace the CSG. I will personally chair a steering committee to assess and act on the recommendation of the Commission. » Ensuite, au paragraphe 248, et je cite, « The age eligibility for BRP is being increased to 65 years. Out of compassion, we are phasing that increase over a period of 5 years. » Donc, pareil encore, donc il annule la pension pour les 60 à 65 ans, il abolisse la CSG et ensuite ils mettent en place des comités pour réformer le système de pension. Madame la Présidente, excusez-moi, c'est mettre la charrue devant les bœufs. Un processus, encore une fois, qui démontre un amateurisme flagrant en matière de gestion. Pas de consultation, ni aucune étude sur l'effet de cette mesure sur la population. Madame la Présidente, je vois dans ce budget une répétition du budget de 2006. Sauf que cette fois-ci, l'implémentation est différente. Et là, permettez-moi de remercier et saluer le courage des syndicalistes qui, à l'époque, là je parle de 2006, s'étaient unanimement soulevés contre cette mesure. Le gouvernement de 2005 à 2010 avait dû faire marche arrière. Et j'espère, Madame la Présidente, que ce sera une fois de plus le cas et que le gouvernement va rétablir la pension pour tous. Et pour moi, il ne peut y avoir de compromis sur ce sujet. La révision de l'âge de la retraite est déjà une réalité, il est vrai, dans certains pays de l'hémisphère nord. Mais écoutez-moi bien, mais ces pays sont très développés, premièrement, et ont une qualité de vie reconnue mondialement. Et ces pays ont une espérance de vie plus élevée que chez nous. Dans la plupart, Madame la Présidente, dans la plupart des secteurs d'activité à Maurice, la semaine de travail est de 45 heures, alors qu'en Europe, elle est de 40 heures ou moins de 40 heures par semaine. Malheureusement, il n'y a rien dans ce budget qui démontre que le gouvernement compte revoir à la baisse les heures du travail avec l'implémentation de cette mesure. Au contraire, avec les mesures antisociales dans ce budget, les travailleurs de notre pays auront beaucoup plus à travailler pour pouvoir arrondir leur fin de mois. Imaginez les effets de leurs activités sur leur santé. 20% de notre population est diabétique. 30% de notre population souffre d'hypertension. Les personnes âgées sont les plus touchées. Notre espérance de vie, Monsieur le Premier ministre, est de 74 ans, alors que plusieurs pays où il y a eu une révision de l'âge de la retraite, l'espérance de vie dépasse les 80 ans. Donc, le citoyen de notre République aura à travailler plus en termes d'heures de travail, d'années de travail, que ceux de l'hémisphère nord. Il aura à cotiser plus, puisqu'il devra le faire jusqu'à l'âge de 65 ans, et pour peut-être profiter de sa pension que pour quelques années. Et peut-être certains parmi eux ne toucheront même pas cette pension, Madame la Présidente. And I put the question, is it fair? The answer is no, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente, ce pays qualifié comme un overcrowded barracoon dans les années 70 par l'écrivain V.S. Naipaul est aujourd'hui un pays classé régulièrement en première position sur le continent dans plusieurs secteurs, et cela grâce au sacrifice de ces Mauriciennes et Mauriciens qui ont travaillé dur au fil des années. Je vais maintenant, Madame la Présidente, aborder une autre mesure qui va affecter toute la population et qui se trouve au paragraphe 17b de l'annexe du budget. Government will implement reforms of public enterprises to ensure that they are financially sustainable, efficient, and accountable through a coordinated policy approach focused on strengthening governance and oversight, institutionalizing financial discipline, and reforming pricing and subsidy frameworks. Et je m'arrête là, Madame la Présidente. Il n'y a aucun problème que le gouvernement compte réformer certains secteurs. Par contre, sous ce même item, les mots qui doivent interpeller la population sont reforming pricing and subsidy frameworks. Madame la Présidente, en 2006, le gouvernement d'alors avait préconisé l'abolition des subsides sur le riz et la farine. Et dans ce budget, le présent budget, de façon déguisée, on nous annonce la fin des subsides. La population doit s'attendre à une augmentation du prix de la farine, du riz ration, du gaz ménager, du pain et aussi des centaines d'autres produits. C'est aussi l'annonce de la fin des subsides sur la facture d'électricité et de l'eau pour les familles les plus vulnérables. Madame la Présidente, 61 000 familles qui bénéficient du Social Tarif 110 du CEB et 60 000 familles qui bénéficient de 6 mètres cubes d'eau gratuits seront directement impactés par cette mesure. Madame la Présidente, c'est un gouvernement anti-subside, pro-patronat, tout comme celui de 2005 à 2010. Et pour faire court, c'est un gouvernement sans cœur.
Laissez causer, madame.
Of course.
This
Of
guy
course. But il a le droit de parler. Est-ce que il semblerait que vous n'êtes pas en train de bien citer ce qu'il y a dans le document en question?
Non, je suis en train de citer.
You will reply. You will
There will
reply.
be 64 people to rebut him. Let him speak. 64
Stop telling me what to say.
64%. I can't speak from sitting down.
I will not accept that Honourable Duval all the time tells me how to do my job. And by sitting down all the time. I want to be quite clear on this. This is not the first time. You must make, if you are not happy, you must make a... Honourable DPM, please, I'm on my feet. You must stand up, make a point of order, then I will listen to you. But stop telling me, by sitting down all the time, how to do my job.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was raising your attention.
If you raise a point of order, you must tell me under which standing order.
The position is being interrupted.
Under what standing order?
Well,
and I think that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has been in this House for a very long time, and he can defend himself.
Madam Speaker, you will see under points of order, you will see, firstly, Standing Order 40.
Let me see.
Yes. The use of unbecoming expressions, offending language about members, which is being used at repetition against the Leader of Opposition, the first thing.
No,
and you will see.
Please sit down. I will stop you now because that was not at this stage. When there was an offensive language, what did I do, Honourable Duval? I asked the member to withdraw, and he did. So please, let the Leader of the Opposition, please all of you, let him get on with his speech. He will be criticising. That's what he's here for. And then you will rebut him. Please take note. Please go on, Leader of the Opposition. No.
If I may raise the second
No, I'm not allowing. I'm not allowing. No, no. I'm not allowing anybody to speak at this time. Okay, that's it. Point de droit. Allez. Allez,
Madame la Présidente, j'ai je suis responsable du secteur de l'énergie, l'électricité. J'ai pris le leader de l'opposition en flagrant délit de mentir à l'Assemblée nationale. Ceci, ça n'a jamais été cité dans le budget, et le leader de l'opposition lit le budget à l'envers, et il vient dire n'importe quoi. Ce n'est pas possible, il faudra qu'il se rétracte.
OK. Vous avez la possibilité de répondre, Monsieur le Ministre. Be very careful, Honourable Leader. Est-ce que même mon député m'empêche de parler? Don't make it so difficult for everybody. You're going to stay here until 2 o'clock in the morning if you want. Okay, then let's all be responsible. Let's start by you, Leader of the Opposition. No, I'm saying because you're on your feet. In fact, you're on your feet when I am.
Yeah, if you tell me to sit down, I'll sit down.
Because I see you very well when you stand on your feet. Lucky me. So what I'm going to say is make sure that you're giving proper facts. What the Minister is saying is that when you speak, if he doesn't reply immediately, it's going on record, it's going in everybody's house, and it's going to be in the press tomorrow. So you have to be responsible as well. Just make sure that you're giving facts, proper facts, and you cite page and you cite article or whatever. Let me say something. I want to say something. Have a look, all of you, at Standing Order 73-2 about the debate on the Appropriation Bill. The debate on the Appropriation Bill shall be confined to general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the bill and the estimates. That's what the debate is about. So I can understand that sometimes everybody is making, reference to the past government's reference, but basically we are here to debate on the bill and the estimates. So please carry on.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I referred to a paragraph in the annex to the budget speech, and this is my right to do so.
Okay.
I read that paragraph, and I'll read it again. Government will implement reforms of public enterprises to ensure they are financially sustainable, efficient, and accountable through a coordinated policy approach focused on strengthening governance and oversight, institutionalizing financial discipline, and reforming pricing and subsidy frameworks. Those institutions are, from the same paragraph, Mauritius Post Limited, Metro Express Limited, National Transport Corporation Limited, Mauritius Multi-Sports Infrastructure Limited, Polytechnics Mauritius Limited, Central Water Authority, Wastewater Management Authority, Irrigation Authority, Agricultural Marketing Board, Central Electricity Board, State Investment Corporation, casinos, and State Trading Corporation. So this is very relevant to what I'm saying. Now, if they want to rebut, they'll rebut when they have the floor. They cannot interrupt me now and then, Madam Speaker. That's why I ask for your protection, because I want to read my speech.
A little bit, they can.
Pour faire court, je le redis, Madame la Présidente, c'est un gouvernement sans cœur. Sans cœur pour les plus vulnérables, sans cœur pour les commerçants ayant des revenus de plus de 3 millions de roupies, mais bon cœur pour ceux ayant des revenus de plus de 24 millions de roupies. Madame la Présidente, nous avons célébré cette année les 50 ans de mai 75, quand des milliers de jeunes de ce pays s'étaient dressés contre un gouvernement abusif pour avoir l'éducation gratuite. J'ai fait partie de cette génération et ce 20 mai, j'étais parmi ceux qui étaient sur le pont de la grande rivière Nord-Ouest face aux soldats de la SSU. Certains, cette année-ci, ont marqué cet événement, mais je note que les célébrations étaient timides car le gouvernement d'alors était travailliste et les manifestants étaient pour la plupart des militants. Nous avons grandement amélioré l'éducation gratuite avec l'éducation tertiaire en 2019 et pour finalement rendre l'éducation pré-primaire gratuite en 2024 et ainsi rendre tout le cycle éducationnel gratuit. 50 ans après mai 75, ce gouvernement vient briser le rêve des milliers de jeunes Mauriciennes et Mauriciens en les obligeant désormais, c'est-à-dire je fais référence aux part-timers, à payer la totalité des frais de leurs études tertiaires. Un crime, Madame la Présidente. Et l'explication du Junior Minister of Finance démontre l'arrogance de ce gouvernement. Sur une radio privée où j'y étais moi aussi invité, voilà ce qu'il avait dit pour soutenir cette mesure. Pour lui, ces personnes travaillent déjà, ils peuvent payer alors qu'ils payent. Et oula, quelle arrogance, Madame la Présidente. Il n'y a rien de plus noble qu'une personne qui travaille à plein temps et va suivre des cours après les heures de travail. Est-ce qu'il sait que beaucoup de ces part-timers sont des mères et pères de famille qui maintenant doivent faire beaucoup plus d'efforts? Imaginez-vous un instant que ces personnes touchent le salaire minimum. Savez-vous combien ça coûte un semestre? Non seulement ces jeunes doivent s'endetter pour, aujourd'hui, l'obtention d'un lopin de terre, la construction d'une maison qui va coûter plus cher, ou l'achat d'un véhicule qui va coûter plus cher, ça aussi. Et maintenant, pour obtenir un diplôme, ils doivent aussi s'endetter alors que c'était gratuit. On connaît déjà le résultat. Beaucoup parmi eux vont abandonner. Il y a aussi, Madame la Présidente, les autres mesures qui vont grandement affecter nos enfants. L'arrêt du Free Pre-Primary Education Scheme, l'arrêt du Comprehensive Grant Formula, le retrait des subsides, ça je trouve ça bête, accordés aux repeaters de la SI et HSI qui seront maintenant que pour les familles tombant sous le SRM. L'abolition de l'allocation de 20 000 roupies à ceux atteignant l'âge de 18 ans. Madame la Présidente, ce gouvernement ose parler d'empathie et de compassion dans ce budget. Où se trouve la compassion dans ce budget? Une à une, vous êtes en train d'enlever les pierres qui constituent la fondation même de l'État-providence. Vous avez promis de soulager ce peuple et aujourd'hui, vous êtes en train de faire absolument le contraire. Quand on parle du pouvoir d'achat avec ce gouvernement, il évoque que la caisse est vide. Une des plus grandes promesses faites à la population était la baisse du prix du carburant après les élections par au moins 30 roupies, avait dit le Premier ministre. 20? Allez, 20 roupies. Quand j'ai évoqué la baisse des prix du carburant à travers une PMQ, le ministre de tutelle avait mis en avant la situation financière de la STC et la situation du Price Stabilization Account. Mais comparativement aux 5 dernières années, le prix du pétrole sur le marché mondial a drastiquement baissé ces derniers mois. Et maintenant, vous allez vous servir du conflit entre l'Iran et Israël pour augmenter le prix. Le gouvernement joue aux ignorants en ce qui concerne le déficit du Stabilization Account de la STC, alors, et je l'ai dit, que tous les comptes rendus, toutes les décisions prises par la STC sont rendues publiques, et cela depuis plusieurs années, que ce soit sur le site de la STC ou dans les journaux. Encore une autre promesse non tenue par ce gouvernement concerne les 10 milliards promis pour améliorer le pouvoir d'achat de la population. Ce budget ne prévoit que 2 milliards dans un Price Stabilization Fund, mais la question c'est qui va bénéficier directement de ce fonds? Les consommateurs, les importateurs ou les revendeurs? Va-t-on enrichir les gros importateurs ou certains revendeurs qui font d'énormes marges de profit en leur offrant des rebates pour ne pas augmenter le prix? This is not clear in the budget, Madam Speaker.
Okay, somebody will clarify.
La population attendait aussi une autre mesure concernant la baisse du prix de l'électricité. Le ministre actuel avait fait une telle promesse avant les élections. Mais ne vous servez pas comme prétexte la situation financière du CEB. C'est vrai qu'il y avait un déficit, mais le CEB commence à engranger des surplus de plus de 200 millions mensuellement. Le prix du charbon est passé de $559 en décembre 2022 à $107 en avril 2025. Le coût de production a nettement baissé. Le prix de l'huile lourde utilisée par le CEB a aussi connu une baisse de $30 la tonne métrique. Et la forte hausse de consommation de novembre, c'est-à-dire l'année dernière 2024, à avril 2025, a fait que le CEB a enregistré des gros revenus. Encore une promesse non tenue par ce gouvernement. J'aborde le sujet de l'énergie parce que c'est un budget décevant sur cet aspect. Je parle ici d'un Waste to Energy Project et un fonds d'investissement de 30 milliards sur 3 ans pour des projets d'énergie renouvelable et de la biomasse. 30 milliards d'euros d'investissement du privé ou du gouvernement. Quels sont les projets identifiés qui seront mis en place? Ce n'est pas mentionné dans le budget. Même au CEB, on est étonné de cette annonce puisqu'il n'y a eu aucune consultation avec les cadres du CEB et aucun nouveau projet d'énergie renouvelable a été identifié. Madame la Présidente, c'est l'investissement des projets de l'ancien gouvernement qui sont considérés dans le présent budget. Ce sont les projets sous le Carbon Neutral Industrial Sector Scheme du CEB lancé en janvier 2023 et le Renewable Hybrid Facility lancé en 2022 qui vont apporter l'investissement de 30 milliards. Et le ministre de tutelle, beau parleur, n'a rien apporté de nouveau. Je note.
Vous aussi, vous ajoutez un petit peu.
Non, mais il est beau parleur, madame, je le dis. C'est un compliment, ça. Je note une incohérence flagrante dans la stratégie énergétique du gouvernement. Le 8 mai dernier, lors d'une conférence de presse animée par le ministre, il avait affirmé que le gouvernement n'a pas de choix et devra avoir recours à un powership, une centrale énergétique sur une barge flottante pour fournir l'électricité au pays pendant les 5 prochaines années. Le powership utilisera l'huile lourde comme matière première et en plus, vous taxez fortement les voitures hybrides et électriques. Par contre, Madame la Présidente, le budget prévoit, je cite le paragraphe 290.2, Clean Energy, Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation to Lower Imports of Fossil Fuel and carbon dioxide emission, while enhancing resilience to unpredictable climatic events and boosting economic growth. Which is which, Madame Speaker? En ce qui concerne la rivière des Anguilles d'Am, il n'y a qu'une étape avant de lancer l'appel d'offres. Tout a été fait par l'ancien gouvernement. Le pre-feasibility du projet et le financement par les pays amis. Dans 3 ans, si le ministre sera toujours là, le ministre actuel aura l'honneur de coupe-ruban et de se vanter d'avoir accompli ce projet, tout comme les projets d'énergie renouvelable qui sont actuellement en chantier. Pour ce qui est du secteur du transport, encore un coup de massue pour les automobilistes. Augmentation drastique des frais de la déclaration et désormais, les détenteurs de plaques personnalisées devront s'acquitter des frais annuels. Je me demande si cette mesure est légale, premièrement. Sans oublier, Madame la Présidente, l'explosion des prix de voitures avec les taxes imposées dans ce budget. Je vais maintenant, Madame la Présidente, aborder le secteur de la construction. Et là, c'est important. Ce budget va détruire le secteur de la construction et du property development à Maurice. The construction industry is more than just steel and concrete. It is a pillar of our economy. It sustains thousands of professionals, architects, engineers, notaries, and supports skilled tradespeople, electricians, bricklayers, plumbers, carpenters. It drives entire industries from material suppliers and logistics firms to furniture maker and real estate brokers. C'est connu que quand le secteur de la construction affiche bonne mine, cela a une répercussion positive sur l'ensemble de l'économie. L'ancien gouvernement avait vu juste en investissant massivement dans ce secteur et d'en faire un pôle de croissance. Le pays a connu un développement infrastructurel sans précédent en 5 ans, avec une quarantaine de projets routiers majeurs, plus de 600 projets de drains, environ 4000 logements sociaux, un terminal moderne, le Victoria Urban Terminal, et le métro qui relie désormais nos 5 villes. Et tout d'un coup, ce secteur est à l'arrêt total avec l'avènement de ce nouveau gouvernement. Not only is this budget suffocating the foreign-driven residential market, it does not support the domestic one. The popular home ownership scheme, which refunded up 5% of the purchase of price for locals, have been scrapped. This was a lifeline, particularly for young Mauritians hoping to buy their first home. Its removal, Madam Speaker, will be deeply felt. Madam Speaker, only 2 major infrastructure projects have been announced, and both scheduled for year 3 of a 5-year plan. That is the M4 and the phase 2 of the Ring Road. The flagship of 12,000 social housing unit program is being discontinued, replaced with a meager 1,050 units to be constructed over a period of 5 years. Even the Metro Express extension has been put on hold. Madam Speaker, let me remind this House that smart cities have been a key engine of our national development. They've attracted FDI, created thousands of jobs, and served as beacons of innovation and sustainable urbanization. Withdrawing this framework overnight without a viable alternative sends the worst possible message to investors that Mauritius is no longer a reliable, stable, or predictable place to invest. Project risk being abundant, and the thousands of Mauritians whose livelihoods depend on this sector risk job losses. Madame la Présidente, deux termes qui sont revenus souvent dans le budget sont l'intelligence artificielle et le digital. Encore une fois, je ne comprends pas comment ce gouvernement peut foncer tête baissée dans cette voie, sans les consultations nécessaires et sans suivre la procédure qu'il faut. We are still learning about AI, and it may be very dangerous for our society. L'intelligence artificielle va affecter tout le monde et les effets sont déjà présents. Je vais vous citer George Hinton, le parrain de l'intelligence artificielle. Et il dit, désormais les perspectives d'avenir de l'IA sont plutôt plus effrayantes pour les humains. Pour le moment, elles ne sont pas plus intelligentes que nous, pour ce que j'en sais, mais je pense qu'elles pourront bientôt l'être. Il redoute que les gens normaux ne puissent plus distinguer le vrai du faux. Et les craintes portent sur la création massive de vidéos, de photos et d'articles fallacieux sur l'Internet. Ces arguments, Madame la Présidente, nous concernent directement. L'utilisation de l'IA pour la diffusion des fausses informations et l'effet de l'intelligence artificielle sur le monde de l'emploi pourrait être catastrophique dans une décennie. Je ne suis pas contre l'introduction de l'IA dans le secteur éducatif et dans le secteur public. Cela pourrait diminuer la lenteur administrative. Mais rien n'est dit dans ce budget sur une législation et la mise en place d'une autorité pour l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle. Il est temps de faire une étude sur l'impact de l'intelligence artificielle sur les différents secteurs de l'économie afin de protéger l'emploi et nous devons éviter que l'intelligence artificielle affecte notre population négativement. Madame la Présidente, avec toutes les mesures antisociales que contient ce budget et surtout les injustices sociales qu'il va provoquer, je crains que nous nous dirigeons vers une crise sociale sans précédent. Déjà, la situation du law and order devient problématique dans le pays. Une force policière démotivée et en manque d'effectifs, malheureusement, il ne se passe pas une journée dans notre pays sans qu'on apprenne qu'un nouveau crime a été commis. Presque tous les matins, les réseaux sociaux sont inondés par des cas liés à la détérioration de la situation. Coups de sabre, kidnapping, braquage, des attaques en plein jour, vol, viol, agression et encore des cadavres et des meurtres. Concernant Rodrigues, Madame la Présidente, il y a une mesure que je trouve qui va grandement affecter directement les Rodriguais, mais aussi le secteur touristique à Rodrigues. Et j'espère que les représentants de Rodrigues vont faire part de leur désapprobation à l'égard de cette mesure. C'est le prix du billet d'avion sur Rodrigues. Voulez-vous?
Point of order. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I refer to paragraph 42, sub 1. We are not meant to be abused, listen to lies, and go away from relevancy of the debate. Order 42, 1.
One moment. Let me find 42.
The standing order, 42, sub 1, Madam Speaker.
One moment. 42, sub 1.
Sub 1. Debate upon any motion, bill or amendment, shall be relevant to such motion. Bill or amendment, except in the case of a motion for the adjournment of the Assembly. Madam Speaker,
I rule that it is perfectly relevant. Please.
Thank you.
Please. But be careful, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. You're now talking about social problems in general. In general. So I know what he means. So be careful. Okay?
Madame la Présidente, j'étais en train de faire référence, à nos amis de Rodrigues et concernant la mesure budgétaire sur le prix des billets d'avion sur Rodrigues. Madame la Présidente, on nous parle d'un budget responsable. Le vrai budget responsable, c'était celui de 2020, quand l'économie de ce pays était à genoux. Et il fallait assurer les salaires de tous les travailleurs de ce pays, y compris les self-employed, pendant qu'ils étaient chez eux, soutenir toutes les entreprises de ce pays pour éviter un licenciement massif qui allait mettre sur la paille plus de 100 000 foyers. Nous avons évité le pire et nous en sommes fiers. Et aujourd'hui, on nous parle de budget responsable, alors que nous ne sommes plus en situation de force majeure. Vous avez trahi ce peuple. Vous avez fait des promesses pour gagner les élections, mais vous saviez que vous n'allez pas les tenir.
I haven't trahi a person. Address me. Don't be careful. You're talking to me.
Yeah, but I need to address you when I make my speech.
But then you can't say
you are.
Don't be voice.
Yeah, you meaning the government, Madam.
No, it doesn't mean
I'm
that.
referring to them, not to you.
Members, Honourable Leader, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to stop you talking. I'm just saying, more or less, even including the interruptions, I've allowed you already 1 hour. Can we have an idea of how long you're going to be? Again?
I'm almost finishing.
All right, all right. Members, please, carry on. You were on Rodrigues.
Yeah, I'm done with Rodrigues.
You were on promises.
I'm done with Rodrigues. What I was saying was, vous avez trahi ce peuple. Vous, meaning le gouvernement. Vous avez fait des promesses pour gagner les élections, mais vous saviez que vous n'alliez pas les tenir. Voilà vos réalisations depuis votre arrivée au pouvoir. Vous avez fait fuir les investisseurs. Vous avez augmenté la dette publique de 96 milliards de roupies. Aujourd'hui, vous démantelez l'État-providence et vous avez réduit considérablement le pouvoir d'achat des Mauriciens sous prétexte qu'il faut sauver notre économie. Il y a quelques années, un membre de cette auguste assemblée, un membre qui est très respecté, avait affirmé aux membres du gouvernement d'alors qu'ils devront porter des gilets Boros. Je me pose la question, Madame la Présidente, qui va porter ces gilets Boros maintenant? Cette mince opposition ou cette majorité de 64 membres? Votre grande victoire de 60-0 est peut-être votre plus grande faiblesse. Quand tout est permis ici, mais tout n'est pas permis, comme aime dire l'honorable Arvin Boulel, out there. Le peuple est en colère contre ce gouvernement. C'est fort probablement le dernier mandat pour plusieurs membres de cette Assemblée. Nous avons tous connu des moments de gloire, de défaite, et des moments compliqués au sein des gouvernements. Mais à la fin de ce mandat, nous allons raccrocher et ce sera à vous. Et là, je m'adresse aux jeunes députés. Ce sera à vous de porter ce fardeau d'avoir aboli cette pension. Malheureusement, vous aurez la responsabilité des décisions prises par un think tank privatisé. Que Dieu protège notre population, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
Thank you. I think, well, that was perfect timing. We shall break for half an hour.
Madame la Présidente, le véritable leadership ne se mesure pas aux applaudissements, mais aux prises de décision dans les moments difficiles. C'est dans ces choix difficiles que se construit l'avenir d'une nation. Et je salue le Premier ministre et le député Prime Minister qui ont eu le courage de prendre des décisions, certes impopulaires, mais combien nécessaires. Là où d'autres auraient préféré la facilité, le populisme, ils ont pris leurs responsabilités afin d'assurer un avenir meilleur pour nos enfants. Il est dommage que l'honorable leader de l'opposition n'ait pas cru nécessaire de s'asseoir et d'écouter la réplique que j'aurais à lui donner. C'est un peu dommage, dans une démocratie, on s'attend à ce que le leader de l'opposition, au moins, il écoute à l'intervention de celui qui parle après lui. Le leader de l'opposition nous accuse, nous au sein de ce gouvernement, de n'avoir pas tenu toutes nos promesses. Mais en vérité, on est élu pour une période de 5 ans, Madame la Présidente. Donc on a 5 ans pour implémenter notre programme, nos promesses électoraux et aussi notre programme gouvernemental. Et sans doute, on aurait fait plus cette année si on n'avait pas hérité de la situation économique catastrophique que nous a légué le gouvernement sortant. Ce que je trouve dommage, Madame la Présidente, c'est qu'après toutes ces années passées au Parlement et au gouvernement, le leader de l'opposition fait semblant qu'il ne sait pas comprendre, qu'il ne comprend pas c'est quoi un budget, c'est quoi un déficit budgétaire. Pourtant, un budget national n'est pas vraiment différent d'un budget ménager. On reçoit des revenus, on fait des dépenses. Et quand nos dépenses dépassent nos revenus, la différence s'appelle déficit budgétaire. Prenons l'exemple d'une famille qui touche 25 000 roupies chaque mois. Forcément, elle ne va pas dépenser plus de 25 000, mais allons dire qu'elle a dépensé 30 000. Le déficit budgétaire est de 5 000 roupies. Comment est-ce que cette famille va faire pour avoir des dépenses de 30 000 roupies? Elle aura emprunté 5 000 roupies. Mais si elle emprunte 5 000 roupies, le mois prochain, elle doit payer les intérêts. Et donc, ses dépenses continuent à augmenter. Et elle continue à emprunter plus, et là, elle vient dans une spirale. Et finalement, elle se retrouve à vivre au crédit. Finalement, elle travaille que pour rembourser ses dettes. Et puis un jour arrive où la banque lui téléphone et lui dit « J'ai plus confiance en votre capacité de repayer vos obligations. » La personne voit ses articles saisis, sa maison allée à l'encan, elle est déclarée faillite. On la place dans ce qu'on appelle le Mauritius Credit Information Bureau, MCIB. On lui colle l'étiquette de client à risque, mauvais payeur. Il devient en faillite. Est-ce que c'est ça que l'honorable leader de l'opposition veut pour l'île Maurice? Qu'on continue à nous endetter continuellement jusqu'à on nous colle l'étiquette de mauvais payeur, de junk status? Pendant ces 10 dernières années, Madame la Présidente, le gouvernement MSM n'a cessé de dépenser au-delà de ses moyens. Le gouvernement MSM a saigné le pays à blanc, sacrifiant l'avenir national sur l'autel de leurs intérêts électoralistes et leur soif du pouvoir. Et le gouvernement MSM n'a jamais eu le courage de dire la vérité en face. On se souvient, le premier budget de M. Padeyachi, ministre des Finances, il parlait déjà de balance budget, ou budget équilibré, parce qu'il aimait s'exprimer dans la langue de Shakespeare. Faux, complètement faux. Faire croire à la population qu'il dépense un même montant qu'il reçoit en revenus, alors alors qu'il venait de braquer la Banque centrale et prendre 60 milliards de roupies des réserves publiques. Ça, c'était le MSM, la tromperie dans leur ADN. Et chaque année, ils faisaient la même chose. Ils venaient dans le budget, sous-estimer les dépenses, surestimer les revenus, pour sous-estimer le déficit budgétaire, pour faire croire qu'ils sont un gouvernement raisonnable, ils ne dépensent pas plus que ce qu'ils ont. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Chaque année, une fois, deux fois, trois fois, il y avait des budgets supplémentaires, des Supplementary Appropriation Bill, où le gouvernement ratifiait les dépenses qu'ils n'avaient pas budgétées. Et cette année, ils en ont fait de même. Le leader de l'opposition nous parle tout le temps de documents State of Economy qui est anonyme. Mais est-ce qu'il remet en question le budget estimate? Est-ce qu'il peut remettre en question le document officiel du ministère des Finances qui vient confirmer chaque information qui a été publiée dans le State of Economy? Et qu'est-ce que ce document démontre, Madame la Présidente? À la page 11, there is a notable discrepancy between the initial financial targets and revised estimate for 2024-2025. The total revenue was lower by 28.3 billion rupees, while the total expenditure was higher by 14.9 billion rupees. Je vous explique ça très clairement. Ils avaient prévu des dépenses là, des revenus ici. La différence, 4,9%. En vérité, les dépenses sont là, les revenus sont là, le déficit budgétaire est de 9,6%. Ils ont sous-estimé, sous-évalué par 70 milliards. Je suis content, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, que vous preniez place parce que je viens d'expliquer comment votre gouvernement, le gouvernement que vous faisiez partie, année après année, a menti au public en faisant croire que vous aviez une politique fiscale responsable, alors que chaque année, vous sous-estimez les dépenses et vous surestimez vos revenus. Donc, le problème, Madame la Présidente, c'est que quand on sous-estime les dépenses et qu'on surestime les revenus, on se retrouve avec un manque à gagner, un déficit élargi. Et comme j'ai expliqué, quelqu'un qui touche 25 000 roupies et qui a des dépenses de 30 000 roupies, il faut emprunter 5 000 roupies. Maintenant, si cette famille a mal calculé et au lieu d'avoir des dépenses de 30 000 roupies, elle a 35 000 roupies, et au lieu d'avoir des revenus de 25 000, elle a 20 000 roupies, c'est 15 000 roupies qu'elle doit emprunter. Et c'est cela qui explique pourquoi aujourd'hui on se retrouve avec une dette publique qui avoisine les 90%. C'est pourquoi? C'est parce que eux, le gouvernement précédent, ils ont menti. C'est pas qu'on y dépensait plus. La seule dépense qu'on a fait de la prise de ce gouvernement qui n'était pas budgétée, c'est le 14e mois qu'on a payé. Seule dépense, c'est pour le bénéfice de 90% des travailleurs de ce pays. Mais les autres, la différence, ça s'explique parce que le gouvernement précédent a surestimé nos revenus et sous-estimé les dépenses. La conséquence, Madame la Présidente, quand aujourd'hui on se retrouve avec 90% de dette par rapport à la PIB, c'est qu'on ne peut plus emprunter. Sinon, on va se retrouver sur le MCIB, on sera Adjourned status. Et ce n'est pas spéculatif. Si on voit ce que Moody's a dit en début d'année, en janvier, Moody's nous a prévenu, et je cite, « Delays in fiscal consolidation that lead to a persistently large fiscal deficit causing debt to stabilize at elevated levels would likely result in a downgrade. Ce n'est pas spéculatif. Moody's nous dit, si vous continuez à dépenser comme vous le faites, et vous continuez à avoir une dette publique élevée, vous allez être downgraded. Pas spéculatif. C'est la position où le gouvernement MSM nous l'a laissé. Pourtant, en 2014, lorsque le premier gouvernement MSM entre en pouvoir, le credit rating de Maurice était de BAA1, qui était très respectable pour un pays de notre île. Et puis, sous le régime du MSM, on a été downgradé 2 fois, BAA2 et puis BAA3. Et aujourd'hui, on est à la limite. On est à la limite de investment grade. Si on est downgraded, si Moody's pense qu'on a l'incapacité de rembourser nos dettes, parce que nos dettes sont trop élevées, on devient junk status. Et comme l'a très bien expliqué l'honorable Premier ministre tout à l'heure dans du statement time, si on est downgraded, on devient on n'est plus investment grade, on devient junk status. On peut dire bye-bye secteur offshore, bye-bye secteur financier, bye-bye investissement, bye-bye les personnes qui vont venir ici investir, elles ne vont jamais venir s'ils pensent qu'on a une incapacité de rembourser nos dettes. Mais pire encore, tous les banques qui aujourd'hui prêtent aux Mauriciens, ces banques-là, quand ils vont devoir prêter à l'extérieur, ils devront payer plus cher, un taux d'intérêt plus fort. Et qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire? Ils vont recouper cette augmentation du coût sur tous les Mauriciens. Donc, tous les Mauriciens, si on est downgraded, et il faut comprendre ça très bien, Madame la Présidente, si on est downgraded, tous les Mauriciens qui ont un bank overdraft, qui ont un car loan, tous les Mauriciens auront à payer plus en termes d'intérêt. Comment est-ce qu'on peut rester les bras croisés face à une telle situation? La solution. La solution, Madame la Présidente, il n'y en a pas 4000. Tous les ménagers savent. Quand vous avez des dépenses qui sont trop élevées par rapport à vos revenus, mais il n'y a pas 10 000 solutions. Vous devez réduire vos dépenses et augmenter vos revenus. Et c'est ce qu'on est en train de faire dans ce budget. On ne peut pas emprunter plus. Donc, on a forcément à trouver des revenus ailleurs et couper nos dépenses. Maintenant, on prend les revenus. On va commencer par des réformes. On va commencer par investir dans des projets qui vont générer une croissance, qui va générer des développements, et on va miser surtout sur l'innovation, recherche et technologie. Mais aussi, pour chaque pôle de développement dans nos secteurs traditionnels, dans le budget, on a annoncé plusieurs mesures pour relancer ces divers secteurs. Le leader de l'opposition, en citant l'annexe tout à l'heure, nous parlait c'était à la nationaliser une discipline financière. Et cela entraînera Reforming the Pricing and Subsidy Framework. Donc lui, il a compris ça, comme voulant dire qu'on est en train d'éliminer, de réduire les subsides. Non, Madame la Présidente, tout le contraire. Contrairement à eux, qui n'ont fait que dilapider les fonds publics, nous, on reforme chaque institution. On va s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de gaspillage. Et quand on aurait fini avec le good governance, forcément, on aura une meilleure gestion, et à ce moment, ces différents corps étatiques vont plus avoir besoin du montant de subsides qu'on est en train de donner depuis la caisse publique. Ce n'est pas qu'on réduit le subside sur les prix de l'électricité, non. On est en train de faire CEB, CWA, Wastewater Authority, toutes les institutions, on va leur faire devenir plus performants. On aura des performances, des KPIs, et ils devront deliver. Et quand ils vont deliver, forcément, c'est le public qui sera bénéficiaire de cette amélioration des services. Mais Madame la Présidente, malheureusement, ces réformes qu'on propose, l'élimination des gaspillages, ça va nous ramener à 5 milliards de roupies d'économie sur les prochaines 3 années, mais ce ne sera pas suffisant. Il faut encore des revenus. Encore des revenus. Donc là aussi, on a un choix à faire. La facilité aurait été d'augmenter la TVA. 1%, 2%, 3%, c'est la façon la plus facile de récupérer de l'argent. Mais quand on augmente la TVA, c'est toute la population qui paye. Et ceux qui souffrent le plus sont ceux au bas de l'échelle, parce qu'en termes de pourcentage, quand on augmente la TVA et que tous les produits augmentent, ce sont les petits qui sont les plus vulnérables. C'est pourquoi on a choisi non seulement de ne pas baisser, de ne pas augmenter la TVA, mais au contraire, auprès de l'income tax, les impôts. Là aussi, on a fait un choix. Qui va payer? Est-ce que tout le monde paye? Tout le monde paye la même quantité d'impôts? On augmente pour tout le monde? On a pris une décision. On a décidé d'imposer plus sur ceux qui ont les moyens de payer. Les individus qui touchent plus de 12 millions de roupies, ils vont payer une taxe additionnelle de 15%. Les sociétés, les compagnies qui gagnent plus de 24 millions de roupies, ils vont payer 5% de plus. Les banques, ils vont payer 2,5% de plus. Donc, ce sont les grosses fortunes qui vont payer le plus sous l'item de l'impôt. Et là aussi, on ne veut pas avoir l'étiquette de high tax government. Le Premier ministre a déjà dit. On va revoir toutes ces mesures dans 3 ans, parce que dans 3 ans, les réformes qu'on va amener vont apporter leurs fruits et on pourra revoir la fiscalité et retourner vers une fiscalité légère. On a aussi décidé qu'il y avait certains projets qui engendraient beaucoup d'argent, mais qui n'étaient pas imposables. Je parle là de les Smart Cities. Les Smart City Projects, Madame la Présidente, sont exonérés d'impôts pendant 8 ans. Et là, on parle des projets immobiliers qui sont vendus dans la plupart des cas à des étrangers qui ont les moyens de payer. Donc, on parle des gros profits. Donc, ces entreprises de Smart City ne payaient pas d'impôts pendant 8 ans, ne payaient pas de TVA sur les matériaux de construction, ne payaient pas de Land Conversion Tax, ne payaient pas de Registration Duty, pas de Land Conversion Tax. Un manque à gagner de plusieurs milliards de roupies. Ça, c'était l'ancien régime, caring for the rich. Oh, nous, non. Les gens qui sont dans les Smart City Schemes doivent payer la taxe comme n'importe qui. Au contraire, ils ont les moyens de payer plus, on aurait dû les faire payer plus. Madame la Présidente, sous le gouvernement MSM, le pouvoir d'achat des Mauriciens ont considérablement baissé. Et là aussi, les plus affectés étaient naturellement ceux au bas de l'échelle. Afin que les gens aient plus d'argent pour leurs dépenses, écoutez bien, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, on a augmenté le seuil d'impôt à 500 000 roupies. Donc, un salarié qui touche moins de 38 000 roupies par mois, ou un self-employed qui touche moins de 41 500 roupies par mois, ne paie pas d'impôt dans Maurice. 81% des salariés ne paieront pas d'impôt. Jamais, aucun gouvernement n'a fait autant pour les travailleurs. Et c'est ça, un gouvernement travailliste, MMM, résistance alternative, avec l'appui des nouveaux démocrates. Madame la Présidente, avec les réformes de taxes, 75 000 personnes qui touchent moins d'1 million de roupies paieront moins de taxes. Payer moins de taxes, ça veut dire avoir plus d'argent disponible. Donc, au lieu de donner des transferts directs aux personnes, on ne prend pas la taxe d'eux. Donc, ils auront plus d'argent dans leur poche, ils pourront plus dépenser. Donc, il faut, quand les gens pensent, ils disent qu'on est en train de couper des allocations ici, allocations là-bas. Non, mais réfléchissez. Vous aurez plus d'argent parce que vous ne payerez plus d'impôts. Vous aurez plus d'argent et vous pouvez décider qu'est-ce que vous allez faire avec cet argent. Si vous voulez dépenser, vous voulez repayer vos dettes, c'est à vous de décider. Madame la Présidente, l'augmentation des revenus additionnels que l'État percevra à travers les impôts, les mesures que je viens d'énumérer, le Fair Share Contribution, mais aussi sur l'excise duty sur les cigarettes, boissons et voitures, ne sera malheureusement pas suffisant pour réduire le déficit budgétaire à un niveau acceptable. On devra réduire les dépenses. En premier lieu, on va prendre les mesures nécessaires pour réduire les gaspillages de fonds, comme je viens de l'expliquer. Plus de contrats juteux aux petits copains, petites copines. Ce matin encore, on a entendu du Premier ministre, de l'honorable Premier ministre, comment certaines personnes proches du pouvoir bénéficient à coups de millions de roupies, de milliards de roupies de largesse de l'ancien gouvernement. On a entendu comment l'ancien directeur de l'ICAC touchait un salaire indécent, payé en devises, s'il vous plaît. Donc, fini ces dépenses inutiles. Fini les dépenses inutiles comme la construction du stade Côte d'Or. Fini rupture abusive de contrats qui nous a valu des milliards de roupies de dommages à la BAI, à Betamax, à Patel Engineering. Plus jamais ça. Cela va nous permettre d'économiser au moins 5 milliards de roupies sur les 3 prochaines années. Malheureusement, Madame la Présidente, là aussi, ce n'est pas suffisant, parce qu'avec une dette de 90% du PIB et un déficit budgétaire de 9%, il faut baisser encore les dépenses. Et ce n'est pas de gaieté de cœur, Madame la Présidente, qu'on aura de réduire les dépenses publiques et cesser le paiement de certaines allocations. On a dû faire un choix difficile. Qu'aurions-nous dû faire, Madame la Présidente? Aurions-nous dû couper le budget de la santé alors qu'on a une population vieillissante qui a besoin des soins et des médicaments? Il y a un manque de personnel dans nos services hospitaliers. Devrons-nous faire comme l'ancien régime et ne pas payer les heures supplémentaires overtime des médecins et des infirmiers? Aurions-nous dû revoir l'éducation gratuite, réduire les grants alloués aux diverses institutions éducatives? Aurions-nous dû sacrifier les projets d'utilité publique, la gestion de l'eau, alors qu'on demande à la population de faire des sacrifices, car le précédent régime n'a pas construit de nouveaux dams, y compris le fameux Rivière des Anguilles dam. Et je ne parle même pas de la promesse de Dilo 24/7 et le changement des vieux tuyaux. Devrions-nous sacrifier l'augmentation de notre capacité énergétique alors qu'on vient de traverser une crise sans précédent frôlant le délestage, load shedding, là aussi parce que l'ancien régime et le leader de l'opposition étaient ministres de l'énergie. Durant le règne des Jagnat, ils n'ont pas construit de nouveaux centrales électriques. Ou bien aurions-nous dû cesser le système à tout à l'égout et prendre le risque d'une catastrophe hygiénique? Et les drains, dans ma propre circonscription pour lui qui a subi de plein fouet les pluies torrentielles et les flash floods, à Saint-Jean, Coromandel, Fond-du-Sac et les autres régions à haut risque, Canal d'Aïeux, doit-on construire des drains ou pas? Et les maisons sociales, plus de 40 000 familles sont en attente pour un logement social, y compris plusieurs milliers de familles démunies qui sont inscrites sur le registre social. On construit? On ne construit pas. La préservation de l'environnement, le sport, les investissements dans les infrastructures publiques, dans le port, dans nos réseaux routiers. Dites-nous, Madame la Présidente, qu'est-ce qu'on a dû couper? Qu'est-ce qu'on a dû sacrifier? Le budget de la sécurité sociale, en vérité, on a même augmenté. On a augmenté le budget du ministère de la Sécurité sociale par rapport à l'année dernière. Ce n'est pas évident. Ce n'est pas évident de faire un choix de réduire les dépenses publiques. Madame la Présidente, malheureusement, on a dû faire un choix extrêmement difficile. On a dû repousser l'âge de la pension. Le paiement de la pension universelle est la plus grosse dépense du gouvernement et représente à elle seule quelques 25% des dépenses courantes. Le régime de la pension universelle, Basic Retirement Pension, dans sa forme actuelle, est insoutenable. Tout le monde le sait. Et cela ne date pas d'hier. En 2004, Pravin Jagannath était alors ministre des Finances. L'honorable leader de l'opposition était dans le front bench du gouvernement. En présentant son budget, voilà ce que Pravin Jagannath dit, et je cite. Parce que notre pension universelle, Basic Retirement Scheme, et je cite, je me suis mélangé les pinceaux. Voilà. A number of reports have questioned the long-term sustainability of the basic retirement pension, especially as our population is fast aging and BRP is fully funded out of government revenue. Et d'ajouter, government transfers are simply not sustainable if they are universal and open-ended. This puts a limit on our capacity to do more for the poorer segment of the population. I believe that this is an issue that calls for a bold decision. I am therefore implementing this year a targeted approach to basic pension, as from October 24, the payment of BRP will be limited to persons with monthly income not exceeding 20,000 rupees. Pourquoi M. Pravin Jagannath, alors ministre des Finances, avait-il introduit le ciblage en 2004? Parce que le système de pension était simply not sustainable. Ce sont ses propres mots. C'était en 2004. Maintenant, on est en 2025. Ça devient tout à coup sustainable? Pourquoi est-elle unsustainable? Premièrement, parce que notre pension universelle est non contributive. C'est-à-dire que les bénéficiaires du pension ne contribuent pas directement dans un fonds spécial de pension pour payer leur retraite. La pension est payée du Consolidated Fund des deniers publics. Par contre, les fonctionnaires, les employés des corps para-étatiques contribuent chaque mois une partie de leur salaire dans le Civil Service Pension Scheme ou Statutory Bodies Pension Fund et arrivés à l'âge de la retraite, ils obtiennent une pension additionnelle, un lump sum et une pension à vie. De même, les employés du secteur privé qui contribuaient jadis une partie de leur salaire dans le National Pension Funds ou qui aujourd'hui contribuent dans un fonds de pension privé, eux aussi, arrivés à l'âge de 65 ans, ils ont une pension additionnelle parce qu'ils ont contribué pour cette pension. Et là, j'aurais dû faire une parenthèse, Madame la Présidente. Les députés et ministres, nous aussi, nous contribuons. Chaque mois, nous contribuons une somme d'argent qui va dans un fonds spécial et lorsqu'on prend notre retraite, après 2 mandats, on nous paye à partir de ce fonds. Donc, c'est important de le dire parce que j'ai vu des articles dans la presse qui suggéraient que les ministres et députés avant avaient des pensions à vie comme si c'était quelque chose de gratuit, une indemnité, quelque chose une pension qui était tombée du ciel. Non, on contribue. Chaque mois, on contribue dans ce fonds de pension. Donc, ce n'est pas vrai de dire que nous, les ministres et députés, on a une pension additionnelle alors que les autres Mauriciens n'en ont pas. Non, on a une pension contributive. C'est ça la différence. Ce n'est pas à titre gratuit. La deuxième raison, Madame la Présidente, pourquoi notre système de pension est insoutenable, c'est pour une raison démographique. On a une population vieillissante. Un aging population, c'est-à-dire que le pourcentage de personnes qui ont 60 ans ou plus augmente, alors que le pourcentage de population active, c'est-à-dire ceux qui travaillent, diminue. Pourquoi? Parce que l'espérance de vie augmente, alors que le taux de natalité est en baisse. Si je me fie aux chiffres qui m'ont été donnés par le ministère de la Sécurité sociale, nous avons environ 279 800 senior citizens, dont 83 750, soit environ 30%, ont 60 et 64 ans. Et comme il y a plus de personnes qui touchent la pension et moins de personnes qui travaillent, les travailleurs doivent travailler davantage et payer plus de taxes pour payer les pensions. En d'autres mots, Madame la Présidente, si rien n'est fait aujourd'hui, nos enfants et nos petits-enfants auront à travailler plus et payer plus d'impôts pour soutenir chaque retraité. En 2015, dans son rapport, la FMI faisait déjà allusion à notre population vieillissante et disait, et je cite, « This rapid increase could threaten the overall long-term sustainability of public finances. These amounts would not be financeable with the current tax system. » On ne peut pas être plus clair. Tout notre système allait s'écrouler. C'est ce qu'avait prédit en 2015 la FMI. Et même l'ancien gouvernement, en 2016-2017, il décide de mettre sur pied un comité, un high-level comité, présidé par le ministre de la Sécurité sociale d'antan, avec des représentants des ministères et de Business Mauritius et des syndicalistes pour revoir la pension. Et une des recommandations qui est faite par le comité technique, c'est justement d'amener à terme l'âge de perception de bénéfices de la pension à 65 ans. Donc on n'est pas en train d'inventer quelque chose, Madame la Présidente. Depuis 2017, les experts dans le High Powered Committee instauré sous le gouvernement MSM avaient déjà fait la recommandation qu'il fallait repousser l'âge de la pension à 65 ans. Mais le gouvernement d'alors refusa de publier le rapport et d'implémenter ces recommandations. La situation s'empire. Enter Mr. Padayachi. Quand il présente le budget 2020-2021, il fait le même constat, et je cite au paragraphe 148 de son budget, « And our demographic trend with an aging and decreasing population as underlined by various international institutions make our pension system unsustainable for the future. » Donc il reconnaît, lui aussi, comme son leader, reconnaît que the pension system is unsustainable. Ça, c'est le langage qu'ils tiennent quand ils sont dans le gouvernement. Quand ils sont dans l'opposition, là, c'est complètement différent. Mais ils viennent reconnaître que le système de pension, le système est insoutenable. Mais pour remédier à la situation, M. Padayachi abolit le National Pension Fund et le remplace par la contribution sociale généralisée, CSG. Okay? Et comment il décrit cette réforme? We are introducing a contributory, participating and collective system de contribution sociale généralisée. This will ensure, écoutez bien, this will ensure an additional guaranteed monthly income to citizens above normal retirement age of 65 years old. Donc le but de l'introduction de la CSG, c'était de remplacer le National Pension Fund par un système qui va garantir l'augmentation de la pension pour les retraités à partir de l'âge de 65 ans. C'est la seule raison, seule explication donnée par M. Padayachi. J'abolis National Pension Fund, je le remplace par le CSG pour que vous, les retraités à la retraite, vous aurez une pension additionnelle. Mais qu'est-ce qui s'est passé après? Où sont passés les milliards de roupies que les travailleurs ont contribué aux sueurs de leur front? En une réponse à une question parlementaire du 24 octobre 2023, M. Padayachi fait frissonner la population quand il lâche la bombe suivante. Monsieur le Président, le montant total déboursé pour le paiement de ces prestations est d'environ 25 milliards de roupies. Il ne reste donc rien par rapport aux contributions de la CSG. Il ne reste rien. C'est ça qu'on dit la caisse vide. C'est ça, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, quand on dit qu'il n'y a plus de caisse. parce que la caisse est vide, et ce n'est pas moi qui le dis, c'est le propre ministre des Finances d'alors qui vient dire qu'il a recruté 25 milliards de roupies des travailleurs. Cet argent aurait dû être utilisé pour payer la pension des travailleurs et il reste 0 roupie. Mais plus que ça. En vérité, la situation est bien pire que ça, Madame la Présidente. En réponse à une question parlementaire, notre honorable Premier ministre a déposé un document à l'Assemblée nationale. Et quand on voit ce document, on trouve que le montant qui a été dépensé, au fait, est bien au-delà de 25 milliards de roupies. Il y a un déficit de 3 milliards l'année dernière et cette année, 7,7 milliards. En total, il y a un déficit de 10,2 milliards de roupies dans le fonds CSG. Donc, non seulement ils ont tout bangolé, tout dépensé, mais en plus de ça, on a dû payer 10,2 milliards de roupies pour leurs dépenses. Mais 10,2 milliards de roupies, ça sort où? C'est la dette. C'est la dette publique, monsieur le leader de l'opposition. Voilà comment on augmente la dette publique, parce qu'on vient dire qu'il y a de l'argent dans CSG, qu'en fait il y a un trou de 12 milliards de roupies, et il faut emprunter davantage. En vérité, Madame la Présidente, le CSG a rendu le système de pension encore plus vulnérable, encore plus insoutenable. Et en plus de ça, les travailleurs du secteur privé n'auront plus de revenus additionnels à l'âge de la retraite à partir du NPF. C'est pourquoi, Madame la Présidente, l'honorable Premier ministre a annoncé au paragraphe 240 de son discours la constitution d'une commission d'experts pour revoir notre système de pension et faire des recommandations pour remplacer cette catastrophe de CSG par une version améliorée du National Pension Fund. Et le Premier ministre lui-même présidera un steering committee pour considérer les recommandations de ce comité d'experts. Nous avons aussi une pensée spéciale, Madame la Présidente, pour les plus vulnérables. Nous avons écouté. Nous savons qu'il y a plusieurs personnes qui, arrivées à l'âge de 60 ans, ils ne peuvent plus travailler. Nous savons qu'il y a des personnes qui, pour des raisons physiques, ils ne peuvent plus travailler. Et c'est pourquoi le Premier ministre a annoncé un peu plus tôt cet après-midi la mise sur pied de 2 comités. Le premier, dont il présidera lui-même, considérera la possibilité de soutenir financièrement les personnes qui ne peuvent plus travailler au-delà de l'âge de 60 ans, de même que les femmes au foyer et les mères de famille. Le deuxième comité sera présidé par mon collègue ministre de l'Intégration sociale et considérera la possibilité d'étendre un soutien financier à ceux qui, pour des raisons médicales, ne peuvent pas ou ne peuvent plus travailler. Avec ces 2 comités, nous espérons apporter un soutien financier aux personnes les plus vulnérables qui ont atteint l'âge de 60 ans et qui ne travaillent pas ou ne travailleront plus. Madame la Présidente, je n'ai pas parlé sur les mesures budgétaires pour mon ministère quand j'ai voulu rompre avec la pratique de mon prédécesseur qui profitait du Finance Bill pour amender en catimini les prévisions ayant trait aux droits des travailleurs et aux relations industrielles. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le leader de l'opposition, ce budget ne fait aucune mention de semaine de 40 heures. Nous allons tenir les assises du travail au cours de cette année, probablement pendant le mois de septembre, et tous les acteurs, tous les opérateurs du secteur, les syndicats, patronats, forces vives, seront invités à se pencher sur les diverses mesures annoncées dans notre programme électoral et repris dans notre programme gouvernemental. Et à la lumière de ces délibérations, nous viendrons avec un nouveau projet de loi. Madame la Présidente, je m'excuse, j'ai été un peu long, un peu parfois technique, mais il était nécessaire, Madame la Présidente, de bien expliquer à la population pourquoi on s'est retrouvé dans l'obligation de repousser l'âge de la pension de manière progressive jusqu'à l'âge de la retraite de 65 ans. Nous n'avons pas d'autre choix. Nous n'avions plus le luxe de pouvoir emprunter davantage. Nous avons choisi de ne pas augmenter la TVA et de maintenir les dépenses essentielles. Et ce n'est pas de gaieté de cœur que nous le faisons, mais c'est par patriotisme. Nous devions à tout prix nous assurer que Moody's ne nous relègue pas au statut de junk, et à lire le communiqué de Moody's en date du 10 juin, il semblerait qu'on ait atteint notre objectif. Avec ce budget courageux et responsable, nous jetons les bases pour un avenir meilleur. Merci.
Yes, Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam
Minister, please start. Please start.
Madam Speaker, the joy of having to speak after my good friend, there's not much left for me to say. But the joy of having to address the House on a major bill, the budget speech, does not need to convince anyone of the merits of this bill. The Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, has dared to act and has acted in the best interest of the nation. This budget speech delivered by the Prime Minister is a speech where there is honesty of purpose. It is true, there's a state of psychosis engineered by those who steadfastly do not want to understand the harsh realities. And we don't live in cuckoo's land, Madam Speaker. Who would not like to take populist measure? But the fact remains, pension reform as is inevitable. And sustainability is the policy of any responsible government. Pension reform is making headline every day. And the statement which has been circulated, made by Prime Minister, is crystal clear that BRP is fiscally unsustainable and financially unbearable. It is a time bomb ticking and is crowding out resources which should have been channeled to reconcile social and economic factors. As a responsible government with a clear mandate, we have to serve the better interests of the weak, the vulnerable, the socially and physically deprived, and the nation at large. And those who can work have the opportunities and legitimate rights to work till they reach 65 years of age. A nation, Madam Speaker, does not walk on empty belly on dreams which shall be shattered. Either we adapt or we perish. Do we want, as has been stated and reinforced by Prime Minister and Honourable Utim, do we want a sub-investment country grade? And you know what it means, Madam Speaker. A sub-investment country grade status means junk status. And in one word, loss of confidence. Loss of confidence. So we have every reason, as Prime Minister has stated, there's a call not only for Prime Minister, but for the nation to rebuild the bridge to the future. All economists, actuaries, entrepreneurs, and many mere mortals are not born with silver spoons. They totally agree with the reform. And people are beginning slowly but surely to understand the merits of the reform. Only those who are fanatics of reckless populism will wage a sinister campaign. And no decision is taken lightly by responsible government to serve the interests of a nation, and a nation which constantly has to be on the wall. And we will walk the talk, Madam Speaker, because we have to live up to expectation of our children. We have to live up to expectation of the regional community, of the international community. And as we say, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. The country, as I say, is walking on a tightrope to rebalance growth with fair collection of taxes. No one owes us a living, and the days of preference are waning. Madam Speaker, from the rank and file, be it from the backbench or front bench, we put up a common front and are present in all fora, on radio talk show, in our constituencies with the private sector, to state emphatically there is no alternative. Pension reform is sine qua non. The Deputy Prime Minister chaired several meetings attended by ministers, Junior Minister of Finance, the FS&CO officers from relevant bodies to examine in depth what may be contentious issues. We have a clear mandate to repair our public finances and the economy. If not, we will be in financial dire straits. Prime Minister has pledged, and I know he will honor his pledge because he has the support of a government, and sooner than later, the nation will rally behind what he has said. And it's a pledge that states in around 3 years' time, everyone will share in the benefits, including a return to a lighter tax policy. Taxation, Madam Speaker, is based on income. Minimum wage are and will remain 20,000 rupees monthly and will increase. The most fortunate will support the most vulnerable, and it will be a fair contribution from both corporations and individuals over the next 3 years. Our deep-seated concern is first and foremost our sovereign rating. And those who have committed economic crimes should not get away. Moody's Credit Ratings Agency downgraded Mauritius from BA1 in 2014 to BA3 in 2024 during the Prime Ministership of Pravin Jagnnath. As we say, a notch above the junk status. But Pravin Jagnnath should have had the guts to explain why the debt to GDP ratio rose from 55.8% to 9% in 2014 to 90% in 2024. As Prime Minister, he and his Minister of Finance, they withdrew 180 billion rupees from the vault of the Bank of Mauritius. 80 billion was credited to MIC, and its investment were high risk in many cases. Maradiva hit the jackpot. 100 billion was transferred to consolidated fund, but there has been no judicious use of resources. It's the Molnupiravir and the NG syndrome all the way. The nation was shocked and stunned in relation to reply given by Prime Minister to PQB 39 put by Honourable Chairman. It's corruption galore and by NNC and cronyism at its peak. They should not get away. An economic crime is a crime. And the policy of the MSM was spend, and squander taxpayers' money. If there is no money, it was acceptable to them to print money, Madam Speaker. We saw the effects printing of money had on inflation and the purchasing power of households. As economics say, inflation is first and foremost a tax on the poor, a tax on the middle class, and then the rest. Madam Speaker, the Bank of Mauritius has an obligation to recover the give-away loan to the cronies. Why did Pravin Jagnnath and his Minister of Finance set aside the findings of the report of the World Bank? Yes, it hit them in the face over mismanagement of the economy. The major reform of pension should have taken place as far back as 2018. We are today in an unprecedented situation? And can the Alliance LEPEP deny that it promised to reform pension? The former Prime Minister is now denying it, unless he was planning to print more money as he did before. And when you look at macroeconomic figures which have been quoted and cited lengthily by Honourable Tim, it's equivalent to a burden of 500,000 rupees. Yes, 500,000 of debt borne by every Mauritian out there. And what should we do? Like Oliver Twist, beg for more and more, of course, asking for loans from elsewhere. There is no alternative but to redress. And if we don't fix it today, we may not have anything to fix tomorrow. The system will be broke. And may I remind you of all pensioners in Greece, of the old pensioners in Greece who overnight had to take a 50% reduction on all pension benefits. We cannot take free education, health care, free transport, and social-related benefits for granted. Our duty is to bequeath a legacy of sustainability to our children and the future generation. The former regime went on a spending spree. And guess who are paying for the largest of the big spenders? The taxpayers, Madam Speaker. We cannot live on borrowed money and borrowed time. The MSM has brought this country to its abyss. The pension funds of CEB, Air Mauritius, have been dilapidated by the decadent, filthy regime. SIT, Rosebel Sugar State have been vandalized and ripped off. The Competition Commission under the MSM encouraged cartel, the cartel of wholesale and distribution of food and pharmaceutical products, fleece consumers. It was a clear case of state capture, running the country for the benefit of a lucky few and their cronies. There is no free lunch. We are mobilizing financial resources to invest in productive sectors in order to create more opportunities for everyone. Investment, investment, and sound investment. And we need to reclaim our ranking as the best platform for business in the region and beyond. Export or die, reform should be deep-rooted as governments embark upon reform. Prior to 5th of June, the property sector has been subject to grandfathering of its approved project, that is, same fiscal regime from the time permits were issued. Investors and corporate sectors have to go for creation of shared values. Universal pension or basic retirement pension is not free, as has been stated by Prime Minister. It's not manna falling from heaven. It's funded by taxpayers' money and sustained by sound investment policies. Prime Minister saving the BRP, and as I stated, from the abyss. Another oil shock, Madam Speaker, another oil price shock due to uncertainty in the Middle East would lead to higher inflation, higher prices at the petrol pumps and in shop, and less likelihood of interest cuts. For a government focused on growth and improving living standard, the economic consequences are profound. This budget addressed the interests of the weak and the vulnerable. We are pro-poor. The welfare state is sacrosanct. As a caring government, we have to protect the sacrosanctity of the welfare state. Free transport for students and senior citizens are here to stay. 81%, as has been stated, of income earners under our government are exempted from taxes. But high-income earners and corporates are being called to contribute during this period of distress. This is the most courageous and progressive tax reform this country has undertaken for years. With an aging population, we need more of our workers who are able to work and to remain in the labor force. Our population has peaked. Our domestic workforce is shrinking. We can maintain the status quo and face a bleak future. but we will maintain the dynamism that has seen us emerge from a poor, overcrowded barracoon at independence to one of the richest nations on the African continent. We are committed to a low-tax jurisdiction in less than 3 years. I'm not going to state what Prime Minister has stated in relation to the two committees that have been set up, specifically to decide on income support for deserving housewives and those whose health do not allow them to work. As we say, everything but downgraded. We should not forget that US and France have not been spared. The US has lost a notch over its credit ratings by Moody. Washington is not able to limit its rising debt level. And let me quote here what was said on Bloomberg by Jamie Dimon, the long-serving chief executive of investment of JP Morgan. Hopefully, we, the US, will avoid a recession. But I would not take it off the table at this point. The scale of the increase in tariff will lead to higher inflation and global growth will fall. Mauritius is now not only a small island state, but it is now a boss, big, oceanic, small state. And it clearly implies Mauritius will lose its investment-grade status that will lead to investors losing confidence in our capacity to repay our debt if we maintain status quo, as I've stated earlier. Mauritius would have to borrow at high rates. There will be flight of capital, and the financial services, as has been stated, would be a sunset sector. Who will write off our external debt? It has happened to Argentina and Sri Lanka. We call it the worst middle-income trap. Increasing the basic pension from 10,000 to 15,000 rupees from 2022 to 2025 has costed around 18 billion rupees yearly. The contribution sociale généralisée in 2025 expected to amount to 16 billion, and we clearly see that there's an upcoming shortfall of 2 billion rupees. And it is expected that the contribution sociale généralisée are expected to continue to increase unless we decide to cut back, and we've agreed to cut back. As is, Madam Speaker, it is a curse. Cumulative savings from contribution sociale généralisée, raising pension age from other fiscal measures will be used to lower our current budget and debt deficit. In France, back in 2023, a law was passed to raise the retirement age to 64. Seychelles, Botswana, the UK have all raised the eligibility age of BRP to 65 years. Not to forget that Denmark is keen to raise the age to 70 years, which will be the highest in Europe. I agree, we are not Denmark, but Mauritius cannot be the exception to the rule, with an aging workforce likely to reach 27% of our total population in 2063. The demographic changes are frightening. We used to be an overcrowded barracoon, but we no longer are. We need labor, and there isn't a country in the world which is not reviewing its pension scheme. Madam Speaker, this demonstrates that this is a responsible budget for our great country, which is now a fully fledged ocean state. And we have to tap into the potential of our EZ. Today, following the historic Chagos deal with the US, with the UK and the US, 2.3 square kilometers of our economic zone is now ocean-based. And we need to accelerate the transformation of the opportunities lying in our EZ. The UN Secretary General was right to say oceans cannot be the wild, wild west. And President Macron made it clear that the ocean is not for sale. The Prime Minister has pledged to declare the biggest MPA in the Chagos archipelago. As a responsible government, we need to ensure that we create an enabling environment and allow us to ensure food security objectives, create opportunities for our farmers and fishermen, but also contribute to the global cause of saving the planet from the global warming and climate change. One can ask how we will achieve such ambitious goals in these trying times. The answer will come again from our natural assets and from our oceans through the carbon and biodiversity credit. Seychelles has started to exploit the extended continental shelf, which we share with them. They are fishing sea cucumbers and exporting to China. Madam Speaker, Saya de Mala remains a big carbon sink, even bigger than the Amazon, and it is within swimming distance to Agaliga, which has a good roadway and a seaport. We need to set up a proper cold storage there to keep the fish before exporting them to Mauritius. 25 million rupees have been earmarked as an early harvest. The historical agreement over Chagos Archipelago gives us the leverage to set up a future fund to invest in food security, renewable energy, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, the blue economy, AI equity funds, and equity funds for our young people to become entrepreneurs. The country will rise with the tide to become a high-income state. This strategy will strengthen economic resilience. It will create opportunities for investment for the private sector and further diversify the operation. Most importantly, it will help us to deliver food security and job opportunities for our population. This is a virtuous circle which we have to unleash, and we can unleash together. As a vast ocean state with an EZ of more than 2 million square kilometers, we don't need to conclude bilateral agreement with UK to fish in our EZ. More pelagic fish and tuna would be landed indeed, and as the saying goes, it's as good as gold. We will deliver more licenses to fishing vessels, but it will be a prerequisite that the catch will land in our port. Madam Speaker, be it artisanal or semi-industrial, they have to be empowered. Our fishermen are being encouraged to regroup, and facilities will be extended to those who want to have the catch on the banks. All the fish aggregating devices which are damaged will be replaced. We are making it possible for them to acquire semi-industrial vessels at concessionary rate. Lagoon fishermen are being trained to move off lagoon first and foremost. We are focused on empowering the fishermen. Those fishermen who have reached 65 years old will have the option to retire against a compensation of 200,000 rupees. Grants and loans are provided to fishers to purchase more robust boats known as canot for off-lagoon fishing to increase the catch. The democratization process is ongoing, notwithstanding responsible fisheries activities. Semi-industrial fishing companies are coexisting with Raphael Fishing at Saint-Bardo for mutual benefit, and the National Coast Guard are playing the role fully. In this context, I will appeal to the fortes and tastes of fellow citizens. We all like to eat fish, and if we want to increase our fish consumption, our aquaculture deserves better consideration. Brazil is a huge coastal state, and 49% of its fish production is from aquaculture. I ate tilapia in Brazil. It's tasty and fleshy. Why are we reluctant to eat fish like berry, red berry, or tilapia or barramundi? The critical mass can easily be created to make prices competitive if the demand is for supply from aquaculture and especially from bank fishing is created. Today, be it bank fishing or Chagos, or be it Saint-Bardo or Chagos, today these areas which are part of EZ is teeming with fish and opportunity are knocking. Madam Speaker, research and experts on inland aquaculture will tell us where the fish, when fish is transferred to brackish water prior to consumption, the taste is amazing. And I want the price of fish to be available and to be affordable by one and all. Don't we export barramundi to Switzerland? Expression of interest to manage barashwa has been called, and it is a pledge to inculcate to the younger generation a healthy dietary habit for the old ones to fade away. Madam Speaker, it is true to say that fish are dying of old age on the banks. So let us have responsible catch from aquaculture on land, in the lagoons, under the banks, and beyond borders of our national jurisdiction. The High Seas Treaty has been ratified, I've been told. The blue economy and port development will be the powerhouse of emerging sectors. The Nagoya Protocol has been domesticated and widened the opportunities for exploitation and exploration of vast resources of biological diversity on land and in sea beyond our jurisdiction. The opportunities in the blue economy are as vast as the oceans. Madam Speaker, a scientific officer from Albion Fisheries Research Center has identified specific coral sponge from which extraction of substance has been identified to treat diabetes. During our first mandate, there will be a fisheries port and an auction market. A study was conducted in relation to the implementation of fish auction market. It will be done, and it will be done diligently. In 2013, we prepared a fully fledged report on land-based oceanic industry and on the potential of the fisheries sector. The more attractive the port, the bigger the bunkering services and the services of a new dry dock. The port and bunkering activities, Madam Speaker, and we need to tap into the opportunities provided by servicing a share of the 35,000 ships that transit through our waters and region every year. It's a boost to our shipping services industry and domestic economic activities through interlinkages. Bunkering, both conventional and through green fuels, provide immense opportunities, and we need to ensure we do not fall behind the curve when it comes to logistics, including green logistics. As countries push to reduce carbon footprint, including those embedded in maritime trade, green logistics will become an important component, and we need to ensure we stand ready to lead in the region. Needless to say, ensuring our port regains its competitiveness, and this is sine qua non for proposed strategy to deliver it. It is unacceptable that we have dropped 369 out of 105 ports in the world, and we need to regain our edge. Madam Speaker, I've highlighted the relevance and importance of our EZ, and I have said that the opportunity is knocking, and it is up to us to grasp the opportunities. But we have to do so in line and be responsive to what we call good environmental norms and standards. This budget is program-based, but we have to err on the side of caution, and we cannot take things for granted. I have in mind our export of tuna to US, and if there's an increase of tariff by more than 10%, it may mean that we'll lose our market, and we have to ensure that diplomatic relations are at its very best, and we have to see to it when it comes to our export of sugar and tuna to US that the market is there and remains to be captured. Let us hope that things will augur well in the light of changes as they are unfolding on the international scene. In 2023, our food bill hit a staggering 61 billion, while agriculture export reached only 34 billion. And it's good to remind ourselves, and I appeal to one and all, we need to eat what we produce and produce what we eat. And we have to see to it that in relation to incentives being given by government, we have to make the most of it. But whether we like it or not, one of the major constraints and impediment to the agricultural sector remains our workforce. There's a shortage of labor, and we have to import labor to widen the circle of opportunities for those in the agricultural sector. And as of now, all the inputs in the agricultural sector have gone up. But we are appealing to farmers, and we are seeing to it that there's regrouping. That regrouping means reduction in costs in relation to economies of scale. And we appeal to one and all to make the most of the facilities being extended to them. In the sugarcane sector, never before has a ton of sugar been increased by 5,000 rupees per ton. And it has been done to empower the small planters. We know what the constraints are, I've highlighted them. But we are seeing to it that these constraints are being addressed in a very forceful and meaningful manner. Madam Speaker, agricultural sector remains a sector which has to become green, effective, and environmentally friendly. And we are putting emphasis on agriculture and the shade house, sheltered agriculture. The reason being to impress upon the young to make the most of opportunities which are knocking. It is true that the costs of input can be expensive, but we are facilitating the access to these inputs. So I don't have to highlight the measures announced in the budget in respect of consolidating the agricultural sector. For example, in the sugarcane industry to empower small planters, more than 344 million rupees have been earmarked. So let us, Madam Speaker, conclude on a positive note and say we have traveled a long way. There are opportunities, but there are strengths, but we have also to face an uphill battle. And there are threats, but we are not afraid to ward off those threats as long as there's honesty of purpose. And this budget is a budget of this budget speech delivered by Prime Minister is a budget where there's honesty of purpose. We have traveled a long way and the miles to go. And our people will understand that nothing is easy and there's no free lunch. But we have, as good citizens, totally involved in socio-economic development of our country. We have to rally towards the truth and justice. Truth and justice will prevail, and may God bless our great little country, which is becoming a big, oceanic, small state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Siavaden, please. Now is your time to talk.
Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie de me donner l'occasion de m'adresser à la Chambre à l'occasion de la présentation de ce budget par le Premier ministre. Permettez-moi, Madame, de déplorer l'absence du leader de l'opposition, à qui j'avais demandé très gentiment au cours de son discours de rester pour pouvoir écouter ce que j'ai à dire concernant les choses qu'il a reprochées à mon ministère, à ce budget, à la nation, à l'Alliance du changement. Malheureusement, la population sera témoin que le leader de l'opposition n'est pas aujourd'hui là pour écouter ce que nous avons à dire.
Même si vous êtes un beau parleur.
Madame,
Dans beau parleur, il y a parleur, mais il y a aussi beau.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente, merci pour le compliment, ça me touche. Madame la Présidente, j'ai entendu le leader de l'opposition dire que I need your protection, Madame le Speaker. Ce qui est malheureux, et le peuple n'a pas la mémoire courte, ce qui est malheureux, malheureusement, Madame la Présidente, celui qui était là juste avant vous, c'était pas quelqu'un qui protégeait l'opposition. C'était quelqu'un qui harcelait l'opposition. C'était quelqu'un qui bombardait l'opposition. C'était quelqu'un qui nous expulsait séance après séance et qui ne nous protégeait jamais. Heureusement que lui, le leader de l'opposition, il a la chance d'avoir quelqu'un pour le protéger. J'ai remarqué que le leader de l'opposition reproche ou se permet de dire que le junior ministre d'Amri a les faveurs du Premier ministre, que le Premier ministre a délégué ses responsabilités au junior ministre qui est un élu du peuple. Moi, je dirais que c'est mieux que le Premier ministre, si il délègue ses responsabilités à un junior ministre, que l'ancien Premier ministre qui déléguait ses pouvoirs à donc. Je préfère. Ceci dit, Madame, je répondrai un peu plus tard à ce que le leader de l'opposition voulait dire, mais j'ai été étonné. Il faut bien le dire, j'ai été étonné de la présence de l'ancien Premier ministre à une conférence de presse, il y a quelques jours, pour venir commenter sur le budget. Alors qu'il était assis à côté à l'ancien ministre des Finances, M. Padayachi. Comment, madame, celui qui a dirigé le pays d'une décennie, 10 ans, à des dérives de notre histoire économique, peut-il aujourd'hui venir se poser en donneur de leçons? Pravin Jagnat a été Premier ministre de ce pays avec le MSM pendant plus ou moins 10 ans, de 2014 à ce jour. J'ai été membre de l'opposition, je m'étais assis juste à côté, ici. Pravin Jagnat, aujourd'hui, il faut bien le dire, puisqu'il a commenté le budget, a perdu toute légitimité morale pour commenter l'état actuel de nos finances. Comme dirait le leader de l'opposition, enfin, je ne connais pas trop les langages, dignité naïba. À l'heure où nous nous efforçons de restaurer la confiance.
En général, on dit pani naïba.
Pani naïba. Dignité naïba, ça se dit. Sharam naïba. À l'heure où nous nous efforçons de restaurer la confiance avec le budget du Premier ministre, il est essentiel, madame, de rappeler les épisodes les plus graves des mauvaises gestions, des conflits d'intérêts, de favoritisme, d'opacité qui ont marqué le mandat de l'ancien Premier ministre du MSM. Ceci dit, l'actuel Premier ministre, il faut bien que la population comprenne une chose, l'actuel Premier ministre bâtit son budget sur l'avenir sur un bilan laissé par l'ancien gouvernement MSM. Prenons quelques exemples, quelques minutes de cette Assemblée nationale pour énumérer ce que l'ancien MSM, l'ancien gouvernement MSM a laissé à ce pays, à la population de ce pays, pour qu'aujourd'hui nous sommes obligés de toucher à certains acquis. Commençons par la Silver Bank. 3,5 milliards de roupies des fonds publics ont été investis par le MSM dans le Silver Bank, aujourd'hui sous administration, objet d'une enquête de la Financial Crime Commission. Dans la Silver Bank, la NIC a investi 150 millions de roupies, l'argent de la population, ce peuple qui m'écoute. La NIC General Insurance a investi 125 millions de roupies, l'argent du peuple. La mairie de Port-Louis, la mairie de Kerpip, 87 millions de roupies. The Sugar Insurance Fund Board, 40 millions de roupies. MHC, Mauritius Housing Corporation, 100 millions. La mairie de Port-Louis, 45 millions de roupies. La caisse n'est pas vide. ce n'est pas dilapider l'argent de la population. The Mauritius Investment Corporation, MIC, présidé par la Banque de Maurice, juste avant les élections générales, à peine quelques mois avant l'élection générale, la MIC, présidée par la Banque de Maurice, étroitement contrôlée politiquement, a accordé un prêt de 1,65 milliard de roupies à Maradiva, proche des Jagnat. C'est l'argent de la population. Et aujourd'hui, l'ancien Premier ministre, l'ancien ministre des Finances, le leader de l'opposition viennent nous mettre tout sur le dos, alors qu'ils ont dilapidé ce pays, et avec des conflits d'intérêts. C'est pas fini. Quelque temps de cela, sous le regard complaisant des autorités, l'ex-MPCP, c'est une banque, aujourd'hui fusionnée à la Mobank, a accordé des prêts à la hauteur de 1,5 milliard de roupies à l'homme d'affaires Rakesh Gulturi, alias Judas. Tout cet argent donné à Judas. Et aujourd'hui, la population souffre. Aujourd'hui, la population de ce pays souffre. Et aujourd'hui, le leader de l'opposition et l'ancien Premier ministre viennent nous dire c'est nous qui n'avons pas de cœur. Des prêts à Oris accordés sans garantie, dont le remboursement reste douteux, une connivence d'affaires sous silence politique du MSM. La population a oublié les fameux contrats ventilateurs Covid-19, back and blister, 77,9 millions de roupies pour des matériaux défectueux en mars 2020. La population a oublié Beau Digital, 308 millions de roupies pour des masques et des caméras thermiques. Une autre société, 308 millions de roupies, l'argent de la population. Et aujourd'hui, Pravin Jagnat vient de dire que nous n'avons pas de cœur, nous reprenons les acquis de la population. Où nous allons trouver de l'argent si tout est dévalisé? Le contrat de Molny-Puy-Ravir, sautant de 7,90 à 79 et quelques. 79 millions de roupies dévalisées sous notre nez, pendant que la population mauricienne souffrait. On était refermés chez nous, on ne sautait pas, on ne voyait pas nos voisins, on ne voyait pas la famille, on n'allait pas dans les funérailles, on n'allait pas dans les mariages, on était assis à l'Assemblée nationale, loin de l'autre. Entre-temps, le MSM, Madjakao. La CSG, j'ai entendu l'honorable Yutim avec raison lire, j'étais au Parlement ce jour-là. Vous savez, la population doit comprendre. Si aujourd'hui nous sommes obligés de faire ce que nous faisons, ce n'est pas de quitter de cœur. Personne n'est content d'être impopulaire. Personne ne prend le plaisir à faire souffrir les autres. Mais l'ancien ministre des Finances, avec la complicité de Pravin Jagnat, a dévalisé ce fonds de CSG. Je relis pour la population qui m'écoute ce soir, Madame la Présidente, ce que le ministre vient de dire en anglais. Le ministre dit ceci le 24 octobre 2023 à l'Assemblée nationale en parlant du CSG, ce plan de pension. Le montant total déboursé pour le paiement de ces prestations est d'environ 25 milliards de roupies. Il le dit le 24 octobre 2023. Donc rien par rapport aux contributions de la CSG. Tout l'argent récolté est utilisé. La CSG est vide. Nous sommes au pouvoir en novembre de cette année-ci, de 24, 6 mois, 7 mois. La CSG est vide. Pas un sou. Et aujourd'hui, on vient nous accuser. Et ce qui est malheureux de le dire, ce n'est pas dans mes habitudes d'attaquer les syndicalistes. Il y a un syndicaliste qui avait applaudi. Qui avait applaudi quand tout le monde, tous les actuaires, tous les membres de l'opposition pointaient du doigt disant que ce CSG allait finir à la faillite. Lui, il disait oui, c'était bon. Et aujourd'hui, c'est lui l'un des les plus bruyants, pour vous dire. Mais, Madame la Présidente, avant de rentrer dans le vif du sujet, permettez-moi de préciser certaines choses. Ici à l'Assemblée nationale, il y a pas mal de personnes qui m'ont appelé, dans ma circonscription et ailleurs, quand ils ont écouté le leader de l'opposition. C'est pour cette raison que je me suis permis, Madame la Présidente, de soulever un point de droit pour dire que j'ai pris le leader de l'opposition en flagrant délit de mentir. Je tiens à préciser que la catégorie 110A au CEB, qui concerne des foyers inscrits au registre social pour payer l'électricité, est une catégorie sociale bien définie, une catégorie sociale très bas. Elle est toujours subventionnée. Elle le reste et elle continuera à l'être. Cela concerne 170 800 abonnés, foyers, que le leader de l'opposition a mis en panique. Il est inacceptable que le leader de l'opposition prenne des libertés aussi flagrantes. Lorsqu'il affirme avec assurance, vous l'avez vu, comme s'il disait la vérité, que dans le budget 2025-2026 présenté par le Premier ministre, prévoit la suppression des subventions sur l'électricité. C'est faux! C'est faux! Et ce soir, j'ai demandé aux responsables du CEB de faire publier un communiqué pour démentir le leader de l'opposition. Parce que c'est faux. Sur l'eau, il respire comme Dieu. Il ment comme il respire. Vous allez dire à l'omelette et disait cette affaire-là. Quant aux subventions liées à l'eau, là encore, le leader de l'opposition, madame, fait preuve d'une malhonnêteté intellectuelle inquiétante. Il cherche à intoxiquer l'opinion publique en prétendant que les aides seraient supprimées. C'est faux. Honteux. Le nombre de consommateurs de la CWA bénéficiant d'une exonération des frais d'eau est de 81 630. Vous réalisez? Il essaye de mettre dans la tête des gens 81 000 familles pour dire que nous allons supprimer les subventions sur l'eau. Donc, Madame la Présidente, pour vous dire que il n'y a pas que malheureusement que ces quelques chiffres, quelques scandales que j'ai cités. Le leader de l'opposition m'a parlé de la baisse d'électricité. C'est vrai, pendant la campagne électorale, en pensant que ce que nous avons entendu sur le CEB, on s'est dit qu'il y avait la possibilité de faire baisser. Mais quand j'ai pris les responsables, les reines du CEB et du ministère, vous réalisez que le CEB aujourd'hui a un déficit de 4,8 milliards de roupies. Milliards. Le CEB roule sur des overdrafts de 7,5 milliards de roupies. Vous réalisez? Et qui est responsable de ce trou? Pour dire les choses. C'est son trou, pas à moi. C'est le trou de l'ancien ministre, c'est un fait. C'est le trou laissé par l'ancien ministre. Par l'ancien ministre qui était là. Et c'est pas fini. Puis on reviendra au CEB. La CWA. Vous réalisez dans quelles conditions nous avons dû conjuguer pour faire ce budget? La CWA. Plus de 700, j'ai aussi parlé ici. 700 millions de roupies dévalisées sous l'ère de Lejongar, Prakash Mantora. 700 millions de roupies. Vous vous réalisez? Sans un contrôle. Et le leader de l'opposition a l'audace. Malheureusement, il n'est pas là. Malheureusement, il n'est pas là. Alors qu'il était ministre, la responsabilité ministérielle était incombée à M. Lejongar, l'honorable Lejongar. Force est de constater que ce dernier n'exerçait aucun contrôle effectif sur le fonctionnement du directeur général d'alors. Le directeur général d'alors répondait à la cuisine au Prime Minister Office. Le résultat aujourd'hui est accablant. Une institution aujourd'hui au bord de l'asphyxie financière. On est des menteurs? Loin de là, nous parlons des chiffres. C'est un fait que nous avons aujourd'hui des pertes de 700 millions de roupies. Et c'est pas fini, Madame la Présidente. Wastewater Management Authority, qui tombe sous ma responsabilité. 443 millions de roupies de déficit. Comment gérer? Vous quittez un pays rempli d'argent, vous quittez un pays, la caisse est remplie. 443 millions de roupies, Wastewater. C'est pas fini, le ministre vient de dire, le ministre Outim vient de le dire, MIC, 60 milliards, c'est bien ça? 60 milliards de roupies dans l'opacité la plus totale. Et l'ancien Premier ministre vient de dire le pire budget. Le pire budget du siècle. Alors qu'il y avait un hold-up au grand jour par l'ancien gouvernement sur MIC. Vous réalisez, posez-vous des questions. Que la population se pose des questions. Dans quel état notre pays est aujourd'hui après 10 ans du MSM? Dans quel état le pays est aujourd'hui pour que le Premier ministre, le ministre des Finances est obligé de puiser dans les fonds des pensions pour pouvoir faire rouler ce pays? Et c'est pas fini. Vous avez oublié les 45 millions de roupies Apple Analytics pour les sondages à la veille des élections générales donnant gagnant le MSM. C'est l'argent de la population, l'argent de la MIC. Pour réaliser, Madame la Présidente, je suis inquiet parce que, au fil des pages, je ne vois que ça. SIT, State Investment Trust, l'argent des petits planteurs et des planteurs, 1,6 milliard de roupies de déficit. Qui a géré ce fonds? Qui a géré le SIT pendant des années? Pas les membres du Parti travailliste, pas les membres du MMM, non. Ce sont les membres du MSM. Vous réalisez, et le leader de l'opposition, représentant du MSM à l'Assemblée nationale, vient de questionner le ministre Siken pour la baisse des produits pétroliers. 30 milliards de roupies à Mercantile and Maritime Group dans l'opacité la plus totale. Fermez les yeux encore sur les 30 milliards avancés par la SIT à des copains, copines, pour l'approvisionnement en carburant dans des conditions qui restent opaques. Le Premier ministre, dans son budget, essaye de faire redémarrer les fonds de pension. Le leader de l'opposition était ministre du CUB il y a quelque temps. Vous savez, les fonds de pension du CUB, des travailleurs du CUB, de CB Staff Pension Fund et de CB Manual Workers Pension Fund. Ces deux fonds de pension ont un déficit de 5,7 milliards de roupies. Si rien n'est fait, je l'ai dit en 2023 ou 2024, avant les élections générales, si rien n'est fait, les travailleurs du CUB, ceux qui ont trimé pendant des années pour faire allumer ce pays, n'auront plus de pension si rien n'est fait dans ces pensions. Vous voyez? C'est la même chose qui se passe ici, Madame la Présidente. C'est pas fini. Fonds de pension de Air Mauritius. C'est la même chose. 5,5 milliards de roupies. Ces fonds de pension vont collapser dans quelque temps, si rien n'est fait. Pour vous dire, donc, ces fonds accusent des déficits de 5,5 milliards de roupies, Madame la Présidente. Voilà que nos avertissements pendant des années ont été ignorés par le MSM. Et aujourd'hui, c'est la population qui paye les pots cassés. Voilà le contexte. En quelques mots, le contexte dans lequel nous sommes obligés de présenter ce budget. Un contexte où nous avons les mains, les pieds liés à ce que le gouvernement MSM nous a légué. Et aujourd'hui, les bourraudières veulent se présenter en sauveurs. En sauveurs. Quand je reviendrai Premier ministre, je vais rétablir la pension à 60 ans. Hein? Quand même. À le compte de valise casse. D'abord, Madame la Présidente, face à de telles dérives, nous avons été contraints de repenser nos priorités, de revoir nos plans pour le pays, par devoir de responsabilité patriotique. Ce n'est pas de gaieté de cœur. C'est vrai que c'est difficile de demander à la population de faire des sacrifices. Nous sommes obligés de réformer aujourd'hui. Pas pour nous. Pas pour notre génération. Comme j'ai dit ce matin à quelqu'un, pour les petits-enfants de nos petits-enfants demain. Nous sommes obligés de les faire. Voilà dans quel contexte, en quelques mots, nous sommes obligés de présenter ce budget. Madame la Présidente, je vais assez vite, le secteur que j'ai hérité, l'énergie. Malheureusement, encore une fois, je déplore l'absence de l'ancien ministre. Un secteur faibli par des années d'immobilisme, plombé par l'absence de décisions courageuses. C'est le résultat d'une gouvernance déficiente portée par l'ancien ministre, par l'ancien Premier ministre, qui ont négligé les avertissements. Le 17 mai 2022, j'étais encore dans l'opposition, assis juste là en face du bulldozer. J'avais demandé une question à l'ancien ministre sur la demande en pointe réelle pour l'électricité. Vous savez ce qu'était sa réponse? Elle me répondait ce jour-là, I can assure the House that with regard to the reserve capacity margin, the Central Electricity Board is operating above the threshold value with minus 5% for the coming 10 years, en 2022. Aujourd'hui, je l'ai dit et je le répète, nos infrastructures énergétiques sont au bord de la rupture. La situation est critique, où nous avons, en février de cette année, atteint un pic record de consommation de 567,9 MW, maximum. À Fort George, plusieurs moteurs du CEB sont tombés en panne depuis le début de l'année, mettant en péril notre capacité à répondre à la demande nationale. Et c'est sûr que plusieurs députés ont eu des calls de leur mandat pour dire que l'électricité a coupé à certaines heures. Ce n'est pas un cas isolé. C'est le symptôme d'un système laissé à l'abandon, d'un pilotage à vue qui nous a conduits aujourd'hui au bord de la pénurie. Les leader de l'opposition me demandaient pourquoi je n'ai pas augmenté l'électricité. Moi, vous dire, Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission, quel bilan il a quitté. Le leader de l'opposition, ex-ministre des Finances, avec la complicité de Pravin Jagnat, a quitté au CEB des moteurs vieux de 37 ans. 37 ans, à Fort George, les 5 moteurs de service sont entre 33 ans et 35 ans. À Nicolet, les turbines à gaz sont de 30 ans, 35 ans. À Figvo, Victoria, des moteurs de service de 15 ans à 36 ans. Qu'a-t-il fait pendant 10 ans, lui et l'ancien ministre Colin Davelou? Qu'a-t-il fait, lui et l'ancien ministre Colin Davelou, pendant 10 ans pour renouveler ces moteurs? Rien. Et il est important de noter que ces turbines à gaz devraient servir uniquement en cas d'urgence, en heure de pointe. Ce n'est pas le cas aujourd'hui. Et ce n'est pas fini. Je ne le dis pas de gaieté de cœur pour contredire l'ancien ministre. Les moteurs IPP, les Independent Power Producers, 25 ans, Terra, 27 ans, Aldeo, CTDS, 20 ans, Savannah, 20 ans. Et il nous faut d'abord penser à la sécurité énergétique. Il nous faut penser, on a pris le gouvernement depuis 6 mois, 7 mois, à l'agenda, au top de notre agenda, c'est d'abord la sécurité énergétique. Nous avons dû, à certains moments, Madame la Présidente, c'est bien que la population sache, nous avons dû à certains moments demander aux hôtels de se mettre en stand-by pour pouvoir répondre à la demande. Mais qu'a fait l'ancien gouvernement? Il m'a posé la question, qu'est-ce que j'ai à proposer? Je viendrai dans quelque temps, là, pour dire ce que j'ai à proposer. L'énergie renouvelable. Je l'ai dit, c'est l'ancien ministre, il est le seul ministre de l'énergie du monde à être le ministre de 0 MW. Dans le monde entier. C'est le seul ministre de l'énergie du monde qui a été le ministre de 0 MW. Il avait proposé. L'ancien Premier ministre a été à la COP 26 COP 26 pour dire que nous allons atteindre les 60% d'énergie renouvelable en 2030. Nous quittons en 2014, nous perdons le pouvoir. Le Parti travailliste perd le pouvoir en 2014. L'énergie renouvelable est à 23,6%. L'énergie renouvelable, avec le concept Maurice durable du professeur Doroné et de mon ami Mohamed. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes moins de 17,6%. Nous avons régressé sous Colin Davelou, l'ancien ministre Colin Davelou, et sous l'ancien ministre l'honorable Léjon Gare. Vous réalisez, Madame la Présidente, et pourtant, Et pourtant, ce constat est préoccupant. Il ne s'agit pas d'un débat technique, non, loin de là. Pas d'un simple chiffre technique. Il y va d'une dépendance énergétique et aussi de notre devoir envers les générations futures dans cette lutte contre le changement climatique. Mais je peux dire aujourd'hui à la Chambre, après 7 mois au sein du ministère, où nous avons eu des réflexions, nous avons travaillé, nous avons eu des sessions de travail sous la direction du Premier ministre, du Deputy Prime Minister, nous allons tout faire pour maintenir ce chiffre de 60% d'énergie renouvelable dans notre mix énergétique. Nous allons le faire. Cela prendra du temps, mais nous allons le faire. Pour vous dire, Madame la Présidente, à partir de maintenant, qu'est-ce que nous faisons? Le budget a fait provision de 30 milliards de roupies. 30 milliards de roupies, j'ai entendu le leader de l'opposition parler de 30 milliards de roupies, pour faire quoi? Et lui, qui avait fièrement brandi un roadmap énergétique sous son mandat, avec un fast-track committee présidé par l'ancien ministre, chargé des projets totalisant 59 milliards de roupies. Et il a laissé ce secteur en friche. Et le cas de Correct Solar est éloquent. Éloquent. Ce que j'avais prévu à dire, je préfère ne pas le dire puisqu'il n'est pas là. Je l'attendrai. Tôt ou tard, je l'aurai. Pour vous dire. Donc, qu'est-ce que nous comptons faire? Madame la Présidente, il me reste, je crois, une dizaine de minutes. Moins? Donc, notre feuille de route à nous.
Allez-y, je vous arrêterai.
Allez, notre feuille de route à nous, Madame la Présidente. Ouais. Sous peu, Madame la Présidente, la Marina présentera sous peu, qui est sous mon ministère, un nouveau plan stratégie de l'énergie renouvelable, The Renewable Energy Strategic Plan, conçu à partir d'une vision partagée en tous les secteurs concernés. On a travaillé dessus pendant les 6 derniers mois. Nous nous sommes engagés à garder les 60% d'énergie renouvelable dans notre production énergétique. Cela prendra du temps, c'est sûr, un peu plus de temps que prévu, mais nous sommes condamnés à y arriver. Ce budget prévoit la création au sein de la Marina d'un Renewable Energy Technology Center ainsi qu'un Renewable Portal Virtual qui viendront s'ajouter à la mise en place d'un One-Stop Shop. Ces dispositifs permettront de lever les obstacles au développement des projets énergie renouvelable. Ce budget, il avait dit qu'il ne voyait rien dans le budget. Dommage, il n'est pas là. Le budget prévoit également le recrutement d'un personnel qualifié et la formation continue du staff de la Marina pour lui donner les moyens d'accomplir pleinement sa mission. Madame la Présidente, un nouveau système de tarifs préférentiels pour la vente d'électricité sera bientôt introduit. Il sera harmonisé avec les Time of Use pour la consommation, en commençant bientôt par les gros consommateurs déjà munis des compteurs intelligents. Pour le secteur non électrique, la Marina travaillera à l'introduction d'un biocarburant et à la mobilité verte fondée sur l'énergie renouvelable. Des campagnes de sensibilisation seront menées à l'échelle nationale, y compris à Rodrigues. À Rodrigues, le projet Île Verte se poursuivra avec l'extension de la ferme solaire de Grenade et l'ajout d'1 mégawatt de batterie à Pointe-Monnier. Nous avons pris la décision, une faute décision, celle de lancer des nouveaux projets réalisables dans un cadre financier et légal renouvelé, afin de garantir des initiatives plus bankable, comme on dit dans le jargon, cohérentes et pleinement alignées avec notre politique énergétique à long terme. Dans le National Biomass Framework, nous allons accélérer cette transition vers une sortie progressive du charbon. Nous allons accélérer cette transition, notamment à travers l'utilisation des coupeaux de bois, des wood and chips, comme source d'énergie. Les techniciens ont été en Namibie, en Afrique du Sud, au Mozambique, pour voir comment cela se fait. Certains producteurs indépendants, tels que Terra, Alteo, Omnikin, sont déjà bien avancés dans ce domaine, brûlent déjà ce wood and chips, et nous allons activement encourager l'ensemble des IPP dans les nouveaux contrats que nous allons signer dans quelques mois, dont nous négocions actuellement les termes, à s'inscrire dans cette dynamique, comme substitut au charbon. Nous allons aussi nous allons de l'avant avec un floating PV avec batterie. Nous avons la ferme intention d'aller de l'avant avec ce projet de panneau photovoltaïque flottant d'une capacité de 15 MW avec batterie. Ce projet sera lancé à Tamarins Fall, propriété du CEB. Nous lançons aussi, Madame la Présidente, dans quelques semaines, ce qu'on appelle le agri-solaire. Le agri-solaire, c'est un mix entre l'agriculture et les photovoltaïques. Nous comptons augmenter la capacité de ces projets, sortant de 500 kW à 4 MW par projet, pour une dizaine de projets de agri-solaire. Les PV avec batterie, les photovoltaïques avec batterie. Concernant ces projets, nous comptons également augmenter leur capacité. Dans les semaines à venir, ou les mois, enfin, dans un mois, les appels d'offres vont sortir pour augmenter leur capacité de 10 projets de 10 MW chacun, donc un projet total de 100 MW d'énergie renouvelable. Les appels d'offres vont sortir dans quelques temps. Nous avons aussi pris la décision, Madame la Présidente, de procéder à une modernisation des dispositions des panneaux solaires domestiques. Ceux qui m'écoutent sûrement ont des panneaux solaires sur leur maison. Nous allons permettre à ces personnes aussi d'acquérir des batteries pour qu'en termes de pointe, les après-midi, le soir, en termes de 6h30, 7h, ils n'ont pas besoin d'acheter l'électricité du CUB, ils peuvent se connecter à leur batterie pour leur autonomie électrique énergétique. Nous lançons aussi dans quelques semaines à Plaine des Roches, là où il y a déjà 9 MW, 9 turbines de 9 MW, à Plaine des Roches, nous lançons aussi des appels d'offres pour une ferme éolienne de 15 à 20 MW qui va sortir dans quelques temps. Donc, Madame la Présidente, ceci dit, la sécurité énergétique reste notre priorité des priorités. Il nous faut d'ici janvier 2026, 7 mois, 8 mois, 100 MW sur nos lignes. Nous sommes obligés d'avoir 100 MW dans nos lignes parce que nous avons des records de 565, 66 MW. C'est pourquoi il faut agir vite. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons eu plusieurs réunions sous le chairmanship du Deputy Prime Minister. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons discuté longuement avec le CEB, avec le ministère, avec les techniciens, avec la Marina, avec IMO, pour arriver à un consensus qu'il nous faut inévitablement entre 100 et 110 MW d'ici janvier 2026. C'est dans cette optique que nous avons décidé de lancer un appel à manifestation d'intérêt qui sort d'ici vendredi pour un projet de barge électrique de Powership afin de renforcer notre réseau national. J'ai entendu le leader de l'opposition parler de barge. Il critique, il a l'audace de critiquer le projet de barge. Quelle ironie, madame. En 2023, il était ministre. Sous son propre mandat, un request for information avait été lancé par le CEB pour étudier ce projet. Si l'ancien ministre et l'ancien Premier ministre avaient fait ce projet 2 ans de cela, s'ils avaient eu le courage de le faire, aller jusqu'au bout, à l'époque, nous ne serions pas aujourd'hui dans une situation énergétique aussi tendue qu'il l'est aujourd'hui. C'est pour cette raison que nous sommes obligés d'ajouter 100 MW supplémentaires. Mais notre action ne s'arrête pas là. Nous avons également engagé d'autres réflexions sur d'autres alternatives. Madame la Présidente, face aux défis énergétiques, notre stratégie sera sur plusieurs axes. L'efficience énergétique, IMO, la négawatt, comme moi je l'appelle, le mégawatt non utilisé, c'est l'énergie renouvelable, qui n'a pas été utilisée, dans cette optique justement que mon ministère a déjà introduit des nouvelles régulations concernant exigeant que seuls les appareils électroménagers enregistrés et conformes aux normes d'efficacité énergétique soient dorénavant autorisés à l'importation. Il s'agit d'une mesure concrète qui vise à réduire la consommation électrique des ménages et à encourager les cultures de sobriété énergétique. Dans les semaines à venir, d'autres appareils électroménagers seront visés par des normes d'efficacité énergétique. Voilà, Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne ce secteur énergétique que l'ancien gouvernement nous a laissé et le cahier de charges que j'ai défini. En ce qui concerne l'eau, je dirais que quelques mots. C'est encore pire. 62% de pertes sur nos réseaux. Plus de 1,7 milliard de roupies volatilisées dans la nature avec les Pipe Replacement Programme. Pour vous dire, Madame la Présidente, l'ancien leader de l'opposition, l'honorable Arvin Boulel, avait posé des questions sur les 700 millions de roupies et tout le monde connaît la réponse de l'ancien ministre. Donc, depuis que j'ai accédé aux responsabilités de ce ministère, j'ai hérité d'un secteur désorganisé, avec des réservoirs à sec, dans un contexte de pression accrue sur notre réseau hydrique. Vous vous rappelez de décembre 2024, janvier 2025, ce que nous avons subi. Gérer une telle situation sans dispositif adéquat de stockage, c'est comme tenter d'éteindre un incendie sans citerne. Ce constat, Madame la Présidente, est dur à faire. Ceci dit, le rapport sur Cluny, le réservoir de Cluny est prêt. Le board de la CWA étudie ce rapport et les rapporteurs ont recommandé que ce rapport soit soumis à la Financial Crime Commission pour ce responsable de la CWA et du contracteur. Donc, Madame la Présidente, je vais terminer en vous citant 6 points moches, sales du système de loi Maurice. Nous allons commencer, Madame la Présidente, avec le remplacement des tuyaux grâce à une enveloppe financière de 2,6 milliards de roupies. Ces travaux seront menés avec rigueur et transparence. Il s'agira de 115 km de tuyaux qui seront changés dans le pays. Dorénavant, Madame la Présidente, tous les services réservoirs, construction des mini-réservoirs à travers le pays seront en acier de technologie australienne. Fini ces réservoirs type Cluny, qui aujourd'hui, à peine 15 mois, ont des fissures. Nous avons commencé depuis décembre de cette année-ci des forages. 65 000 mètres cubes d'eau additionnels ont été intégrés à notre réseau pour renforcer notre réseau pour pouvoir répondre à la demande. Le projet de forage a été optimisé pour permettre à plus de 65 000, comme je viens de dire, mètres cubes d'eau par jour de rentrer dans notre réserve. Des forages ont été réalisés et mis en service dans des régions comme Fond-du-Sac, Bois-Mangue et d'autres régions seront concernées. Nous avons aussi pris la décision des Containerized Pressure Filter Plant, des containers pour pomper l'eau, traiter l'eau et mettre sur notre réseau, qui permettent à récupérer l'eau douce avant qu'elle ne se perde en mer. Beaucoup de personnes nous disent mais de l'eau perd dans la mer, perd dans le canal, partout, personne n'a pas dit non. Nous avons pris la décision d'emmener ces CPF, de Containerized Pressure Filter Plant, pomper de l'eau, mettre sur le réservoir ou sur notre réseau pour pouvoir alimenter de l'eau traitée, bien sûr. Nous avons également mis en place au sein de la CWA un département entièrement dédié aux camions citernes, afin d'assurer une distribution plus efficace aux populations les plus affectées. 7e, dessalement. Nous envisageons également de manière sérieuse de voir, avec le Conseil des ministres et les techniciens, le projet d'une station de dessalement. Parallèlement, nous avons déjà commencé à encourager les hôtels surtout, à investir dans ce type d'infrastructure. Madame la Présidente, dernière petite chose. J'y arrive. Rivière des Anguilles-Dames. Enfin, ce projet de barrage de Rivière des Anguilles-Dames, le leader de l'opposition aurait pu ne rien dire dessus. Il a choisi de commenter. Et que les choses soient claires. Pendant 10 ans, le MSM et ses 2 anciennes ministres n'ont absolument rien fait sur le projet de Rivière des Anguilles-Dames. Absolument rien. Et ce projet, aujourd'hui, je peux le dire, à l'Assemblée nationale, la construction de ce projet va commencer au plus tard février de l'année prochaine. Ce projet va commencer et nous allons pouvoir bénéficier du projet de Rivière des Anguilles-Dames à partir de 2029. Il l'a bien dit, il le sait. Enfin, ça pique les mouches, Madia. Et il a dit, vous allez couper les rubans, vous. Et bien sûr, nous coupons les rubans. Parce que c'est nous qui allons finaliser ce projet. Donc nous allons le faire. Donc, Madame la Présidente, nous sommes obligés de réussir. Je termine sur une note positive, comme pour suivre ce que mon ami, le ministre Boulel, vient de dire. Et nous sommes obligés de réussir. Nous sommes condamnés à faire ce pays sortir à la tête de l'eau. Pas pour nous, pas pour ceux qui sont là. L'avenir appartient à les petits-enfants de nos enfants. Et je suis convaincu qu'avec ce gouvernement, avec le Premier ministre, avec le Deputy Prime Minister, avec l'équipe que nous allons, yes, we can, nous allons réussir. Merci, Madame.
Suspend? I suspend the sitting, yes? For 1 hour? 1 hour. Please be seated. Yes, Honourable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de commencer par une courte histoire. Il était une fois un pays au bord du précipice. Son économie était en ruine, ses institutions affaiblies et son peuple sans espoir. Un groupe de personnes honnêtes, dévouées, qui avaient une vision pour leur pays, a alors pris les choses en main pour tirer la nation de ce grand malheur. Ils ont retroussé leurs manches, pris des décisions difficiles et douloureuses pour faire ce travail de réparation. Alors que le pays commençait à se rétablir, c'est là même qui avait creusé le trou. Les anciens dirigeants responsables de la ruine ont commencé à crier « Je peux mettre nous dans le trou ». Quelle ironie, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, let me therefore begin by commending the Honourable Prime Minister for his bold strength and courageous measures in this year's budget. Under his leadership, assisted by his Deputy Prime Minister, his Cabinet, and elected members of this ruling alliance, the healing process has started. The medicine may at times not be pleasant, but it usually heals. At a time when global economic turbulence, local structural deficiencies, and rising social expectation threaten our collective stability, the Prime Minister has once again showed the grit of a leader who chooses responsibility over popularity, foresight over convenience. From the very moment he assumed office, the Honourable Prime Minister made it clear he was fully aware of the disastrous economic situation facing the country. But instead of passing the burden to someone else, instead of hiding behind others, he chose to shoulder it himself. He took the difficult path, the path of bold, courageous, and yes, sometimes unpopular measures, because that is what leadership demands. This is the hallmark of a true leader, one who leads by example, not from the sidelines. While others look for comfort, he chooses responsibility. In time of ease, anyone can claim to lead, but in moment of crisis, only real leaders stand firm. And our Prime Minister is one of these determined spirits today. Madam Speaker, as I said, the Prime Minister was well aware of the storm ahead. Rather than exposing his colleague to the political heat of difficult position, he chose to carry the burden himself. That is not abandonment, that is leadership. It is easy to say the spotlight during times of celebration. It is sometimes else entirely to absorb criticism for the sake of your team and your nation. En comparaison, à quoi le pays a-t-il assisté durant ces 10 dernières années douloureuses, alors que toute la population luttait pour échapper à l'emprise de la crise de la COVID-19, luttant pour sa santé, ses moyens de subsistance et sa survie. Une poignée de personnes pour leurs appétits voraces aux dépens de la nation. Sous couvert de comités de haut rang censés protéger et guider le pays, les décisions ont été prises non pas en fonction des intérêts du peuple, mais en fonction des intérêts financiers leur propre poche. Il ne s'agit pas de leadership, mais de pillage. Ce qui s'est passé n'était rien de moins qu'un exemple de la situation d'Ali Baba et de ses 40 voleurs, où la souffrance publique est devenue une occasion d'enrichissement personnel. L'histoire ne l'oubliera pas, et le peuple non plus. Je finirai plus de postes, leur souffrance, le peuple. Madame la Présidente, c'est tout un clan de mafiosi qui a pillé les finances de l'État, qui a envahi nos institutions et coquin dans les caisses, sans honte, sans vergogne, sans pitié. Ces gens-là se sont comportés comme des voleurs des grands chemins. Dans certains cas, ils ont même emporté les tiroirs. Des études officielles sont venues prouver l'étendue de la catastrophe qu'ils ont laissée en héritage au peuple mauricien. Et aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, ce même gens-là ont le toupet de sortir la tête de ce trou d'où le peuple les avait enfuis, pour essayer, comme des vampires, et de se refaire une santé. Qu'ils sachent que l'épée de la justice est toujours suspendue sur la tête. Madame la Présidente, Madame Speaker, this budget is not a populist one. It is a corrective budget, one that aims first to repair the gap and damage of the past, and only then lay down the foundation for future growth. It is a roadmap for recovery, not a gift basket. The Prime Minister has been clear. The real benefit, the relief, and the opportunities will begin to ease in over the next 3 years. But to reach that point, we must first make the necessary sacrifices today. This is not a budget of empty promises. It addresses real structural challenges that have been ignored for too long. Innovation, new incentive and funding for R&D, digitalization, and technology-driven sectors to shift us from a consumption-led to a production-led economy. Labor market reform, target training program, reskill initiatives, and work permit policies aim at both empowering local and meeting real sectorial demand. Aging population reforms in healthcare, pension, and community support system to ensure dignity, care, and social cohesion as our demographic shift. These are the bold measures that we have decided to adopt to steer Mauritius' economy direction. Now let me come to issues that are utmost important in my portfolio for youth and sports. I have repeatedly stated, and I will not go back on my words. When I assumed office, I was faced with an abysmal situation. Wherever I turned, whichever sector I addressed, major issues were waiting. It was not just inefficiency, it was systemic decay. What struck me most was the rampant abuse of government and public assets. These assets meant to serve our youth and local communities were being diverted for private use, often with the complicity of certain public officers. This was not negligence, it was a betrayal of public trust. Madam Speaker, there has been daylight robbery, pillage de fonds publics, carrément du vol. MSM is used with a kitchen cabinet giving orders. So in the Ministry of Youth and Sport, there was also la cuisine from where orders were being issued. Private dinners and even birthday parties were celebrated in Pointe Jérôme. I was told that some people, you know who, treated Pointe Jérôme as their primary resident. I have already ordered a full an independent investigation by the Office of the Public Sector Governance. And let me be clear, the more we dig, the more we are uncovered. This is only the beginning. I will not hesitate to take the necessary and decisive action. We owe it to the people, especially to the youth, to clear up the system and ensure that public resources serve the public goods, not private interests. We are working hand in hand with residents of different regions of the country, breaking down stigmas and creating a new sense of ownership and hope. With the commitment and determination that define our action, we will confront drug addiction and its proliferation head-on, and we will succeed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a growing sense of disconnection between the youth of Mauritius and the Ministry of Youth and Sport, fueled by perceptions of outdated programs, limited engagement, and a lack of meaningful opportunities for participation and expression. Many young people feel that their voices are not being heard, and that initiatives often fail to reflect their real needs, aspirations, and evolving lifestyle. This disconnect has led to apathy, reduced involvement in public youth initiatives, and a widening gap between policy and reality. Rebuilding trust and relevance required the ministry to adopt a more inclusive, innovative, and a youth-driven approach rooted in genuine dialogue and co-creation. Madam Speaker, in the field of sports, we know that there is a form of mafia-like control manifesting through fictitious clubs and questionable federations. These entities are often created solely to access public funding, manipulate elections, and secure influence, rather than to genuinely promote sport or support athletes. I also noted that the ministry suffers from the absence of a clear, coherent, and a long-term action plan for both youth development and sport. There is no strategic direction. Initiatives taken are often fragmented, reactive, and disconnected from the real challenges faced by young people and athletes. As regards infrastructure, both for youth and sports, the landscape is alarming. Many facilities are in a state of neglect, under-maintained, as far below international standards. If urgent action is not taken, the country may soon face the embarrassment of having to host its international football matches on foreign soil. The state of abandonment is mind-blowing, reflecting years of poor planning, lack of investment, and absence of a maintenance culture. These are only some of the problems which I have highlighted. There are many more. Madam Speaker, let me elaborate on some of the measures that have been included in this budget. The establishment of 7 sport academies under the aegis of the Mauritius Multi-Sport Infrastructure Limited. It is undeniable that the progress of sport and access to continental and global elite levels require the creation of centers of excellence in various sport disciplines. It is with this in mind that the ministry supported a project approved by the Ministry of Finance within the framework of this fiscal year. Among the disciplines involved is football, whose National Academy will replace the Liverpool International Academy. We have taken the time necessary to clearly explain the direction we are taking post-Liverpool Academy. We have held press conference, engaged with stakeholders, and brought in world-renowned football expert, Mr. François Blacard, to guide us. Parents and its staff have been reassured. As far as we are concerned, our vision is crystal clear. For those who refuse to see the daylight, I can only express regret. We are moving ahead with the establishment of 7 academies under the MMIL, with the groundwork for the remaining 6 soon to begin. The National Football Academy is already operational. It's now a matter of fine-tuning. The head coach educator will arrive shortly, with the recruitment process already underway. We are putting in place a solid, transparent structure to ensure that no minister or incoming federation president can interfere and derail the project. We've witnessed this too many times before, most notably with the CNFF, and I am determined not to allow history to repeat itself. Madam Speaker, in the context of the 2025-26 fiscal year, an allocation of 134 million rupees is planned for the renovation of several sport infrastructure, including Stade XIII, Anjali Coupen Stadium, and others. The goal is to obtain FIFA certification for Stade XIII and Anjali Coupen. Additionally, an amount of 40 million rupees will be made available to the Mauritius Multi-Sport Infrastructure Limited for the maintenance and modernization of its infrastructures. An envelope of 46 million is planned for athlete assistance through the allowance to high-level athletes program and the Trust Fund for Excellence in Sports. For retired athletes, an amount of 5 million is planned to cover the monthly pension for each athlete. Assistance to Federation amounts to 60 million, while Football Club is received aid of 15.4 million rupees for this fiscal year. An amount of 6 million is planned over 2 fiscal years for a feasibility study on the construction of a rally circuit. This project, dear to many enthusiasts of sport, is beginning to take shape and will soon become a reality. The ministry is already tackling this task. This project will offer motor sport enthusiasts the opportunity to practice the discipline safely and with all the requirement amenities. At long last, we will put an end to the tragic stories of unfortunate accidents across the country, where young people simply trying to practice their sport with passion and hope have found themselves injured due to unsafe, inadequate, or non-existent facilities. An amount of 50 million is planned to cover the participation of our athletes in various regional, continental, and even global games. These games include the CGSOE Games, the COSAFA Cup, as well as preparation for the Francophonie Games. Provisions have been made for the organization of the National Sport Awards, which unfortunately did not take place last year due to lack of funds. A new development to note, the introduction of the National School Sport Award, which is part of the logic of reviving inter-college competition. An amount of 146 million is planned for the Mauritius Sports Council to cover its activities, including the maintenance of Muga. Madam Speaker, we are laying the foundation of a new sporting era in Mauritius. Other key initiatives are as follows. A new Mauritius Sport Promotion Division will drive grassroots participation under inclusive banner Sport pour tout le monde. The revival of the Jeux intercollege will foster a sporting culture in school, identify talents, and promote physical fitness and health. Preliminaries for the present edition began in April. Final will be held from 14 to 18 July at Côte d'Or and other national venues. A residential sport camp will be launched for young athletes, including those with disabilities, focusing on performance, wellness, and social bonding. The Combat Art Festival indoor Sport Games and Kids in Action initiative targeting 8 to 13 years old in school will further broaden participation and awareness. A high-performance sport program is being launched with sights set firmly on the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Major international events will be hosted to position Mauritius as a premier sporting destination. Our high-performance center at Côte d'Or continues to serve 131 elite athletes, including 15 para-athletes with cutting-edge training, sports science, and recovery services. Madam Speaker, I would also like to elaborate on some of the non-financial measures that we are busy putting into place. These measures are successfully implemented will have lasting impact on the youth and sport landscape in the country. The new Sport Act is already at the drafting stage and will soon be introduced into the National Assembly. I want to assure the House that we are not merely amending all laws, we are laying the foundation for a modern, forward-looking legislative framework that will address long-standing structural problems in our sports ecosystem. One of the most damaging issues we intend to tackle head-on is the proliferation of fictitious clubs and federations. This is not just about laws, it's about restoring trust, ensuring fairness, and empowering our youth through sport. Mauritius is home not only to those who live in the island, but also to a vibrant and talented diaspora scattered across the globe. Many of these individuals, whether born abroad to Mauritian parents or having migrated to a young age, possess exceptional athletic talent, world-class training, and invaluable experience from competing in high-performance environment. It is time we formally open the door to these athletes through a clear, transparent, and fair naturalization and eligibility framework to represent our national colors on the international stage. This is not just a sporting decision. It is a statement of national unity. It is an acknowledgement of being Mauritian is not defined solely by geography, but by identity, heritage, and heart. By integrating diaspora athletes into our nation teams, we aim to strengthen the performance capacity of our teams with proven experienced athletes, create a powerful link between Mauritius and its global diaspora, foster knowledge transfer as these athletes can help mentor and raise the level of local talent, and above all, showcase to the world a Mauritius that is global, ambitious, and proud. A clear policy and selection criteria will ensure that this process maintains integrity, meritocracy, and fairness, and that is its work in synergy with our local athlete development effort. In embracing our diaspora, we are not replacing, we are reinforcing, we are not imposing success, we are reclaiming it. Mauritius belongs to all Mauritians, wherever they may be. The policy is not about privilege, it's about equity, recognition, and long-term vision. Mauritius must reward excellence, not just on the podium, but also in life beyond the game. Our athletes have carried the flag with honor. It is now our turn as a nation to honor them with opportunity, dignity, and a future. Under the renewed vision of the Ministry of Sport, the Mauritius Sport Council and affiliated entities are being repositioned to play more strategic and complementary roles in the nation's sport ecosystem. The MSC will focus on the development of coordination of community sport and infrastructure management, while the Trust for Excellence in Sport will drive elite athletes, develop high-performance program. The National Côte d'Or Complex will operate as a center of excellence for training, events, and sport science. The Commission Nationale des Sports Féminins will strengthen efforts to promote and empower women in sport, and the National Council for Sport in schools and universities will spearhead the integration of sport into the education system, nurturing talents from an early age and fostering a culture of physical activity and excellence across academic institutions. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, let me highlight some of our recent achievements. In the field of sports, these milestones are not just events. They are powerful indicators of the fresh mindset now driving our sports community, free from unnecessary constraint and interference of our athlete coaches, federation are being to thrive. They are performing with renewed confidence, pride, and purpose, and the results speak for themselves. This is the spirit we are nurturing, a dynamic, liberated sporting environment where excellence is not only encouraged, but made possible. At the WACU African Continental Kickboxing Championship in South Africa in December 2024, our junior won 3 golds and 2 silver, while our seniors dominated with 7 golds, 4 silver, and 1 bronze. In February 2025, our national badminton team secured 2 silver and 2 bronze medals at the All Africa Badminton Championship in Cameroon. Our para athletes shone brightly on the global stage, winning 5 gold and 5 silver in Sharjah, and 3 gold, 8 silver, and 2 bronze in Dubai and the World Para Athletics Grand Prix. This victory reflects not only personal commitment, but also national investment in inclusion and excellence. I would also like to highlight the outstanding achievement of 2 of our athletes who have brought immense pride to Mauritius. Firstly, Kimberly Lecourt-Pinard recently made history as the first Mauritian cyclist and the first African female rider to win the prestigious UCI Human World Road Race Tour calendar. Secondly, Jeremy Lara Rodrigues has emerged as Africa's top 110 meters hurdle, having broken the national record twice last week in France. Madam Speaker, this budget has made a genuine attempt to lay the foundation of a better future through a bold set of measures aimed at correcting the failing of the past. Amex expressed a serious concern in the wake of some necessary through controversial reform. Certain dead wood have attempted to resurface. Yes, Manlera MSM have tried to creep back into relevance. But no matter how loud the shout, how desperate the try, history has already named them for what they are, Diwali's party. They have plundered this nation so shamelessly that they ought to be embarrassed to even show their face in public. The scale of looting was staggering that I found myself tempted to turn to the Honourable Prime Minister or the Attorney General and ask if there are no laws that allow us to recover what they have stolen from the people. And if such a law does not exist, then perhaps it's time we consider enacting one. The people deserve justice, not promises. Madam Speaker, I would now like to address myself to the Mauritian population and tell them, listen to this carefully. In November 2024, you made a wise and courageous choice before you stood 2 true patriots, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, and our team. The current Prime Minister and his deputy, both of whom have already served this country as Prime Minister in their own right. Your decision was not a mistake. You place trust in them and assure you that trust will never be betrayed. They are not acting for popularity or political gain. They are making tough, sometimes painful decisions, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary for the future of our nation. They are responsible leaders, committed to steering this country in the right direction, even when the path is steep. Je vous demande de la patience. Les résultats viendront. Les sacrifices consentis aujourd'hui ouvrent la voie à un avenir meilleur. Et à la jeunesse de ce pays, nous, Banzen, en tant que ministre, je vous le dis avec conviction, tout ce que nous construisons aujourd'hui est pour vous. Les opportunités, les réformes, les investissements, tout cela est pour votre avenir. Et c'est vous qui allez récolter demain les fruits de ce que nous sémons aujourd'hui. Nous pouvons construire une République Maurice qui poigne la case pour tout. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Ms. Danu.
Madam Speaker, the past few days have been very eventful. We have been lynched, we have been shamed, we have been attacked constantly in the media. But what we call upon the people is to think, to come together, to discuss, to negotiate, to debate, and to constructively contribute to the ongoing task of rebuilding the nation. What we have lived through the past 10 years has been chaos. One term that has been repeated again and again is the term neoliberalism. Indeed, neoliberalism is chaos. It is a dominant system that Naomi Klein has described as disaster capitalism. And disaster capitalism only instills chaos, despair, destruction. Our dear friends, the Honourable Mr. Otim and the Honourable Mr. Sirvadan clearly underline the chaos that we inherited. I need not go into details. But what I want people to remember is what neoliberalism is, really. It gives rise to consumers, according to Chomsky. It erects shopping malls instead of building communities. It seeks to impose individualism, whereby the self is isolated and disconnected from his or her social environment. Neoliberalism, in effect, destroys social ties. It destroys empathy and reduces the self to social powerlessness. Its primary aim is to reduce the government's role in economic planning. It promotes the privatization of government entities and reduces its expenditure. According to Huffman, neoliberal economics is notorious for lowering taxes in all categories, while upholding the discourse of austerity. Now, is this what we're doing? When we heard about the panoply of taxes being imposed on the elites. From the UK model of austerity that has been imposed in recent years, what we retain is the suffering of the people. Pain and misery were extensively inflicted when the welfare state was dismantled. The disabled were starved to death in the 5th richest country of the world. And this is precisely what we're not doing. Madam Speaker, we share the pain of our people. We share the anxiety of thousands of workers waiting to retire from exploitative workplaces. We empathize with every employee who suffers from both psychological and physical strain imposed in the workplace. We therefore welcome the setting up of key committees that will work towards the implementation of a strong policy to enable dignified and decent support to be provided to employees who can qualify as people without the ability to work. This is the difference that we make when we discuss, when we debate, when we negotiate. We learn and we progress. Life matters, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to fight for the 40 hours work week and improved work conditions for all, so that retirement age does not become a matter that is so sensitive in this island, particularly because we still bear the legacy of colonialism in our veins. The major outcry against this budget has understandably silenced major tax reforms that are precisely aimed at forging social justice. As noted previously, we have a new policy on the smart cities. This shows that the government has concertedly assessed ways in which big capital preys on our territory and barely pays any cent on land conversion or any other tax related to property development under the smart city scheme. Now, this type of tax that targets the elite is precisely what neoliberalism condemns. Here, we're challenging neoliberal economics and focusing on enhancing public revenue. The taxes targeted towards categories of wealth indicates further measures to ensure that the public coffers are filled, because now, as has been underlined before, they're empty. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the budget contains important measures that will make a strong difference to our lives in our community and build the social ties that neoliberalism seeks to destroy. May I begin with the key measure to digitalize the social security services. This measure indicates that the budget has taken into account a severe impediment to the lives of the most needy and the most vulnerable. With thousands of files awaiting processing, the procedures for the most needy to access his or her pension were severely hindered, resulting in distress, distrust, and despair. With digitalization, we can look forward to more fair and just processes based on clarity and transparency. Similarly, the digitalization of the health sector is a fundamental requirement for our society to move forward with a social conscience, with empathy, care, and consideration. It is inconceivable that the island was once earmarked as a cyber hub. Yet, the health sector has remained notorious for the amount of paperwork being undertaken by trained nurses sitting in offices while the sickly despairs for professional care. The digitalization of both sectors, as announced within this budget, reflects this government's determination to improve the lives of the most fragile members of our community. Thus, neoliberalism that seeks to dismantle the welfare sector is being challenged. In the past, we need to remember, neoliberalism dictated the dysfunctionality that was built in the public systems through the consistent lack of investment. Now, with digitalization, we are investing in efficient running of both the health and social security sectors. This government is tackling heads-on two major challenges that impacts on the lives of many beneficiaries and employees alike. A responsible government indeed seeks to alleviate hassle, pain, and the drudgery of thousands. Madam Speaker, this budget speaks to us ecofeminists who have long denounced the manner in which capitalism exploits women's bodies in the workplace and at home. Care work is work undertaken mostly by women in the home when they raise their families and look after the elderly. Through care work, women primarily contribute to social reproduction, without which society cannot survive. Care work guarantees that as a community we thrive, and that we can look forward to a future with healthy and functional human beings. However, across Mauritian history, and especially with the advent of the manufacturing sector, women's work in the home has been consistently exploited. In the contemporary context, women are exploited in the workplace and at home, while contributing millions to the GDP. The finance sphere is a key example where women often have to sacrifice their careers for lesser paid roles. With emphasis placed on flexible work arrangements, this budget demonstrates a gender-sensitive approach. Let us not forget how our work-life schedules have been based on the American capitalist model implemented in the 1950s that entrapped women in the domestic sphere. Women looked after the home while men worked. Now, women work long hours and look after the home, resulting in a crippling mental charge. Madam Speaker, this budget is gender-aware, gender-sensitive, and gender-conscious towards thousands of women working long hours, women who commute hours during heavy traffic on unreliable buses, and women who often have to sacrifice the career for their family lives or vice versa. The hybrid work model, when implemented effectively, will be a game changer. It promises better work-life balance, more job satisfaction, and higher engagement in the workplace. Importantly, the hybrid work model also enables work access to women with disabilities. And it promises safety from autocratic management models. We must also note, Madam Speaker, that research has identified how working from home enables women to be more present in the STEM fields. And we know STEM fields are notoriously male-dominant. We therefore applaud the promotion of the hybrid work model and call for employee-centered policies that will promote work-life balance while keeping surveillance at bay. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the budget has underlined key measures that will be taken to support women's entrepreneurship. We welcome the increased support and hope that they will be geared to as many women as possible, while ensuring that long-term support is provided. Similarly, with the Equity Fund, we expect long-term empowerment and certainly support when pitfalls or problems arise. This budget, Madam Speaker, also addresses our key challenges in the future, namely food security and the climate crisis. We hereby make a strong appeal envisaged by the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries that we need to invest in long-term sustainability that can only be achieved through the implementation of agroecology. Uganda's National Agroecology Strategy and India's zero-budget natural farming are models whereby state-driven national policies, legislation, and programs can revolutionize our agricultural sector towards proven long-term agroecological sustainability. Madam Speaker, I also want to underline the importance of the point-based license. Over the past years, we have seen how our roads have become spaces of sheer murder. My dear friend here was just telling me that she had witnessed a horrifying accident during the weekend where somebody's brain was actually blown to bits, and they had to wait 45 minutes for the ambulance services and the police services to come in. Our road culture is horrifying. It is scary for the elderly to step even on the road in front of their houses. The point-based license is a much needed, much welcome measure that was formally thrown away like the baby with the bathwater by the previous regime. It was so ridiculous. Now what we need with this point-based system is certainly a means to counter not only a terrible driving culture, but the common incidences of chauffeurs, of drivers actually driving under the influence of drugs. We do have, in my constituency, bus drivers actually flying by on the buses, causing a lot of endangerment, not only to the commuters, but to anybody on the road. So thank you for bringing back the point-based license. I will now conclude with two important measures that aim at shaping a safe and eco-centric future for us all. Emphasis made on renewable sources of energy denote the strong will of this government to protect the environment. Given the current energy crisis, developing our optimal capacity in solar, wind, and wave energy is an imperative. Energy diversification is a must, and we have the duty towards effectively equipping the marina with all support so that they can actually shift us away from the deadly use of coal and oil. We also have to be wary about biomass. We equally welcome the aim to develop the blue economy from a sustainable perspective. We felt reassured when the Prime Minister recently addressed the inclusion of the rights of nature in our Constitution at the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice. This is indeed a powerful signal. We thank the Honourable Prime Minister and reiterate our appeal for our ocean to be protected, particularly against the spectre of blue washing. Saya de Mala, for example, is so fragile. Our friend, the ecologist Shama Sandoya, led one of our first protests there, first underwater protests, to show how fragile it is in this ocean, because the Indian Ocean is the fastest warming ocean in the entire world. So if we don't protect the ocean, our entire lives will be put at stake. So sustainable fishing has to be carefully implemented. Madam Speaker, we need to be wary, we need to be careful, because the neoliberals are out there. The predators are out there. Our struggle against neoliberalism is ongoing. We will never give up the fight. Thank you. With these words, I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Kazan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in this August Assembly to support the 2025-2026 national budget, fully aware and fully honest that we do so under the weight of an unsustainable economic situation with a public debt of 642 billion rupees, representing 90% of the GDP. Public deficit reaching a record of 9.8%. Rising cost of living, depreciating currency, and sluggish economic productivity have put immense pressure on the lives of our citizens. The country is under the threat of facing a downgrade in credit ratings from international agencies like Moody's, which would have a significant negative impact on our financial sectors. Madam Speaker, I firmly believe that this budget is a step in the right direction, not because it solves all our problems overnight, but because it lays a foundation for recovery, resilience, and reform. Let us be truthful. Our economic model has become strained. Over-reliance on imports, low industrial productivity, excessive recurrent spending have combined to create an unsustainable path. This budget, however, begins a structural correction. It does not offer populist comfort. It offers tough, necessary choices, such as rewriting development spending, overconsumption, and reining in non-essential expenditures across the public sector. The budget outlines measures to stabilize our macroeconomic fundamentals, such as gradual reduction of the fiscal deficit, debt restructuring, and revenue expansion through fair and efficient taxation. Not by burdening the poor, but by widening the base and sealing leaks. We are laying the foundation for a sustainable and resilient economy. Madam Speaker, the planning for investment of 128 billion rupees for the next 5 years to fund various infrastructures, ranging from housing to transport, water, wastewater, solid waste, and electricity, demonstrate this government's commitment to create jobs, improve current infrastructure, but also ensure that our citizens are provided with infrastructure facilities which are up to standard. The long overdue construction of the Rivière des Anguilles Dam, upgrading and rehabilitation of water treatment plants, and replacement of water pipes program can only improve the water distribution around the island. Madam Speaker, ports are not merely physical entry and exit ports. They are the lifeblood of our trade economy and gateways to regional integration. For a country like ours, whose growth depends heavily on maritime trade, the efficiency of our ports directly affects our GDP, job creation, and investor confidence. Reason why I consider the decision of massive investment up to 5.4 billion rupees in our port infrastructure to expand the cruise jetty, acquisition of tugs, and expansion of the Mauritius container terminal reflect the vision of this government to accommodate more vessels and gain in competitive edge. The Cargo Handling Corporation will also be investing in equipment such as cranes, tractors, and trailers, so that Mauritius claims back its reputation of being one of the most efficient ports in the region and achieve our target of being a transshipment hub. With these investments, we will complete the expand container handling capacity at the Mauritius container terminal. These are not abstract investments. They translate directly into business for our local transporters and foster movement of goods for our SMEs and exporters. Madam Speaker, drug addiction is not just a health crisis. It is a security threat, an economic burden, and a moral emergency. It destroys lives, tears apart families, and erodes the future of our youth. Addiction is a disease, not a crime, and this budget recognizes that truth by prioritizing treatment and reintegration, not only punishment. We cannot afford to sit back. This budget sends the signals that we are ready to act decisively, compassionately, and strategically. Madam Speaker, nous pas juste promettre, nous dire et nous peut faire. The National Agency for Drug Control, with the aim of combating drug trafficking, is today reality. And to allow this agency to perform its duties and meet its objectives, an amount of 70 million rupees has been earmarked in this budget to support the operational setup of the agency must be outlined. Madam Speaker, a healthy population is not just a moral imperative. It is the foundation of a strong and productive economy. If we want sustainable growth, we must ensure that our people are healthy, cared for, and protected. Our health system is facing challenges and requires deep reform to respond to our population demand. First, we are facing a consequent increase in non-communicable diseases, aging population, and increasingly complex health threats. This budget enlightens the clear intentions of this government to improve the services within the health in public sector by making provision for creation of a new health care system that will prioritize prevention through healthy lifestyle campaign and robust NCT management. The allocation of additional resources in healthcare that will allow us to shift from a reactive hospital care to preventive and community-based care. More funding on education, early diagnosis, nutrition campaigns, and lifestyle support will save us billions in long-term treatment costs. We need to improve the services in regional hospitals to uplift the services for essential treatment. So digital health must no longer be treated as a luxury, but a necessity. This will eliminate paper health records, long queuing, first reducing waiting time, improve efficiency, and enhance transparency. I must also lay emphasis on the fact that this budget provides for the necessary equipment and staffing with the recruitment of 1,000 student nurses over the next 3 years, 50 trainee midwives, 50 medical health officers, and 30 specialists, among others, to cut the waiting time for treatment, which will be beneficial to all patients. It is also important to stress the fact that there is a need for better data collection and public health surveillance. Without accurate data, we cannot plan or act effectively. With this budget, we have an opportunity to modernize our healthcare system and adapt it to the exigencies of our citizens. Madam Speaker, education is the foundation of every successful nation. But higher education, universities, research institutions, technical and professional training is where that foundation becomes a launchpad for innovation, leadership, and sustainable growth. When we invest in higher education, we are not just building campuses, we are building futures. We're equipping our youth with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to meet the challenges of tomorrow, from digital transformation to climate change, from entrepreneurship to public health. By prioritizing higher education, we can reduce brain drain and retain top talent within our borders, drive innovation through research and development, create a skilled workforce that attracts foreign investment, and uplift the entire communities through knowledge and opportunity. Let us all support the project to invest in high-quality education. Madam Speaker, we live in a digital age where convenience, transparency, and efficiency are not luxuries. They are expectations. Yet, our current social security systems are often plagued by delays and outdated processes that frustrate our citizens. The e-social security system represents a long-term solution to all beneficiaries. First, it brings efficiency and accessibility. By digitizing social security services, we remove the barriers of geography, long queues, and piles of paperwork. An electronic system ensures transparency and accountability. Every transaction, application, and update can be tracked in real time. It minimizes errors and builds trust between the government and the people it serves. In a time when public trust is more valuable than ever, transparency is a powerful tool. Most importantly, the e-social security system is a foundation for long-term sustainability. Digital records are easier to maintain, audit, and analyze. With better data, government can make smarter policy decisions, allocate resources more effectively, and predict future needs more accurately. This is how we create a system that doesn't just work today, but one that lasts for generations. Of course, challenges exist. Data privacy, digital literacy, and infrastructure must all be addressed. But these are challenges we can overcome with proper planning, education, and investment. The cost of inaction, however, is much higher: inefficiency, inequality, and lost opportunities. Implementing an e-social security system is not just about using new technology, it's about reaffirming our commitment to serve every citizen with dignity, speed, and fairness. Madam Speaker, across our communities, we face growing environmental challenges: polluted air, unsafe water, deforestation, plastic waste, noise pollution, and the effects of climate change. These are not just distant issues. They are happening right here, in our neighborhoods, our rivers, our streets. Environmental nuisances, whether it is overflowing garbage, polluted air, or constant industrial noise are not just unpleasant. They are harmful. They damage our health, reduce our quality of life, and rob future generations from the clean, safe world they deserve. Combating environmental nuisances or larger climate threats takes collective effort. Industries must adopt cleaner, greener practices, but citizens also have the duty to change current habits by reducing waste, plant trees, conserve energy, and speak up when we see pollution going unchecked. Support all means education and awareness. When people know the impact of their actions, they make better choices. Let's teach sustainability in our schools, bring green practices into our businesses, and encourage community cleanup drives and recycling initiatives. Every plastic bottle we recycle, every tree we plant, every voice raised for change, it counts. These small acts build momentum, and momentum leads to lasting impact. This budget goes in that direction, and I personally welcome the deposit refund scheme for plastic bottles, which aim at reducing the number of plastic bottles being landed into the environment, but also encouraging a recycle culture. The environment doesn't need a few people doing everything perfectly. It needs all of us doing what we can consistently. I am happy that this budget recognizes the importance of addressing such issues and has made provision for an increase in the penalty rates to combat the environmental nuisances associated with excessive noise and black smoke emissions from motor vehicles that are not correctly maintained. Madam Speaker, we are living through a global turning point, one where the decisions we make about energy will shape our environment, our economies, and our communities for generations to come. And among the smartest, most strategic decisions we can make right now is to invest in renewable energy, particularly solar energy and biomass. Climate change is accelerating, and our dependence on fossil fuel is a major driver. Renewable energy will help us fight this crisis without sacrificing our lifestyle. The funding of projects in the renewable energy sector for the next 3 years, mainly in solar energy and biomass, is a turning point in the transition of shifting from fossil fuel to renewable energy. Madam Speaker, the world of work is changing faster than ever. Automation, artificial intelligence, and digital transformation are rewriting the rules of productivity and competition. In this new era, our most valuable asset is not just technology, it is people. And to stay competitive, we must invest in their skills. Upskilling our workforce is not a cost. It is the smartest investment we can make for a resilient economy. For every rupee we invest in workforce development, we gain in returns in innovation, productivity, and reduce unemployment. It is time to align our education systems with industry needs, expand access to technical training, and support lifelong learning. Let us future-proof our economy by empowering our people today. This government understood these challenges and will uphold its commitment to invest 550 million rupees for the training, reskilling, and upskilling of our labor force that will only be beneficial to our country. Madam Speaker, public enterprises play a crucial role in delivering essential services, transportation, utilities, finance, infrastructure, and more. They are meant to operate for public welfare. However, their potential remains underutilized or mismanaged, largely due to outdated systems, weak accountability, and limited innovation. Reforming public enterprises is not about dismantling them. It is about strengthening them. It is about creating institutions that are transparent, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the people. The goal is to transform these enterprises from bureaucratic machines into engines of sustainable development. Institutional reform begins with governance. We need clear, merit-based appointments to leadership positions, independent boards, and robust performance evaluation system and key performance indicators. Decision-making should be aligned with long-term strategic goals. We must also invest in capacity building. Reform is not just about cutting costs. It is about building systems, and that includes digital transformation, staff training, financial management, and data-driven decision-making. A modern public enterprise must function like a small business, with the heart of a public servant. Institutional reform is never easy. It requires political will, cultural change, and sustained commitment. We must be bold enough to confront inefficiency, brave enough to correct course, and wise enough to build systems that outlast any one administration. The 2025-2026 budget makes provision to increase the efficiency of public enterprise in order to make them financially sustainable, efficient, and accountable through a coordinated policy approach focused on strengthening governance and oversight. Madam Speaker, supporting employees through tax exemption is a strategic investment in our workforce. The people who keep our economies moving and our communities thriving. It tells workers, we see your effort, we value your contribution, and we are here to help you succeed. Moreover, financial support through tax relief can improve employee well-being and workplace morale. When workers feel financially stable, they are healthier, more focused, and more loyal to their employers. That's a win for businesses and for society. It is good to remember that the 2025-2026 budget, the new tax rates are as follows: 0% for all income earners up to 500,000 rupees, 10% for the next 500,000 rupees, and remaining at 20%. Compared to the current tax rates introduced by the former government, where 2% was applicable for every income earner who earns 430,000 rupees, and an additional 4% was charged for the next 40,000 rupees. With these new rates, I know the Honourable Minister Otim outlined earlier, 81% of employees in our country will not pay any income tax. In line with our engagement towards the population, a promise of abolition of registration duty applicable to the sale transfer of pre-owned domestic vehicles is becoming a reality. Madam Speaker, despite the current status of our economy, you have to mention that this government guarantees a monthly income of 20,000 rupees for all full-time employees and the revenue minimum guarantee. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, let me say a few words on the constituency number 4, Portly North and Montaignon. I again would like to seize that opportunity to thank the electors of this constituency for having massively voted for the candidate of l'Alliance du Changement under the 2024 general elections, and today we are proudly representing them in this parliament. A constituency that faces a lot of challenges, ranging from flood during heavy rain, whereby several severely affecting the residents of Vallée des Prêtres, Cité-la-Cure, and Morcellement-la-Vallée, among others, while the regions of Batricasé, Quiketi, Richter, and Thierry-Rouge suffers of an acute water supply issue. Last but not least, the poor condition of the streets at Cité-la-Cure, Batricasé, Montaignon, following the water pipes replacement program under former government, where the state of the roads have not been reinstated. However, it is quite encouraging to see that under the 2025-2026 budget, there are several projects that have already been earmarked as detailed in the public sector investment program under the construction and upgrading of drainage infrastructure for Vallée des Prêtres, Morcellement-la-Vallée, Morcellement-Raffray, Thierry-Rouge, Cité-Roma, Valton, and Montaignon, which can only be beneficial to the inhabitants of these regions. It makes no doubt that funds will also be available to upgrade the level of road infrastructure in the region I have mentioned above, including Boismorson. Madam Speaker, before concluding, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sport, who has engaged, his ministry has engaged in a commending project of bringing sports on the streets, give that energy, that will, cette envie de refaire du sport under a project named À nous transformons l'endroit, À nous transformons l'endroit. The first edition took place in my constituency Sunday last at Carocaliptis. I must say that it was a real success. The only day of activity has reunited all MPs of the constituency, sportsmen, youngsters, Bishop of Port Louis. Thank you and well done, Honourable Minister, for this initiative, and I know it will be a success in the future. To conclude, Madam Speaker, we are at a crossroads in our national story. We can retreat into blame and hesitation, or we can rise with unity, discipline, and vision. This budget does not fix everything, but it begins to fix what matters most. It is a path from hardship to hope, from breakdown to breakthrough, from abyss to prosperity. Let us support it with courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Lobin, try and keep to the time because it's getting late.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I will take that into consideration. All learned colleagues, learned friends, honourable members have taken the time of this House to debate, and I will not repeat what I've been saying because it is late and we're all tired, I know. And I would concur very much with what the Honourable Minister UTIM have been saying. He has given detailed figures and facts as to in what type of a situation we are and what the population need to take into account before taking any decision or before having any other political vultures canvassing and giving false information to them. And this is the temple of democracy where we need to disseminate those crucial factual information to the people of Mauritius. Because where we are, we have been left with a legacy of financial mismanagement, and we are now in an abyss of misrule. And I go directly into what all the population is talking about, reform of pension, Madam Speaker. And I'm very glad and thankful to the Honourable Prime Minister that he came with this very detailed, clear explanation as to what is the reform all about, why we need to proceed with the reform as it is. But of course, I'm thankful to the Honourable Prime Minister that has listened to the voice of the people of Mauritius. And I will quote at page 13 of his speech, so that we can disseminate that to the people of Mauritius. I quote, "In light of the devastating legacy left by the previous administration, we had no choice but to confront the urgent need for pension reform head-on. However, we remain deeply mindful of the challenges the most vulnerable may face under the proposed changes and are committed to addressing their concerns with compassion and empathy." This is very important. The people of Mauritius appreciate this phrase, compassion and empathy, because as a democratic government, as the Honourable Prime Minister goes on to say, we have heard these concerns. So this is what democracy is all about. There is a proposal, we are debating on an appropriation bill, there are proposals, the people of Mauritius have made their voices heard, and the government and the Prime Minister have listened to the voices. And this is the consequence of those very pillar of democracy that we have now, those two committees set up by the Honourable Prime Minister that he will preside, and one by the Honourable Minister for Social Integration. So this is very commendable, and most of those reforms that we are talking about, this is what the people of Mauritius, they want to hear. That is compassion for the housewives, compassion for those who are in the lower middle class of the job sphere, manual workers, general workers, and these are all being addressed in those two committees, and I'm thankful to the Honourable Prime Minister for that. And there are various countries in the world, Madam Speaker, that have been having talks about reforms. Here in Mauritius, it was long overdue. The Honourable Prime Minister was talking about an expert, un actuaire. He said, la bombe du système de pension a déjà explosé. This is what the Honourable Prime Minister was referring to, Mr. Sator Jakaria. So the bomb, as Honourable Minister Boulel said, was ticking. But for the experts, la bombe du système de pension a déjà explosé. So we need to disseminate, we need to give to the people of Mauritius materials, factual information, what is happening. And this is the backdrop of the appropriation bill. This is the state of the economy. It has been a very comprehensive document that was presented before this August Assembly by the Honourable Prime Minister. Then, unfortunately, the leader of the opposition, he does not understand what those documents are all about. When we are in a temple of democracy, we are tabling the state of the economy. And this is being consolidated through the estimates of the budget that we have circulated to all members. Then it is almost unfair and misleading from politicians to go out and say all sorts of things that does not fall into the context of what the people of Mauritius are expecting. Truth, reality about the state of the economy. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, let me quote in the state of the economy one of the most biggest scandal, if I may say, for the past 10, 15, 20 years. The setting up of the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited. People of Mauritius need to know why in 2020 the then government set up the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited. It was meant to assist companies that needed support to ride out the COVID-19 crisis. And the Honourable Prime Minister answered to a question this morning as to the largesse that was given to Nandan Gopi. He was not affected by COVID. He was building his empire on public funds. So this is not a crisis company that has been affected by COVID. We are giving public money, taxpayers' money, to cronies of the previous government to do business. They don't take nothing from their pocket. They take it from the pocket of the people of Mauritius through this infamous Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited. And what the people of Mauritius need to know, they have been printing money, Madam Speaker. I quote, "The printing of money by the Bank of Mauritius to fund the MIC was an irresponsible act which has had deleterious effects on the monetary system." This is very serious. These are criminal intents that have been now being inquired by the Financial Crimes Commission. And this, the population of Mauritius should know. And this is through dissemination of information, through the temple of democracy. People are listening, the press will report it, that they need to know what has happened. I would urge each and every Mauritian, we need to go through the state of the economy. All the figures are here. For example, Madam Speaker, if we look at the debt that has been increasing since 2014, when in 2014 government left, the Labour-led government left, the debt was 238 billion rupees, 238 milliards de rupees. We are now talking, everyone is talking about it, figures are proving it, it is now 642 milliards de rupees. So we are in a dire situation. We are in a dire situation. That is why I would qualify this budget as a patriotic budget. A budget that is taking all the required precautions not to squander the future of the people, the youth of this country. That is why this debate on pension should be dispassionate, but we should look at the people who are more vulnerable, what they need, the political assistance, the social assistance, and we need to communicate and tell them what government is doing through facts and figures, not listening to all political vultures that are doing harm to this country through all sorts of negative and false propaganda. So from this temple of democracy, we need to transmit it to the people of Mauritius. And Madam Speaker, with regard to this budget, we have been talking about Moody's, how in 2014 it was BAA1, now we are in BAA3 with a negative outlook. People should understand. Again, Honourable Minister Utim vividly portrayed it. with a delicate example, as in a family, when you take loans, what will happen when you don't pay your loans. So people, again, should understand. We need, again, to use this platform, Temple of Democracy, to make the people understand. It is our duty as parliamentarians to go out and explain that to the people of Mauritius. And I know when we talk to the people of Mauritius, they will understand the gravity of the situation as today portrayed by the Honourable Prime Minister in his deliberate speech with regards to pension reforms. In this budget also, Madam Speaker, we are talking about creating wealth. From abyss to prosperity, we need to create wealth. And on that score, again, I would congratulate government to at least having taken care of our port sector. Through years in the previous mandate, myself, Honourable Utim, Honourable Minister Boulel, we have been asking the previous government. There was a port master plan in 2021. Why you are not developing the port? Why is it so that we have left our port in such a dismay? And people, the international community, have been puzzled when they came to know that we were ranked. We were ranked by the World Bank report, Madam Speaker, as one of the least efficient ports in the region. We were ranked 369th globally. We were behind the port of Tuamasina in Madagascar. We were behind Mayotte. We were behind the port of Réunion. So this is not something that is very encouraging when we as parliamentarians in the previous mandate was asking the government to go ahead with this post-master plan, because this is a new pillar of the economy. Unfortunately, they didn't do so, and I'm very pleased that there is an allocation in the budget for 4.4 billion rupees towards port infrastructure that will construct the bunker board jetty, the container terminal extension, and the digitalization of logistics. These are very commendable steps forward to create this pillar of the economy. And if I may say so, Madam Speaker, Honourable Minister Boulel talked about it. We are an ocean state. We've got large territorial waters, and we've got around 22,000 big vessels that pass through our territorial waters every year, Madam Speaker. And we've got only 1,000 vessels that will stop at Mauritius for bunkering purposes. And this is something that is alarming. When we take, for example, Panama. Panama, Madam Speaker, they run their economy with their port. They attract big vessels. They've constructed the Panama Canal, whereby these run their economy. Even President Trump is a little bit jealous of the success of Panama with regards to attracting all these big vessels. And if we manage in the years to come to attract at least 5,000 to 6,000 vessels at our port, this will be a major breakthrough to develop this very, very important economic pillar for our society, Madam Speaker. And this is not something new. Way back in our history, we are still called in our coat of arms, we are the star and key of the Indian Ocean. So let us be the star and key of the Indian Ocean. And with those investment, massive investment being made in the port, I'm sure that we shall shine as the star and key of the Indian Ocean. So again, I thank the government for placing so much resources for the Cargo Handling Corporation and for the Mauritius Ports Authority. With regard to the reform of the judiciary, Madam Speaker, again, when we took government, it was a question about saving the democracy. We've got the Labour Party, the MMM, and Resistance. They were born to fight, to preserve the rights of workers. We, in Nouveau Démocrate, we were born to save our democracy. And we joined hands with the MMM, with the Labour Party and Resistance to save our democracy. And to save our democracy, we've got the duty now to continue to make our democracy workable. We need a participative democracy. And I'm very happy to note that we are moving ahead at page 53 of the budget speech, that we are setting up the Constitutional Review Commission. It is very important after 57 years that we have a look at our constitution, and it is in our political mandate to have a look at electoral reforms and also at major issues that we need to amend in our constitution. Again, Madam Speaker, I welcome the creation of the National Prosecution Service. We know very well what happened to the DPP's office, and I also I'm very thankful now that we have come to an end to a case that was lodged way back in 2015, whereby the DPP's office was suing the Attorney General's office, and it went on for years. And fortunately, now this is not the case, and this is good for the working of our penal system, that we have an independent DPP's office. And the creation of this National Prosecution Service, headed by the DPP and modelled on the UK system, is something that is a very good move ahead for our country again. This goes in the spirit of transparency, and with regards to expansion of e-judiciary again, Madam Speaker, this is also a very commendable effort from government to invest so that our judiciary, we've got modern equipment, and we move forward so that cases are not delayed, and this will lay the foundation for this investment court that we need to bring so that all the foreign investments that will be coming to this country, they will feel safe, secure, that we've got the required mechanism and jurisdiction to have a fast and speedy justice for them, especially with regard to mediation. And again, mediation, it was brought by arbitration and mediation, brought by the Honourable Prime Minister again. And since 2014, no consideration at all has been given to promotion of arbitration and mediation in this country. And you've got so much investments that could have come to Mauritius, but we do not have the required platform to treat them and give them the facilities to have arbitration and mediation in Mauritius. We've seen what has happened to Betamax. They had to move to Singapore, and we all know the cost of those arbitration. So we, through these innovations, artificial intelligence, and budgetary provisions, we will be moving with regards to a modern jurisdiction in terms of arbitration and mediation. With regard to the pension, Madam Speaker, I am sure that we parliamentarians, we will be able to participate and give our views in those committees, and I'm sure several recommendations will be taken into consideration, because there are countries that have got that dual system. Brazil, for example, they've passed on the age for the male 65 and for female 62. And they've got a scheme of contributory pension. So those who can contribute, they can contribute, and those who cannot, the state will chip in. So there are various possibilities, various schemes that could be devised that goes along with this reform of pension that was long overdue. So, Madam Speaker, I won't take much of the time. I just thank the government for this very first appropriation bill. I fully support those reforms, and I fully support the implementation of those measures taken for various ministries. But I would only, again, refer the House to what has been said in the State of the Economy at page 35. We've got administrative and bureaucratic constraints. This was with the previous government. We still have administrative and bureaucratic constraints. We need to look at bureaucracy and inefficiencies in licensing processes that are pervasive. We need to improve the system, and I'm sure if we remove all those red tapeism and bureaucratic issues, I'm sure that in the next 2-3 years, this will be a workable appropriation bill that will create prosperity for the country, will take us from abyss to prosperity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Honourable Pentia.
Madam Speaker, listening to Honourable Levin, it seems that we're just starting our session today. But alas, Madam Speaker, I beg to move adjournment of the debates.
Okay. Everybody was waiting for you to speak. Now, the question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 18th, at 11:30 a.m.
Sorry. It's like everybody knew. I'm sorry. It's getting so cold. The question is now that the House be adjourned to Wednesday, tomorrow, at 11:30 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.